If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is part 17, Full Suspect List 2. We're going to examine even more potential suspects or POIs, even more rabbit holes, and access graphics. Ramsey's company, which had just passed the $1 billion mark. Acquired by Lockheed Martin, a lot of connections across the board there. Many believe there is a vast conspiracy. As always, we will examine all of these claims and all of these suspects and POIs in every avenue of investigation in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any silly logical fallacies like on mainstream media reports, documentaries, and many other podcasts. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the Mindshock podcast. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason at the forefront. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, have access to the exclusive streams and chats, and help support the channel. That way, make sure you're subbed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting them, just like and comment a whole bunch more on a whole bunch of videos. Apparently, that's how the YouTube algorithm works. If you don't comment enough, you won't get notifications. You might even get unsubscribed. A lot of weirdness with the YouTube algorithm. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, so make sure you listen to at least the previous episode because we are going to be building on top of that. So, for those that can only appeal to incredulity and desperately grasp that logical fallacy to soothe their dissonance, that there are criminals out there that don't always act alone. That there are some very, very sick individuals, and they could be part of rings of criminals, and they may even include government personnel with political connections, a la Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein Island, all of these things that coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists pretend don't exist because they're too mentally weak to examine any of these possibilities. Not that anybody should believe anything in any direction. Obviously, the burden of proof is on positive claims. But to hallucinate that there's zero chance that there's criminals out there that don't act alone and are part of these rings, and some of them include very rich and powerful people dialed into political circles, I mean, of course, that is very, very silly, especially in the post-Epstein-Maxwell era, where even the most gullible of goofs have seen on the mainstream media these charges against them, and all the funny business and ties to other politicians, etc., etc. So I built upon Theracoon's post on Reddit. I'm going to do a quick recap here regarding a poster without lamps there'd be. There is zero evidence that Jonbenet's murder was in any way related to a child prostitution ring. Theracoon responded, "What do you call evidence? There is zero evidence of anything when you dismiss everything people put forward as evidence as not being evidence." I mean, wow. That is a very good point, is it not? Because, I mean, evidence can be anything. There's hard evidence. There's rumor-based hearsay-type evidence, which would be evidence, but not necessarily admissible evidence in a court of law, but it's still some kind of evidence. Now, there's all types of different evidence. Veracity, of course, varies, which is why on Mindshock we attempt to discern the veracity of all of these different types of claims with logic and reason at the forefront in an attempt to find the truth in objective, logical, and neutral fashion without presupposing, oh, there's definitely no evidence of this, oh, it definitely happened. Obviously, that's a clueless goofery, which we do not we do not condone that on Mindshock. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But continuing Theracoon's post here, let's list things we can say for certain. I'm not sure this is certain, but let's see what the Raccoon wrote here. John Ramsey's father was connected to a pedophile network in Michigan during the 70s by being the person to sign off and subsequently required to check in on North Fox Island. Okay, that's actually not bad phrasing. So he's not necessarily there's not necessarily evidence that he even knew that some of these criminals in North Fox Island were part of a pedophile network, and he's not necessarily party to those crimes in any way. So he may or may not have known about it at the time. He may or may not have participated, but apparently he did sign off on the runway. He was contemporaries with someone connected to the network as a hitter named Steven Stanislaw. After the scandal of North Fox Island broke, he quietly stepped down, not running again despite being pretty young to retire. John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsay hired a pedophile connected to the production of child pornography to photograph their daughter in pictures everyone for years has stated are risky. Well, another good point there is they didn't necessarily know that, right? Because he was referred to them. So they may have done that without knowledge. So there is a gray area here. I'm not claiming, again, the Ramseys might be 100% innocent of everything. But again, the evidence is stacking here, not necessarily evidence that they had knowledge or were party to, but that these other individuals are very, very shady. On these pictures are stamps that were used by the same network above as symbology for other pedophiles to know what other materials were available. The picture with stamping has symbology to boy or girl pornography, according to someone a little bit more knowledgeable than me. Adam Starchild, what a name, the financial mind and key player of the North Fox Island operation, was publishing books out of Boulder at Paladin Press during 1996. That is another coincidence for the stack. I mean, what is this weird connection between Charlevoix and North Fox Island and Boulder, Colorado? I mean, there seem to be endless connections between these two locations. It is kind of weird. Isn't it kind of weird? Does anybody else find that kind of weird? CavDef George has put together an absolutely massive collection of information connecting Fleet White to a powerful pedophile network. And we'll be getting more deeply into that. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episode with the alleged Judge Long connections and the allegation brought forth by Nancy Krebs, make sure you check that out. Continuing the post here, the actual murder, literally every single element of it can be explained if you understand that it was done by the same network who killed Michigan kids in the 70s. Specifically, the whole thing was a carbon copy of the murder of a girl named Jill Robinson, exactly 20 years to the day, to the hour, as Jonbenet. Wow, what, they have an hour? I wasn't aware there was an hour of death. That's a little bit weirder, because the day, okay, Christmas, day after Christmas, that might not mean as much, because the holidays, of course, are rampant with crime across the board. But to the hour, that's a little weird. Was that adjusted for time zone? Is Charlevoix, Michigan the same time zone as Colorado? Or is it one time zone off? Jill was found in a white blanket of snow. Jonbenet half covered in a white blanket on the cellar floor. Jonbenet was found wearing size 12 underwear, Jill's age, with the word Wednesday, the day she was taken. Both were overkilled, killed using two methods. Jonbenet was found with beaver hair in hand. Jill Robinson was found in front of Big Beaver Road exit sign. You know what's weird? And Theracoon didn't even mention this. Beaver Island, where allegedly Kathy O'Brien, who claimed she was a victim of CIA MK Ultra programming, claimed that she was abused and that Beaver Island was one of these locations where this was done. In North Fox Island for the boys, Beaver Island for the girls. And supposedly she even claimed to have seen John Ramsey and Jonbenet Ramsey on a boat ride onto Beaver Island on at least one occasion. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. We're just going over allegations and testimonies and different theories. But even if the Jonbenet Ramsey case is not connected to the Jill Robinson case, Jill Robinson found next to the Beaver sign, and then Beaver Island being this, I mean, there's a lot of weird connections here. That can't be disputed. Now, what exactly is connected to what and what it means, that, of course, is highly disputed. But that is kind of weird. So, the beaver hair in Jonbenet's hand, I mean, what does that mean? I don't know. And you could dismiss that as being connected to Beaver Island, except for the fact that the Ramsey home in Charlevoix is right across from Beaver Island, overlooking Beaver Island, with John Ramsey's father, supposedly the guy that approved runways in that entire area, including North Fox Island. What does everybody make of this? I mean, Kathy O'Brien, of course, some people believe she's a crazy kook. And you know, the other thing that doesn't make any sense. If her allegations are true, wouldn't you expect her to be a crazy kook? Where is this hallucination from coincidence theorists that crazy kooks aren't telling the truth because they're crazy? Are they telling the truth? The fact that they went crazy because of all of this, either brainwashing or abuse or whatever, wouldn't you expect them to go crazy? Are they crazy because it is the truth? Again, that'd be a false cause logical fallacy by those claiming that, or not just false cause, but compositional logical fallacies, ad hoc, post hoc, all of these things. It's just circular reasoning. I mean, it all kind of gets lumped together when you just automatically dismiss people as being crazy. Were they crazy before they made up the allegations, supposedly? Or is it all true and that's why they're crazy after the fact? A lot of different things to consider here. But continuing on here, both have the same initials, Jill Robinson, Jonbenet Ramsey. Both had long-winded notes written by the killers. The believed shotgun that was used on Jill, according to a confidential source, was the Victory SBT shotgun. The ransom note is believed by FBI to have actually said Victory SBT based on the fact that C wasn't abbreviated, meaning it was an incomplete thought. I believe personally that was added because it was just too on the nose. Yeah, it's a weird one. There have been a multitude of different pedophiles who have come forward admitting to a role in her murder without saying they were alone. Both John Mark Carr and Oliva have the exact same story. They participated in the murder of a child, but there were many there. Stephen Singular found numerous people on the dark web seeking out Jonbenet snuff videos and various compromising photography. Others, a part of the network, randomly ended up in Colorado, including a professional printer named William Kay. He lived in Michigan his entire life before randomly disappearing to Colorado during 1996, shortly before her murder. His family was oblivious he ever left the state at all, but records show he set up a house about 30 minutes from the Ramsey home. Okay, I have no idea who this William K. guy is, but here's the thing. Everybody wants to look at who left the area immediately prior to the murder. Has extensive investigation been done on what kind of criminals moved directly into the area shortly before the murder? And possibly also left immediately after. There was a piece of artwork found in the Ramsey basement that is absolutely one of a kind, and the only other similar artwork, rotatable artwork, different art depending on how it's hung up, I've ever found was connected to the Michigan murders tied to the same ring. The ransom note contains all 4 children's names from the original Michigan murders. It also contains the name King twice. It is believed there were 2 victims with the last name King. The amount just keeps adding on and on and on. A pedophile network did this. It's well understood by many that a huge cover-up occurred in this case and continues to occur. So, regarding a source for Beaver Island and John Ramsey being involved, where Kathy O'Brien said this, Thera Kuhn pointed to this website, timeofreason.com, with a reference here. This website's no longer up, but here's the post here. Kathy O'Brien, an MK Ultra victim, states that a passenger manifest of the ferry between Traverse City, Michigan, and Beaver Island not only showed Kathy's father, who sold Kathy into the MK Ultra program, but also John Ramsey, Jonbenet Ramsey's father. They were headed to an obscure mind control training camp on Beaver Island. According to investigative reports, Jonbenet had stun gun prod marks all over her body. We know that a stun gun was used in the Johnny Gosh kidnapping. In addition, Kathy O'Brien states she was used in the production of a military film, How to Create a Mind-Controlled Slave Using a Stun Gun. This very video is reported to have been found in the Ramsey home. So if anybody else has further references to this, I mean, this is pretty insane. This is pretty weird. So, because there's two groups of people. There are some that believe Kathy O'Brien, but they don't believe she said this about John Ramsey. They believe that was somehow misconstrued. I don't know if there's any more sources to this, but Thomas Aquino, Colonel Aquino, the Satanist Air Force colonel, some believe is connected to the Johnny Gosch case. Obviously, Kathy O'Brien has mentioned him, and we're actually about to get even crazier here. A good post by Samar Candy following up here. That's pretty damning information, I do have to admit. So Kathy is saying that her father and John Ramsey had ties to one another. How can Kathy be so sure that John Ramsey, her father, had ties with was the same John Ramsey who was the father of Jonbenet? Nancy Krebs thought that Uncle Johnny, who abused her and who was eventually found out was that John Ramsey was not John Ramsey's father. It was a Johnny Ramsey. Different birth date, same middle initial, though. I went over that in the previous episode. While I believe both Nancy and Kathy are telling the truth, they could be mistaken, and in my opinion are, about the true identity of the John Ramsey they knew. A very clever poster by the name of Mama found a John Ramsey in the Kern County Sex Offenders Registry who is more likely to be the one that both Nancy and Kathy knew, in my opinion. You know what's weird, though? If the Whites are all connected in this, what are the chances that the Fleet Whites Sr. and or Jr., they both have a good friend named John D. Ramsey? There's two different John D. Ramseys, and they know both of them? I mean, Ramsey's not exactly as popular as Smith. I mean, if the guy's name was John Smith, okay, yeah, sure. Although, to be fair, I know a lot of people who have known a John Smith. How many people have known two John Smiths in close connection with family and or friends? That's a good question. Any Mindshock listeners out there that know people who have not one but two John Smiths? But not only that, but the same middle initial as well. That's a curiosity. That exponentially stacks the odds. And again, Ramsey, I don't think I've even known a single Ramsey, anybody with the last name Ramsey. I know it's not an obscure name. There's a lot of Ramseys out there, but to know two John D. Ramseys? Or John B. Ramsey? As for Kathy saying that Patsy Ramsay had ties to an MK Ultra owner, I would very much like to know more about this. Did that date back to her childhood? What do you think the ties were? I've read that Fiona Barnett has to say about MK Ultra, so I find this very believable. Could she be in a similar situation to Nicole Kidman, do you think? Marion number 1 responded that after Patsy won Miss West Virginia, she was named the official state hostess by the state legislature. Her job was to be a promoter of West Virginia state government events such as ribbon cuttings, and according to her pageant-era business manager, Senator Robert Byrd was one of the people whom she would accompany at these state functions. The association with Byrd, Kathy's own alleged programmer, is interesting because Patsy shows signs of being abused by her father, Don Powell. You and I have come to the same conclusions about this, who worked for likely the CIA front Union Carbide. She was described by a pageant judge as having a very controlled and programmed way of moving, quote, a little automaton, end quote. And there is a history of CIA-affiliated parents who are pedophiles giving over their kids to trauma-based mind control programs. Okay, hold on a second here. I mean, we've been in Mindshock land for such a long time, and we're getting deeper and deeper. Is this the greatest Mindshock of all? Statistically, what are the chances that not one, but two parents, so Patsy and John Ramsey both separately had connections to MK Ultra affiliated individuals, or alleged MK Ultra affiliated individuals? So what are the chances that Kathy O'Brien, who claims that her programmer was Senator Robert Byrd, happened to also be in close proximity with Patsy Ramsay? Now, the people that say Kathy O'Brien is making all of this up, even if she is, statistically, what are the chances? I mean, this is crazy. Even if it's all made up, the links here between not one, but both of Jonbenet's parents? I mean, we're a bridge too far several bridges ago. So let's get a little crazier for the people that think Kathy O'Brien made all this up. So Kathy O'Brien's first assertions were made in the book Transformation of America, published 1995, prior to Jonbenet Ramsey's death. I mean, what does everybody make of this? And it might have been even earlier because the publication date is 1995, but obviously it takes a certain amount of time to put the book together, to edit it, to get it ready for publishing, all of that, self-published or not. It doesn't just magically appear. It takes time to write it, etc. So this was all prior to Jonbenet Ramsey's death. So I don't know if anybody's actually come up with the receipts in terms of the boat manifest that John Ramsey really was on a boat ride to Beaver Island. But Kathy O'Brien supposedly... Okay, she supposedly saw documentation that her father and John Ramsey both took a boat to Beaver Island. Also, these links to the Johnny Gosch case, links to the White House. I mean, this is just really weird, all of these links. The same names keep popping up. I mean, I don't know what to make of the stun gun being used in the Johnny Gosch abduction, as many alleged that account was real, the PJ Smith account that was attempted to be suppressed. Again, if you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosch series on Mindshock, check that out. It's the most comprehensive series on the case. Also, some people dug up that Jonbenet Ramsey also did a beauty pageant in Charlevoix. So if there is some kind of widespread network in Michigan, Jonbenet competed in Charlevoix as well, not just Boulder. So is focusing only on Boulder not going to be enough here? And again, just the amount of individuals popping up in both the Charlevoix or Michigan area and specifically Boulder, Colorado, that's kind of weird. Now also, so Ramsey confirmed in 1998... There's actually a CNN transcript here. Report Jonbenet evidence could point to intruder January 11th, 1998 on CNN, on edition.cnn.com. Now, there's reference here to the stun gun might have been used on Jonbenet Ramsey. And Schiller quotes a police source as saying that an instructional videotape for a stun gun was found in the Ramsey home. You know, that's a little weird. How many people have stun gun instructional videos, rich or not? I mean, yeah, a lot of people have stun guns, but how many actually have specific instructional videos? And it's kind of vague. Which video was this? Was this really some kind of MK Ultra military video? And if so, was Kathy O'Brien really in that video? That's insane. Marion number 1 posted this regarding the stun guns. Per the Ramsey's 1998 interrogations, this stun gun video was marked as coming from Spy World Miami, a store selling amateur spy gear in Coral Gables, Florida. They made a similar claim in Death of Innocence about getting it from a spy shop in Coral Gables. John claimed he was there in 1994 for the Super Bowl and decided to pick up some equipment to help detect bugging of Access Graphics phones. Okay, hold on a second. So for the people who think John Ramsey was just some kind of small-time guy who got lucky with Access Graphics, in 96, where they crossed the $1 billion mark, as early as 1994, he's getting spy equipment because he thinks Access Graphics phones are bugged? Now, I mean, this is weird. This is all just so weird. No matter where you look, there's just a whole bunch of weirdness here. I really don't know what to make of all the weirdness. It just does not make a lot of sense. The clerk gave them a bunch of videos, including the stun gun tape, and he took them home and forgot all about them. A couple things do make me wonder about this. When I asked Spy World in September 2017, wow, so Marion #1 is actually doing some legwork here. This is their post. When I asked Spy World in September 2017, they denied providing stun gun instructional videos. Note that John claims in DOI that it was an ad, not an instructional video, and are unsure if they ever did. Okay, so they might have not even gotten this tape from Spy World, but Spy World denies having any stun gun instructional videos. So if John Ramsey is really connected to some kind of MK Ultra operation, did he try to explain it away using some kind of convenient excuse at a spy shop that he knows he did visit and hopes that that would get lost in the mix? But who knows? Why would this millionaire business owner of a defense contractor subsidiary need to resort to an amateur spy shop for basic physical security needs? Also, why would Ramsey himself be doing this? I mean, that's kind of weird. Wouldn't some lowly employee or some kind of independent contractor be brought in to detect the bugging of the phones? I mean, the head of the company is going to get his own spy equipment. Does anybody else find that weird? Also, the Miami Super Bowl was in 1995, not 1994. Uh-oh. And I wasn't sure why they didn't check this more carefully in the book they published. Incidentally, beyond a spy shop in Coral Gables, there was also a spy front in the same city. Wackenhut, a security contractor and CIA front, it relocated out of Coral Gables in, incidentally, 1995. Wait a second. So first of all, Marion #1, quite the researcher here. So an actual CIA spy operation was in Coral Gables in 94, and they left in 95. I never came up with any real answers. It was just another rabbit hole to go down that abruptly ended. Yeah, this is really weird. It seems weird to me they'd be relying on some amateur spy equipment for security when they were owned by a major defense contractor, and as I discovered last year, had a board of directors primarily filled with such people from Lockheed. Why were they so interested in Access Graphics? Yeah, this is all quite weird. Quite weird indeed. So let's go over the Access Graphics timeline. This was posted by user since deleted on Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. So no clue who it was. I wanted to include a timeline I've been working on. I will edit to add more as I find. I have some other stuff I have saved that I will also be editing. Okay. In 1980, Sanders Associates bought Cal Comp. In 1986, Lockheed Martin, or Lockheed Corporation, now Lockheed Martin, bought Sanders Associates. In 1988 to 1989, 3 of CalComp's distributors merged together to form Access Graphics. John Ramsey's company was one of them. Access, which was formed in 1989 from the merger of 3 companies, CAD Distributors of Boulder, CAD Sources of Piscataway, New Jersey, and Advanced Products Group of Roswell, Georgia. Huh. In 1989, CalComp attempted to buy their company from Lockheed in an effort to become an independent firm again. That's weird. Okay. This was in the reported in the LA Times, April 5th, 1989. Approximately 1991, Access Graphics is awarded a contract with Sun Microsystems. That was actually a huge company back in the day. From LA Times, May 9th, 1991, Access Graphics was recently awarded a significant contract to carry Sun Microsystems' line of workstations based on the Unix programming system. But the distributor knew that it would not qualify for a bank loan to help finance the increased workload, Conlon said. 1991, CalComp bought Access Graphics, who had become their largest distributor and had been recently awarded a major contract with Sun Microsystems. So before I continue here, this isn't just John Ramsey and one little company. So he's definitely in the mix of various different company mergers and buyouts with these massive companies like Lockheed. So the story that it was just one little company and it got bought out, I mean, there's clearly so much overlap here with different companies. 1991, Calcomp bought Access Graphics, who had become the largest distributor and been recently awarded a major contract with Sun Microsystems. From funding Universe.com company histories, Calcomp Incorporated history, Calcomp grew steadily in the early 90s as the company introduced major new products in each of its divisions at a rate of about 5 products per year. In 1991, the company strengthened its presence in the CAD/CAM market with the purchase of Access Graphics Technology Incorporated, a leading distributor of computer-aided design equipment. The company also entered into a number of strategic alliances. Ramsey merged his computer company with 2 other firms in 1988, forming Boulder-based Access Graphics. In 1991, Lockheed Martin acquired Access and Ramsey was made president. So by 1994, he had already been president of this major company, and he's going to a spy shop himself to buy some amateur equipment? Does that story make any sense to anybody? And apparently he can't afford to get a window fixed in his basement in 1996. The dot-com bubble, Lockheed owned Sanders. Sanders owned Calcomp. Calcomp owned Access Graphics. Lockheed sold all of these during the dot-com bubble between 97 and 2000, starting with Access Graphics in November 1997. This dot-com bubble lasted from 95 to 2000, and from mid-2000 to 2002 was the dot-com bubble burst. Note, John Ramsey mentions in the law enforcement transcript, I'll be going back to include the quote and link for this, that he was made aware in 1995 or 96 that Lockheed planned to sell Access and other companies. He mentioned awareness that his position in the company was not secure. That's curious. Even in an article after the sale of Access Graphics, when John Ramsey was replaced, there was this quote. This is from the Daily Camera, 97. His forthcoming departure was not a surprise to employees because a change in management often accompanies a change in ownership, said Access spokeswoman Julian Anderson. In 1995, Lockheed Corporations and Martin Marietta merged to become Lockheed Martin. Just 8 months earlier, then Secretary of Defense Les Aspin had called together executives of the nation's largest defense contractors to inform them that the Pentagon's budget would be drastically shrinking. It was time to consolidate, streamline, and adapt to changing times. Unbeknownst to each other, Lockheed and Martin Marietta had each researched prospective merger candidates in the wake of that meeting and found each other to be on the top of their respective shortlists. Lockheed and Martin Marietta had much in common. Each had a rich heritage, roots that traced back from the earliest days of aviation. Both had beat back hostile takeover attempts, and both believed in acquiring new divisions to strengthen their companies for the long term instead of selling off divisions to make a quick profit. So if they both weren't the type of company to flip a company for quick profits and were in for the long haul, then why did they start selling off companies? Also, what's kind of weird here, I mean, call me a crazy coincidence theorist. The Secretary of Defense is Les Aspin, A-S-P-I-N, not A-S-P-E-N, but regardless, the Secretary of Defense associated with Lockheed Martin is acquiring Access Graphics and then selling it off in Colorado. Is any of this just simply too much coincidence for people? But continuing on here, in 97, Lockheed sold Access Graphics. This is Daily Camera. Access Graphics, which hit $1 billion in revenues last year and has already surpassed that mark this year, was having trouble making good profit margins, probably because it was a standalone operation, Nisbet said. GE may change that. In 98, Calcomp was near bankruptcy, and Lockheed refused to extend credit to them. LA Times, December 30th, 98. 99, Calcomp was largely shut down. LA Times, January 16th, 99. In 2000, Lockheed sold Sanders to BAE. In 2009, Colorado State University will honor Sun Microsystems and Lockheed Friday, October 5th, as part of an event celebrating the grand opening of the Academic Village. Sun Microsystems donated Sun Thin Client computers and servers to the engineering academic village, allowing for a workstation for each student in the building, and provided equipment to enhance the computing environment in the electronic classroom. Sun has supported the College of Engineering with more than $1 million in gifts in kind in the last 10 years. Lockheed Martin has maintained a long-standing history of funding the College of Engineering and student design studios. In the past 10 years, Lockheed Martin has donated more than $500,000 to support such initiatives as the Engineering Academic Village, and most recently provided an additional $20,000 to the project. Note, 10 years of donations puts them starting these donations to CSU in Boulder around 1999 to 2000. Lockheed and Sun wouldn't have had affiliations with Boulder after November 99 when Lockheed sold access to GE. As well, 2000 to 2009 would have been financially difficult years to the dot-com bust beginning in 2000. In fact, Sun Microsystems ended up being acquired by Oracle in 2010, yet they were donating money to CSU during this time. Yes, I know about tax write-offs, but it's still interesting to me. In 2010, Sun Microsystems failed to survive the dot-com bust and saw major declines starting in 2000 and was acquired by Oracle in 2010. NetworkWorld.com, the downfall of Sun Microsystems. The dot-com bust hurts everybody, but it's arguable that Sun was most hurt of all because it had profited so much in the run-up to the boom in the first place and hadn't grown its business out as deeply as IBM and some others had, says Pund IT analyst Charles King. Ex-employees and or suspects of Axis Graphics. An employee is fired from Axis Graphics for smoking on his lunch break. He brought a lawsuit against the company for violating Colorado's smokers' rights laws. The employee won $15,000. Wow. A spokesman said the company won't hire smokers in order to control health insurance costs. Okay, now we have these two other POIs that some allege might be responsible. And supposedly, John Ramsey, the first suspect John Ramsey ever named on December 26, 1996, was Jeff and Kathy Merrick. They left Access Graphics in 1996. Jeff Merrick lodged a complaint with Lockheed Martin about unethical behavior happening at Access Graphics. He later was awarded, anybody want to guess the amount of money he was awarded? Going once, going twice? $118,000 from the company. Not 100, not 110, not 120, but $118,000. This would be the person John Ramsey would go on to first name as a suspect. But they were awarded the money, so why would they want the money again in terms of some kind of ransom attempt if this is what people are alleging? So let's get a little bit more into the background of Jeff Merrick. So he allegedly met John Ramsey in 1971. So they'd been together for quite some time. Both worked at AT&T Columbus, Ohio, started Access 1994, quit in 96 when Ramsey needed to cut salary. Said Access owed him $118,000 but settled for half. Filed ethic violations with corporate headquarters at Lockheed. In Death of Innocence, page 166, quote, Jeff Merrick, who had threatened to bring me and Access Graphics down when he left the company in 96, end quote. I believe that's the Ramsey quote. John Ramsey quote. Huh. That's kind of weird. So Nedra's suspect list included Jeff Merrick and his, quote, vicious wife. Their alibi on Christmas visited Kathy's brother-in-law in Aurora, Colorado, then visited Dick, Diane Foote, and were home 8 p.m., watched TV, went to bed. Okay. Supposedly the Merricks, according to Donald Powell, thought that the Merricks were at Pasta J's restaurant December 18th. And if you haven't checked out the previous episode, I go over Pasta J's and everything associated with Pasta J's in this case. Yeah, this is kind of weird. Very, very weird. I mean, I really don't know what to make of this. Because just the amount. I mean, if the Ramseys were responsible for the ransom note, would they have made it $118,000 just to point suspicion at Jeff and Kathy Merrick? But if so, why did they only reference this suspicion once or twice and then mostly focused on all these other suspects that they pointed the finger on? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. So another former employee, Mike Glynn, was also supposedly at this dinner at Pasta J's. In Perfect Murder, Perfect Town by Lawrence Schiller, on page 130, references Detective Thomas interviewing Mike Glynn. Glynn left Access Graphics supposedly on good terms in 1996. So Detective Thomas interviewed Mike Glynn, another former Access Graphics employee. He was cooperative. He told the detectives he had been with his in-law in Tucson, Arizona, the evening Jonbenet died. Glynn had met Ramsey in 1991 while he was on the football coaching staff at, anybody want to guess which college? Anybody? University of Colorado, and joined Access Graphics in 1992 as head of international business development, where his knowledge of several foreign languages would come in hand. Would it also come in hand for anybody recruiting CIA agents or CIA operatives or something? Glynn and Tom Carson set up the company's overseas sales and distribution center. By 96, however, Glynn didn't see room for advancement in the company and decided to leave. Ramsey offered him more money to stay, but on May 3rd, 4 days after Jeff Merrick left, Glynn went to work for CompuWare in Tucson, where his family preferred to live so they could be closer to Glynn's ailing mother-in-law. So that's plausible right there. But it is a little curious that it was only 4 days after the Merricks left. However, John Ramsey said he was cutting salaries, which is the reason he got rid of Merrick, yet offered Mike Glynn more money to stay. Now, how would that make Merrick feel if the boss is saying there's not enough money to go around while offering other guys more money and firing him? And what was this dinner at Pasta J's all about? Was it really just... And this dinner was December, so they left in May. Merrick, last day of April, and Glynn in May 3rd. And yet they're having dinner at Pasta J's December 18th? Not too long before Christmas. What is this? That's a little weird, but I mean, I don't know. I guess if he's in town for other reasons, he wants to catch up with old friends. How good terms is he on with Jeff Merrick? I mean, okay. Gary Merriman had told the police that Mike Glynn had a personal relationship with the Ramseys and was one of the few Access Graphics employees to have been invited to the Ramseys' home. In fact, the two families had often vacationed together. 2 weeks after his interview with police, Glynn provided hair, blood, and handwriting samples. Letter from Mike Glynn. John Ramsey seemed like an introvert. He was just nice and shy. He never wavered in what he was like, and you could tell he was a deep-thinking guy. I never saw him ruffled by any circumstances. Sometimes internally he must have been. One time we were negotiating with Sun Microsystems, our largest vendor, and the frustrations of dealing with the game played in the computer industry got to John. Yet he stayed level-headed. He steered away from confrontation. Don Powell was a real father figure around Access. He had the ear of everyone when he was human resources director. His job then wasn't to hire or recruit anyone, but he sure solved a lot of difficulties that arose in that company. Everybody enjoyed Don. He was always around. He lived by himself, and every once in a while, Don and I would sit on his porch, have a beer, and talk. When somebody new was hired, he would take them to his porch and have a beer with them. While John was low-key, Patsy was off the scale as an extrovert. Once John made a mildly sarcastic remark, quote, "Patsy spent more money renovating the house than I did buying it," end quote. As I got to know John better, I saw the impact of his older daughter's death on him. Beth was her name. He was just eaten up inside. He read a lot to try and come to terms with it. It changed him. Or did something else that happened at the time change him? Again, we don't really know. Some people, some of these really hardcore conspiracy theorists allege that Beth somehow had some kind of information and may or may not have been either going public with it or something of that nature. Or it could have really been an innocent car accident. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but many people have many different theories. Our families went on getaways together, sometimes into the mountains where we stayed at our family's condo. We did the usual things families do. We skied, we cooked our own meals, just hung out. In the summer, we hiked. There was never any display of money on John's part. John enjoyed being outside. He loved Boulder. He loved his kids. And whenever I saw them, he always gave Jonbenet and Burke equal time. He invited my family over for dinner several times. Patsy cooked. The speculation that I ended with on bad terms with John is just not true. In October, just before Jonbenet died, I was trying to get John on our board of directors, but our bylaws limited the number of directors. At the same time, he was in discussions with Lockheed about possibly reacquiring Access Graphics and going public. So all this other stuff is just gossip, innuendo, and gross speculation. When I left, Jim Hudson was just coming back to run the European and Canadian operations. I'd blow into town every couple of months, and I'd call John or whoever was in town and would have dinner. I'd host a few. This is Mike Glenn's letter. So Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 449. That same week, Lou Smith received a letter from John Ramsey, who gave the investigator his list of suspects in his daughter's murder. Jeff Merrick, Mike Glenn, and Jeff Marino, all of whom had once worked for him, and Bill McReynolds, who had been Santa at their Christmas party. To Smith, it was clear that Ramsey was desperate for the police to check these men out because they had all but stopped looking for suspects other than him and his wife. Smith, too, was frustrated. He was eager for the case to be turned over to the DA's office because he knew Pete Hofstrom would be a fairer arbiter of the evidence. After the first of the year, Smith showed Ramsey's letter to Alex Hunter, who then showed it to the police. The detectives found it odd that Ramsey had written to Smith at home and that he had named Jim Marino as a suspect when Marino was appearing on television in support of the Ramseys. What else is weird, though, did John Ramsey suspect Mike Glenn and Jeff Marino or Jeff Merrick and Mike Glenn were friendly, even though he had basically gotten rid of Merrick, who had sued subsequently, and Mike Glenn supposedly on good terms? So, referring this mystery dinner at Pasta J's in Steve Thomas's book, page 121, they had also recited a list of suspects for us: Jeff Merrick, Mike Glenn, and Jim Marino, all former Access employees who had been seen at a mysterious dinner with Tom Carson, currently the company's chief financial officer. Then he shocked us by also offering the name of Fleet White. The Ramsey camp had turned on one of its best friends. Gosage and I returned to Access Graphics for an appointment with CFO Tom Carson, who had been so negatively portrayed by Patsy's mother and who was now linked by John Douglas to a suspicious dinner with Merrick Marino and another friend, Mike Glenn. Unlike most of the others at Access, Carson was open and helpful and had a rock-solid alibi. At the time Jonbenet was killed, he was in France with his girlfriend Natalie and her parents. He dismissed the controversial dinner as a get-together with old friends, not a conspiracy to commit murder across a table in a public restaurant in which John Ramsey was part owner. I would devote many hours to running down the stories of the others named, and the result was always the same. It was an innocent gathering that meant nothing to our case. But here's the thing, though. If it wasn't an innocent gathering, would anybody ever admit that? So, I mean, what would be the... I mean, it's kind of weird to just take their word for it. Not that I'm saying it's not innocent, but it's kind of... I mean, I guess it's not that weird if the current CFO was really friendly with both Merrick and Glenn. Merrick, who had left on bad terms, got a settlement. Would Tom Carson not care about that? I mean... We also don't really know how they really felt about John Ramsey, because would they really ever actually say after the guy's daughters died? So Jim Marino, again, back to this timeline right up here, couldn't find a date when he left the company. He was named as a suspect by the Ramseys, but seemed to continue a friendship with John Ramsey. Marino had known John Ramsey since the 70s in Atlanta. Marino had an accident in 78 and was temporarily confined to a wheelchair, so John Ramsey hired him for a sales job, which turned into long-term employment. Marino was making $51,600 a year when he left Access. Marino stated in Vanity Fair that he was never invited to the Ramsey home. So that's kind of weird. Is this really a case of the current CFO just randomly having a get-together dinner at Pasta J's with ex-employees? I mean, that's a little strange, too. I mean, again, this is just so weird. If this was a fictional novel or movie, wouldn't it just get so instantly rejected because this would be all deemed too unrealistic in terms of coincidences? Another employee supposedly at this dinner was Curtis Fisher, who left the company right before that Christmas in '96 and supposedly had a disagreement with John Ramsey. So there seems to be quite a few disgruntled employees, and that's not really what's strange. What's strange is that these disgruntled employees are having dinner with the current chief financial officer of the company at Pasta J's just days before Jonbenet Ramsey is found dead. Does anybody find that a little too coincidental? Okay, so just when you think, okay, but we've been so far into Mindshock land this whole time. I mean, this next moment, this really seems like the biggest psyop possible. This is just unbelievable. So the Merricks were supposedly awarded either $118,000 or settled for half of that amount. Now get this. Bud and Sandra Henderson of Access Graphics filed a claim against them and owned the company $18,000 and owed another $100,000 in debt as claimed in a court hearing. So what's 100 plus 18,000? So we have two references to $118,000 specifically. Like, what are the statistical chances here? This is all just pure impossibility, but let's look at this. Okay. So supposedly, Bud and Sandra Henderson of Henderson Technology owed Access Graphics $18,000. So Bud Henderson started Henderson Technology in 1984, sold telecommunications equipment, bought supplies from CAD, distributors of Boulder. So he divorced Sandra in 1995. Distribution was $18,000 owed each. Moved to Colorado in 91. Access Graphics claimed Bud owned $145,000 unpaid invoices. Bud said the signature was forged. Is that a classic defense there? So it's not okay, so we have 18,000, 100,000, and 145,000. A few different numbers here. So Sandra was operations manager for Jim Hudson, owner of CAD Distributors that later merged into Access Graphics. Okay, she was later fired from Access Graphics. So from Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 129, January 17th, Thomas and Gossage continued an interview at Access Graphics with comptroller Susan Reichart, who told them about Sandra Henderson, a former employee, who was in trouble with the law, and her husband Bud, each of whom owned the firm $18,000. Add $100,000 to either of them, and you have the ransom note, which gave the detectives cause for suspicion. They put Bud and Sandra high on the list of those to be interviewed. So Henderson Tech ordered equipment from Access Graphics, which Henderson then sold. This is Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 139. Sandra paid the bills and kept the books. In 1991, without prior notice, Access abruptly placed a credit hold on Henderson Technology's account and told Bud Henderson he owed the company $145,000 for invoices that his wife hadn't paid. He was shown a promissory note with his and his wife's signatures. Henderson had never seen it and said his signature had been forged. Henderson later said that his wife had agreed to pay off the debt over the next 12 months, made only one payment, and then defaulted. Within a week, Access Graphics fired Sandra Henderson when it was discovered that she had altered Henderson Technology's account at Access. Henderson said that his wife tried to delete the balance that was owed. The company that bonded Access Graphics employee paid the firm $100,000, leaving a balance of $40,000 to be paid. Henderson made one payment of $4,000 before they divorced in '95. In family court, their outstanding obligation was $36,000. It was divided into two notes for $18,000 each. By then, Henderson's believed that John Ramsey was furious at him and his ex-wife. That's interesting. So the company that bonded Access paid $100,000, $40,000 left to be paid. Henderson's made one payment of $4,000. And then they were divorced, so then there's no longer lump sum. It's $18,000 for each of them. Statistically, what are the chances here? I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is weird. Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 141, letter from Bud Henderson. Everything they asked me to write was from the ransom note. I wondered if the police had my telephone tapped. You have to wonder, what do you say over the phone? You start to think people are following you. Every time I walk into a restaurant, go into a bar, the first thing I do is ask myself, who in the hell do you see in there that looks like a detective? I've been stopped twice for absolutely no reason. They say I was weaving. They check my ID. These are Boulder cops. I hear a knock on my door. I open it and a video camera is running. The interviewer sticks a microphone in my face. Have the police talk to you. Hard copy went and taped Sandra going to prison. The media knew we owed Access Graphics money. How they found out, I don't know. One writer told me Sandra orchestrated Jonbenet's murder from prison to get back at John. I have one friend that calls me killer. Finally, I did a long interview for Hard Copy and American Journal. It wasn't a hell of a lot of money. I still get calls, a call a week from Hollywood, from New York, even from the Daily Camera. This is Bud Henderson's letter. Okay, so that's curious. So the people that say that the police never investigated anyone else, apparently they did. And again, we really don't know how many of Boulder cops are on the take versus not on the take, if there is some kind of conspiracy, drug running, whatever, which may or may not have anything to do with the Jonbenet Ramsey case. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on here. I mean, I do find it curious that 118,000 came up twice with Access Graphics in place. Not once, but twice. Technically, there's 3 people, because since they got divorced, that's 2 different people with 118,000 amounts. Anybody find that weird? I mean, so what are the options here? I don't know if this could be coincidental. So whoever wrote, even if it wasn't the Ramseys who wrote the ransom note, would they have knowledge of these 118,000 amounts? Because that's way too specific of an amount. It can't be coincidental. Somebody knew something, whether it was the Ramseys that wrote the note or not. Someone knew, or even if it wasn't the Merricks or the Hendersons, if it wasn't any of these people, it was someone that knew all of these people and these amounts. And if there is some kind of vast government conspiracy, would they have put that into the ransom note on purpose? So that way, whatever the Access people that had nothing to do with Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, they would think it was definitely John Ramsey. Because who else would know that? I mean, are they just really screwing around to this level? So Affectionate Fly with another mind-shocking post here. Check out these links. Marion 1 shared them with me. They are hard to find. Apparently, some woman who was later hired by the FBI believes her husband set John up. She posted it on some old social media website, then she disappears. I don't know what happened, but I suspect that several people were abusing Jonbenet. I suspect John and Patsy set her up to do naked pics with that photographer. I suspect some very influential people, perhaps political, enjoyed the porn, if not more violations against that innocent child. I suspect the inner circle of John's business understood it was involved in a pedo ring that includes John's daughter. John pisses off a colleague. He sets him up. The whole energy of the case was spent on spin because there is no way the pedo ring could be exposed. Blaming everyone and everyone creates mental exhaustion. That keeps people from actually entertaining the idea that our own government, the CIA, and local leaders were knee-deep into kiddie porn. So let's look at these posts, no longer available, but Web Archive, of course. This was posted on Topics. So a lot of crazy stuff has been posted on Topics over the years. So someone's very close to the Ramseys. So James' son's ex-stepmom posted this July 13th, 2006. I believe that the only involvement the family had was with a VP at Lockheed Martin who had a grudge with John and wanted him out of the succession plan. My ex-husband, the VP of corporate compliance, spent the 3 weeks preceding the murder at the Access Graphics facility, part of the Lockheed and Martin Marietta merger. I provided information to the Boulder Police Department, and the next day the FBI handcuffed my ex-husband, stripped him of all his security clearances, and he was fired from LMCO and his position on the board of directors at Los Alamos National Lab. Sandia Corp, Hanford, Oak Ridge, and other facilities. In a separate investigation, he lied about his involvement. He threatened me that if I ever came forward and told the authorities, the same thing would happen to our children. Now ages 15 and 12, I'm not afraid any longer, and Jonbenet is long overdue for justice. Yeah, I mean, this is truly a mind-shocking post here. So now we even have Los Alamos wrapped into this? I mean, wow. I mean, this is why people think it's a psyop. I mean, just the level of overlap here. I mean, there's even KGB, MK Ultra overlap if you haven't checked out the previous episode. So someone asked, did they test his DNA? Did he have a stun gun, rope, knowledge at tying those particular knots? What size man is he? Does he drink from a glass? Would he have an accomplice? Where was he Christmas Day? This poster responded, no, he is a strategist, highly skilled and trained by the most elite agencies. He was most commonly used his services in military planning and met frequently at The Hague for strategy sessions. Now we got The Hague in here. And is a graduate of the LMCO Senior Management Executive training at the Y River Institute. He served in intel in the Army, was a cryptologist during Vietnam, and worked his way up the corporate ladder via various strategic assignments. He wouldn't have been the person to commit the murder. He would have been responsible for the tactical aspects of executing the plan. I doubt his DNA is at the scene, and if it were found in the house, he was a business colleague and admitted friend of John Ramsey, so it would not implicate him conclusively. A couple of weeks after the murder, he completely broke down, wailing in our basement, claiming, quote, John Ramsey is my best friend, end quote. I knew this to be completely untrue, and his behavior was extremely unusual. Remember, the man was a defense executive, not a pediatrician. And if, in fact, he was the first responder as VP of Compliance Validation, remember, the ransom note indicated it was an assault against John Ramsey's company. Then he would have had a valid excuse for being there. At the very least, he is guilty of obstruction of justice. He knows way more than what he's telling. The FBI has removed him from all access to classified information, and he now lives in England. I was not privy to the outcome of the investigation by the FBI. I suspect his involvement on the following facts. 1, he considered himself intellectually superior to everyone around him. Quote, grow a brain. Was a common insult he employed. 2, he was not at our home on the night of the murder. I assumed he was with his mistress. 3, he received repetitive calls from a man claiming to be from Access Graphics following the murder. The caller initiated the call minutes after my husband left the house en route to work in the morning. I found the incident so disturbing that I filed a report with the police department because I was fearful someone was watching the house. Our house was broken into 2 times following the calls, but nothing was disturbed. The alarm went off minutes after I left, and the intruder was gone before the police responded. On one occasion, I left a $100 bill on the table, but it was still there when I returned home. 4, after our separation, he was abusive to our son. He was consistently able to evade conviction, even though 7 organizations filed child abuse allegations against him, and the investigation produced a 192-page, 3-count criminal indictment of child abuse. He is above the law and very skilled. I mean, these are very specific points here. I mean, some allege that this would have to be crafted very carefully by a hoaxer, or maybe it's the real deal, but either way, very specific here. 5, I hired a PI during our divorce. The investigator claimed that he was known as a ghost in the PI business. He also noted that my ex was involved in a large number of fatalities. 12. I responded that he was responsible for 151 facilities worldwide. I grew up in Louisiana, where one refinery explosion was capable of killing 12 employees at a time. But most striking was my ex was usually present or had visited recently when the accident took place. Of note was a time when we were on vacation in Florida in August 98. He was on the board of directors at Los Alamos National Lab, and the G3 picked him up in Jacksonville en route to Los Alamos for a weekend board meeting. He was supposed to return on Sunday evening, but called me to report that there was an electrocution at the plant, and he was notified when the plane was on the tarmac. So they postponed their return trip. When we arrived home in Denver, I read in one of the papers that the fatality occurred on Monday. The death at the time of the Wen-Ho Lee controversy was ruled an accident, but I'm skeptical. Because I refer to planned accidents as murders, I filed for divorce 2 months later. Someone asked this individual why they started posting here in July 2006. Response, I began posting here because I have provided some of the evidence I have to the Boulder Police Department, and to my knowledge, there has been no follow-up. The only action that took place was my ex was removed from his position, stripped of security clearances, and now lives out of the country. I'm frustrated and feel guilty that Patsy died without realizing justice for her daughter. My feelings of guilt started to rise again after I learned that Patsy had died. I'm looking for answers to questions that have plagued me since the murder. I have no specific information about SBTC other than it means saved by the cross to some. My ex became a religious fanatic after the murder. I've searched the term with relation to defense, and the only information I found was speed brake thrust controller used on the space shuttle. LMCO had the space shuttle contract at the time. I do not think it would be legal or prudent to post my ex's name. The FBI is quite aware of who he is. I'm just baffled as to why they are not solving this crime. Wow. Okay. So back to Affectionate Fly here. Super side note, I used to work in Marietta, Georgia, early 2000s. I used to wax the eyebrows of some middle school girls who went to school with Burke. They were friends with him. They told me that business associates of his dad killed Jonbenet. I actually went over this in the previous episode as well. Wow. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, this is all very, very mind-shocking. There's definitely some kind of in order for all of the variables to line up, there's got to be some kind of an overlap here. Okay, so let's go back to the ring theory, that there's some kind of government ring operating and is responsible for this. On Cav Def, there's another curiosity we did not discuss here. I mean, this is all quite crazy. So, this is straight from cavdef.org. Law enforcement response, Boulder Police Department. Detective Linda Arndt of the Boulder PD requested assistance numerous times throughout her investigation at the Ramsey home, which never arrived. The BPD response was lackadaisical and prevented the field detectives like Arndt from properly securing the crime scene. Such a failure was later pinned on her, indicating the department tried to make her into a scapegoat. And again, I went over this in the previous episode. Was that all by design? Because why would they not respond to help her? According to an FBI agent who advised the Boulder Police, the high-level command staff, quote, inhibited the officers and the detectives from doing the job that they knew they needed to do, end quote, by separating the Ramsey parents before questioning them. Threats against Linda Arndt, Steve Thomas, and Bob Whitson. Insistence on a PDI theory. Groupthink by Kobe, Eller, and Thomas. Misrepresentation of the CBI handwriting results. No follow-up on John's shirt fibers purportedly being found in Jonbenet's underwear. Linda Arndt facing retaliation, such as stories damaging her reputation being leaked by Steve Thomas, and ultimately fearing for her life from members of her own department. Boulder County DA. The Boulder County DA's office under Alex Hunter was inappropriately differential to the Ramseys. A likely factor in this was John Ramsey was hiring lawyers from the firm Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman, who had close ties to Colorado's Democratic power structure, including Hunter's office. Hunter himself had a reputation for being very hands-off as a prosecutor to the point of protecting drug traffickers and sexual predators. The DA staff, which had frequently held friendly meetings with the Ramseys' lawyers, gave over key evidence in the case to the defense team. At one point, the police stopped sharing their most sensitive information with the DA's office, and shortly thereafter, their computers were hacked into. Refusal to authorize search warrants that the police requested. So from all this information here, it seems like there might have been some good cops here trying to do an honest investigation, but they were blocked. So it wasn't 100% failure on the part of the Boulder PD. Despite some willingness to work with journalists like Steven Singular, he also tried to prevent Singular from pursuing leads into prominent pedophiles within Boulder that might damage the city's reputation. Boulder activists Evan Ravitz and Bob McFarland were blocked from presenting evidence about pedophile rings to the grand jury, even as the defense handwriting experts were allowed to testify. That's curious. When the grand jury indicted both parents on accessories to Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, Hunter not only refused to prosecute it, but he hid the indictment. 9 years later, his successor, Mary Lacy, issued a controversial public exoneration of the Ramseys from guilt in their daughter's murder. Lacy's exoneration, which was based on DNA, exonerated the Ramseys from something the grand jury never charged them with. A blatant sham that would not be revealed for 5 years until the grand jury indictments became public. Yeah, I mean, there's funny business across the board here, and then I'll just reiterate again, no DNA has been tested using the latest generation technology. federal authorities. Now, this is really curious here. The FBI did not immediately step in to take control of the investigation, allowing the inexperienced Boulder Police to handle it instead. Considering that the crime initially presented itself as a kidnapping of a defense contractor executive's daughter by a foreign faction, which had terrorism, national security implications, as well as the appearance of a victim being transported across state lines, there was no legitimate reason why the FBI did not directly involve itself from the beginning. Donald Freed, in highlighting this irregularity, argues that the most likely explanation for this breach of protocol would be a stand-down order from a higher level authority, such as FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., or maybe even higher than that. This would in turn indicate high-level political will to subvert a proper investigation. The scrubbing of the Ramsey cell phone records purportedly sealed on the orders of the White House. Okay, this is really weird. So the Ramsey cell phone records are just going to be sealed forever, so nobody ever wants this solved? Now, you could argue that to protect an investigation, certain steps need to be taken. But how many years, how many decades need to pass before they would be unsealed? Just a question there. Just a question. I mean, does anybody think the investigation is on the up and up and there isn't some kind of an overlap here from something else going on? I'm not claiming to know what that something is, but a potential ring of criminals in the political elite would explain this, would it not? During the Wonderland child pornography raids in 1998, one of those arrested was Richard Bruce Thomas, a computer consultant in Fort Collins, Colorado. His role in a network is unknown, but he was found dead the next day of a purported suicide. The police never examined his hard drive, despite his proximity to Boulder and nature as a potential suspect. Interestingly, the Wonderland raids commenced on September 1st with Bruce Thomas being found dead on September 6th, and the Ramsey grand jury convened shortly thereafter on September 15th. The timing could suggest that the FBI suppressed the grand jury, which risked revealing a pedophile ring until the raids were done, either to protect their sting-op or, if their motivation was more sinister, to give themselves a chance to clean up the evidence. I mean, this just does not look good no matter how you look at it. I mean, just the level of coincidence here. I mean, this stratospheric coincidence stack. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. So for people who think that none of these rings exist, I mean, this is Washington Post, Thursday, September 3rd, 1998. Internet child porn ring raided by Michael Grunwald. Law enforcement agents in the U.S. and 13 other countries yesterday raided nearly 200 suspected members of an internet child pornography ring, a secretive network described by authorities as the largest and most prolific ever uncovered. The U.S. Customs Service, which seized computers from 32 American suspects yesterday in 22 states, said the online Wonderland Club required all members to possess thousands of sexually explicit images of children, some of them as young as 18 months. Club members then used secret passwords to meet in private internet hideaways where they traded the images like baseball cards, officials said. The ring was targeted for possessing and distributing child pornography, but in some cases the images pictured club members molesting their own relatives, the officials said. Officials around the world described the Wonderland raids as the most extensive child porn sting in history and as troubling glimpse of the future of law enforcement. The digital age, they said, has made it much easier to commit crimes like this, money laundering, intellectual property theft, while erasing traditional borders between nations. Yesterday's sweep included targets in the U.S., Australia, and 12 European countries. Investigators said they are aware of additional Wonderland members in 33 other countries, from Japan to Israel to Brazil. So, I mean, clearly this is just very, very high profile, and nobody ever talks about this anymore. I mean, I really don't remember this being referenced. Just skipping along the article here, American officials said the prom had its origins in a high-profile 1996 case involving a California-based child porn ring known as the Orchid Club. One of the defendants in that case implicated a British club members, and authorities in the UK soon linked him to the much larger and more sophisticated Wonderland ring. And I wonder if this Colorado ring has anything to do with Nancy Krebs or the people she unfortunately came into contact with. I mean, yeah, and the timing with, not just the timing, but the fact that if this is true, and they did not allow any evidence in the grand jury in the direction of any rings to be presented, that's really weird. Regional pedophile networks. Many prominent people in Boulder disappeared from public life shortly after Jonbenet's murder. There are indications from various accounts which Stephen Singular gathered that many high-level citizens in Boulder were involved in pedophilia. Local activists Evan Ravitz and Bob McFarland also pursued this angle extensively and tried to comment on this to the grand jury, as was their legal right, but Alex Hunter blocked them. The judge originally set to preside over the grand jury was suddenly replaced and left to go to Cairo. He had previously been involved in a child custody case where he kept children with their abusive parents, the Ballards, who prostituted them out. Yeah, I mean, just the level of coincidence here is just stratospheric, if this is all true on CavDef. And again, I don't see a source for this here, but regarding, I mean, everything that I've double-checked on CavDef did check out thus far. Again, that doesn't mean that's true, but everything that I've double-checked so far regarding news articles and court documents on CavDef, it apparently checked out, so this is really crazy. James Parton. Early in 1998, James Parton was arrested in Columbus, Ohio for distributing child pornography online. A former resident of Idaho Springs, Colorado, he was found to have a photograph of Jonbenet Ramsey in his possession. Parton also became a suspect in the disappearance of 14-year-old Beth Miller, who vanished in Idaho Springs back in 1983 when Parton lived there, due to him having newspaper clippings on her case and a map of Idaho Springs with 3 X's marked. One anonymous source alleged that Parton was continually let off on his crimes due to his well-connected father, Alan Parton, a high-ranking military officer who allegedly molested his own children. I mean, this is all such dark stuff. I mean, this is just absolute insanity here. And also regarding James Parton, I mean, this is all just very, very crazy. I'm going to go over one more article here, which makes a lot of connections. So, roseforjustice.com posted this, September 21st, 2020. Was Jonbenet an unknown victim of child pornography crime as multi-billion-dollar business? Child porn and abuse is linked to cyberspace social media employees fired from IT jobs such as Lockheed Martin and ... At the time of the murder, John Ramsey worked at the forefront of the tech world, starting a computer company in the 80s that he would merge with 2 other firms in 1988 to create Access Graphics, which sold Unix-based computer systems and would go on to become a billion-dollar company. Ramsey to leave his company, Denver Post, November 6, 2015. John Ramsey will be out of a job with the computer distribution company he started is taken over by another corporate giant. At the time, Ramsey will leave as president of Access Graphics, a firm he started in 1988 and then sold to Lockheed Martin Corporation in 91. Lockheed Martin kept him on and promoted Ramsey to president and chief executive officer. Once the sale is completed to General Electric, Ramsey will be retained as a consultant. Access Graphics was sold to General Electric in 1997. His net worth was reported at $6.4 million May 1st, 96. Prior to his daughter's murder in December 96. He announced to his employees that he no longer be president of Access Graphics once the acquisition is completed, which would be before the end of the year, said Hal Haddon, Ramsey's attorney. Haddon had been advising Ramsey on the investigation into the death of his daughter, Jonbenet, who was found strangled in the Ramsey home December 26, 96. With Ramsey saying he needed time to grieve, Lockheed named an interim president to replace him. Ramsey later returned to head the company as the murder investigation of his daughter dragged on. June 3rd, 2018. The Daily Beast reported police in Arizona say the murder of prominent forensic psychiatrist Stephen Pitt earlier this week is believed to be connected to several other killings near Phoenix. Pitt, perhaps most well known for his work in the Jonbenet Ramsey case in 1996, was shot dead outside his office Thursday night. The next day, paralegals Valeria Sharp and Laura Anderson were killed near the Scottsdale law firm, police said. Shortly after investigators said they believe the 3 killings are linked, a 4th victim turned up on Saturday. I mean, this is insane. So let's look at this article. Let's do a quick sidebar on abcnews.go.com. Forensic psychiatrist who consulted on Jonbenet Ramsey case killed outside his office. Stephen Pitt helped with a number of famous cases during his career by Mark Osborne, June 2nd, 2018. Okay, so he was found shot to death outside his Phoenix office on Thursday night. Witnesses told police they heard an argument between 2 people outside the office followed by gunfire, according to Phoenix ABC affiliate KNXV. Police said it is unknown whether the shooting is connected to Pitt or Pitt's work. Police described the suspected shooter as a bald Caucasian man wearing a dark hat with a short brim. Stephen Pitt and Associates is headquartered in Phoenix, but Pitt worked on a number of nationally known cases, including Ramsey's murder in 1996. The murder of the 6-year-old beauty pageant competitor found dead in the basement of her family's Boulder, Colorado home has never been solved. Pitt was brought on by Boulder Police and the DA to consult on the case in February 97. In a 99 profile of Pitt by the Phoenix New-Times, centered around the Ramsey investigation, the psychiatrist was described as, quote, a street-smart, openly ambitious, wise guy who seems most comfortable helping detectives sort out the pathology, the psychopathology that has led someone known or unknown to commit a crime, end quote. Pitt's website is a laundry list of prominent cases in which he consulted, including the Columbine High School massacre, the Jodi Arias trial, the sexual assault civil case of the NFL quarterback Ben Roethlisberger, the Kobe Bryant sexual assault case, and the Phoenix serial murderer known as the Baseline Killer. After Pitt's consultation on the Baseline Killer, the suspect, Mark Goudreau, was convicted and sentenced to death in 2011 for 9 murders. Pitt, 59, was the father of 2 children. An article from the Mirror, mirror.co.uk, Jonbenet Ramsey, serial killer hunted for 4 murders, including shooting of murdered child beauty queen psychiatrist. June 2nd, 2018. Okay. A high-profile forensic psychiatrist who consulted on a famous American murder investigation into the death of a child beauty queen has been revealed to be among the victims of a serial killer being hunted in the U.S. Dr. Stephen Pitt, 59, known for his involvement in the Jonbenet Ramsey case and raising suspicions about the 6-year-old's family, was shot dead outside his office in Arizona Thursday. He was the first of now 4 victims who have been shot in the area, others of which are understood to have connections to the legal world. Witnesses told police they heard a loud argument followed by gunshots when Dr. Pitt was leaving his office and officials said he died at the scene. You know what's weird, though? If this really is some kind of professional hit to clean up loose ends or whatever, why would there be an argument? Wouldn't they just kill him quietly? Unless maybe they tried and they couldn't and it turned into something, but... The shooter fled the area, and Phoenix Police Sergeant Vince Lewis said the shooter was described as adult male, bald, and wearing a dark-colored hat with a short brim. Lewis also said the police had no information as to whether the murder was related to Mr. Pitt's work. On Friday, 2 paralegals, Valeria Sharp, 48, and Laura Anderson, 49, were shot and killed at the law office where they worked in Phoenix at about 2:15 p.m. Wow, right in the middle of the day? Police are now investigating a 4th shooting in Scottsdale, Arizona, and police said they believe the 4 murders are related. The psychiatrist raised suspicions about Jonbenet's family and believed that the pineapple found in the child's digestive tract, which her mother denied she ate, was evidence the family were involved in a cover-up. He believed the pineapple proved Jonbenet ate not long before she died. Her mother, Patsy, claimed Jonbenet hadn't eaten any fruit before her death, but the mother's fingerprints were found on the fruit bowl, which made Pitt believe the family weren't telling the truth about what happened. Pitt had previously told People magazine, quote, the fingerprints on the bowl or cup that were used to give Jonbenet the pineapple were Patsy's fingerprints. It suggests someone is not telling the truth about what happened at that home that night, end quote. Pitt also worked on the 99 Columbine High School shooting that saw 15 people killed. He recently worked on a string of shootings in the Maryvale area, and his friend and fellow psychologist David Weinstock speculated that someone connected to one of his cases was behind the murder. He told Arizona Republic, I could be wrong, but the timing and circumstances sound a lot like someone who was waiting outside his office for him. I suspect this was one who either got out after Stephen helped put him away, or someone whose case he was working on and felt threatened about what Steve would do. Yeah, I mean, this is all very, very weird. So the only follow-up I could find on these 4 murders, Daily Mail, June 4th, 2018, suspected gunman Suspected gunman who killed Jonbenet Ramsey psychiatrist, 2 paralegals, and a hypnotherapist in Arizona murder spree kills himself after being cornered by police at a motel. Police were trying... Okay, a suspect linked to a series of murders in Arizona in recent days has killed himself after being surrounded by police at a motel. Police were trying to make contact with the suspect at Extended Stay Hotel in Scottsdale Monday morning when he opened fire on them from his room. Authorities said they gassed the motel room and sent in a robot where they found the suspect had fatally shot himself. Law enforcement sources identified the suspect as 56-year-old Dwight Jones. ABC News reported. While police have not yet confirmed a motive, sources told NBC the shootings may be linked to his bitter divorce from his wife. Court records show his wife filed for divorce in 2009, but the case dragged on until last year due to various elements, including child support. Police said they were in the process of evacuating the surrounding rooms when the suspect started shooting. No officers returned fire, according to Phoenix Police Sergeant Vince Lewis. The hotel raid came after authorities identified a 4th professional found fatally shot in the 3-day span of killings. Authorities say they have strong evidence that links the killings of a Jonbenet Ramsey forensic psychiatrist on Thursday, 2 paralegals on Friday, and the death of a hypnotherapist on Saturday. Dr. Stephen Pitt, a prominent forensic psychiatrist who assisted in high-profile murder cases, including the Jonbenet Ramsey mystery in Colorado and a notorious Phoenix serial killer investigation, was the first victim found dead near Scottsdale Thursday. Witnesses reported hearing a loud argument, then gunfire outside Pitt's office. It has since emerged that Pitt had carried out a court-mandated mental health test on Jones in the early years of his divorce battle. Police said the killings Friday of paralegals Valeria Sharp, 48, and Laura Anderson, 49, at the law office were related to the Pitt shooting, but were still trying to determine exactly what linked the 3 victims. The 2 women worked at the law firm of an attorney who represented Jones's wife in their divorce case. A 4th professional, Marshall Levine, was found shot inside a Scottsdale office building shortly after midnight Saturday. The 72-year-old worked as a hypnotherapist and life coach. He also provided marriage and divorce counseling. Jones had been seeing a therapist at the same building, but it isn't yet clear if he was Levine's patient. Yeah, this is really weird, although if there was a mass cover-up, is this how they would do it? They would Manchurian candidate this guy to carry out the plot, a guy who actually had motive and a link to all these people, so it could easily be swept under the rug. Again, I am not alleging that this is what happened or this is true in any way. This is Mindshock. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. But if there is a vast conspiracy, how would it be carried out? Is this a convenient way to do it? Just asking a question. But continuing back to Rose for Justice here, the truth or conspiracy theory. Did the Ramseys have any connection to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the international sex traffickers of little girls? YourTango.com posted, now the internet has gotten interested in her case again after a photo of Jonbenet resurfaced showing the child smiling into the camera next to a woman who looks shockingly like sex trafficking suspect Ghislaine Maxwell. Longtime romantic and business associate of Jeffrey Epstein. She was arrested earlier this month on charges of sex trafficking related to Epstein's sex abuse crimes. It's interesting that the Epstein and Maxwell Island appeared to be cultish going back to the days of the Egyptians. And the beautiful state of Colorado is alleged to have a myriad of Satanists and also known as Luciferians across their state who allegedly engage in secret ceremonies, including the city of Boulder, Colorado. Also, Your Tango posted, neither Maxwell's representatives nor spokespeople for the Ramsey family have commented on the photo so far. However, just a little research shows that Maxwell had some ties to Denver, Colorado, where the Ramseys lived, and that's enough to keep the rumor and conspiracy theories going. On June 23rd, 2016, the Daily Camera published Ramsey murder suspect charged in Boulder child porn case. As more than half a dozen national television productions prepare to mark the nearly 2 decades that have passed since the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey, a suspect in the notorious unsolved slangs is in Boulder County Jail on charges of sexually exploiting a child. Gary Howard Oliva, 52, was booked without bond into the jail Friday in 2016 on a case brought by the Boulder Police Department, the same agency that has labored for 2 decades to bring resolution to the Christmas night 96 murder of 6-year-old child in Beauty Queen. This writer's opinion about the homeless suspect and his description falls short of being capable of plotting out a kidnapping for ransom, but I could be wrong. The suspect is a homeless man and child predator. He smokes marijuana. Oliva, according to reporters, is diagnosed as a schizophrenic. It appears to me, as a layperson, that this suspect would be incapable of plotting out and kidnapping for ransom and demanding an odd amount of money, such as $118,000, that just so happens to be the same amount of John Ramsey's Christmas bonus. And as we just learned earlier, the same amount of not one, not two, but 3 different disgruntled employees and or associates with the company. What if the person writing the note was writing about someone he or she was very close to and giving a clue with or without intent? Furthermore, it appears that Oliva would be incapable of writing a 3-page ransom and be so specific with details considering his description. It's my opinion that the suspect may be capable of rape and murder, but it's difficult to believe that this homeless schizophrenic on drugs would even know how to write a 3-page detailed letter demanding a $118,000 ransom. Furthermore, city spokeswoman Sarah Huntley added, quote, "The police department diligently investigated these current allegations and believe there is probable cause to support the arrest, but we're currently not comfortable ruling anybody out as a suspect or ruling anybody in as a suspect in the Ramsey case," end quote. The Ledge newspaper reported on January 3rd, 2020 and January 5th, 2020, the following story online linked to Samsung, phone, and eBay and Lockheed Martin, where he was formerly employed. Polk County Sheriff's Office detectives arrested Jose Areza of Orange Valley Lane around 4:26 p.m. after investigating a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children cyber tip line report received in August concerning Areza's email address. The report noted numerous child porn video and image files of prepubescent children were sent to his email. Areza was employed at Lockheed Martin as an IT specialist, according to reports. When detectives asked to see his Samsung cell phone, he gave them permission, and they didn't find any media on the device, but they did find the eBay application installed. He faces $1,000 bond for tampering with physical evidence charge, a third-degree felony, and is being held on no bond for 16 child porn charges, which are second-degree felonies. Case number 2, former Lockheed employee and former NASA employee by Sister Giordano, Syracuse. The Syracuse man accused of having child pornography in his home computer was briefly employed by Syracuse University. Donald Leskew, 60, of Berkeley Drive, earned his doctorate in electrical engineering from SU in 2011, and officials confirmed he had worked at the university in 2012. Leskew's LinkedIn profile lists his employment history as a consultant at NASA and a systems manager at Lockheed Martin before managing his own company, Leskew Associates. You know what's also weird? I just keep going back to Kathy O'Brien's account where she said she was taken to different NASA facilities as well, not just military, but specifically NASA. Kind of weird. On Friday, Syracuse police arrested Leskew in connection with an investigation stemming from a September 12, 2012 search warrant at his home. During the search, detectives found child pornography on his home computer, police said. Leskew was charged with a felony, possessing sexual performance by child, and was issued an appearance ticket. He was ordered to appear in Onondaga County Court Wednesday, February 27, 2013. Case number 3. Fox 35 Orlando, Grady Judd on child porn arrests video, including Lockheed Martin former IT employee. Child porn arrests, Polk Sheriff Grady Judd says they've arrested 16 men, 3 theme park employees, including Disney, nurse, and a pharmacist of child porn because of more than obvious reasons we can never, ever locate all the children. One man is charged with the most counts of anyone on the board here today, and a married man with kids employed as an IT specialist in communication for Lockheed Martin with a master's was arrested and fired. John and Patsy Ramsay were both indicted for child abuse resulting in death and accessory to first-degree murder by a Boulder County grand jury that reviewed the case for 13 months before being disbanded in October 2000. The indictments were not disclosed to the public at that time and only became public 13 years later after a lawsuit filed against Garnett secured their release. Also, those indictments were never prosecuted by former Boulder DA Alex Hunter. However, he concluded they were based on evidence insufficient to secure a conviction at trial. Perhaps we will never know the truth when a 6-year-old award-winning beauty queen, 6-year-old child was brutally murdered and allegedly sexually injured, as reports by several writers. However, the Ramseys denied the accusations as false and denied all accusations. One thing is for sure, we know Jonbenet is in heaven with the Lord and surrounded by angels. The important thing to take away is that perhaps large companies hiring IT computer personnel in social media, cyberspace, NASA, who are masters at computer technology, will screen their employees more diligently when it comes to predators who secretly use their abilities to spy on children and prey on children and engage in child pornography or seduce them for instant self-gratification and for the multi-billion-dollar money laundering, international, illegal, and unlawful criminal business. Remember, even the Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates, who was linked to the international child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, stepped down as the chair of Microsoft, recently hit the news when his employee was arrested at his mansion. Rick Allen Jones, reportedly employed as an engineer at the Gates home, is accused of trading pornography images via Gmail. He is charged with possession of child pornography. The 51-year-old has been connecting pornography for a decade, and Gates or other employees remained unaware for 10 years, allegedly, according to King County prosecutors December 31st, 2014. What is more amazing is that these men are hired and work for these wealthy CEOs for years, and no one notices that they're engaging in child pornography top down, or do they? Why aren't the social media, cyberspace, major corporations, and Wall Street investors, as well as NASA, who hire IT geniuses who use their positions to target children for sexual abuse, be held accountable as well, instead of dismissed as if firing someone is going to end the problem, instead of fining them and paying reparations to the families? Rose Colombo, activist and advocate for justice and former CEO of Women Fight Back, stated the world needs to wake up that trafficking involves babies and toddlers, little children who are used and abused and many snuffed out, many trafficked as sex slaves and raped several times per day by adult males who are the lowest form of life on the planet. No matter who they are, how much money they have, they are insecure and very dangerous to society. Colombo is a longtime advocate for justice, referred to as crusader for justice by the media. She proposed laws to legislatures in California and nationally that were implemented. Her books are Irwin Award-winning and 5-star reviews. Obamacare, Dinosaurs, Rednecks, and Radicals is a political satire on the redistribution of wealth and depopulation, as well as a self-help book titled Fight Back Legal Abuse. Okay. All right, so a lot of information in this article here that there have been all of these vast arrests. I mean, there's also a mass CIA arrest scandal, which I had referenced before as well. I mean, there's just so many layers of all of this. Also, Affectionate Fly mentioned this on the Reddit, that Kevin Shipp, former CIA operative, stated on Twitter that Lockheed Martin was a cover of a CIA op. The tweet was, of course, since deleted, but does anybody else think it's kind of weird that Francis Sheldon, this pedophile and criminal scumbag who owned North Fox Island, and John Ramsey's father just happened to be the one who approved runways or built runways on North Fox Island, right next to Beaver Island, and that Patsy Ramsay, through winning a pageant Miss West Virginia, was connected to this senator, allegedly the guy, the MKUltra handler of Kathy O'Brien, who allegedly also saw John Ramsey's name on a manifest, even if it's a different John Ramsey, going to Beaver Island, right next to North Fox Island in Michigan. Patsy Ramsay from West Virginia. I mean, is this too many coincidences for most people? I mean, regardless of whether the Ramseys are innocent, because theoretically, they could still be innocent even with all of these connections, but the connections aren't necessarily coincidental. Because if high-ranking officials know about them and these connections are real, that doesn't mean they intentionally harm their daughter in any way, but clearly there's something else going on with other individuals known to them, and it is not coincidental. That's the point that I'm making here. That is the major takeaway point here. There's actually plenty more to come. We went over mostly the Access Graphics link and the overlap to possibly military or intelligence agencies and political affiliations. All of this seemingly coincidental to those that believe it has nothing to do with anything. I mean, the coincidence theorists, the field day they can have with the past 2 episodes. I mean, there's more coincidences here than even the most devout coincidence theorists can shake a stick at. So believe it or not, there's still plenty more POIs and suspects to cover, and even more in the direction of the Krebs account, the Kathy O'Brien account, and all of these overlaps. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patreon's your priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is part 18, Unreleased Clues. We are going to go over an overlooked interview, an Ask Me Anything on Reddit, if you could call that an interview of sorts. The first one that investigator Kolar had done, and quite a few little tidbits that many probably have either never known or have since forgotten about, but might hold some critical clues in solving this case. As always, if you find the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, code, podcast, or requests. You can also become a member right here on YouTube. Just check the description. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so let's jump right in here. Make sure you've checked out the previous episodes. We went over a bunch of suspects. And believe it or not, still way more. So this was posted in the so-called official Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit by M. May 333 a few years ago. Going over Kolar's first AMA, found several surprising answers he gave. Some that stood out to me are included below. As a side note, none of these are DNA related, as there were far too many to address in one post. Question: was it the conclusion of law enforcement that since there were no fingerprints on the ransom note, that a stager or stagers or the killer himself may have been wearing gloves when writing the note? In your book, you referenced that lab technicians thought that the brown fibers found at the crime scene of the wine cellar may have been work gloves. It seems like a latex gloves offer a tighter fit and would be easier to use than work gloves when writing the ransom note with a Sharpie. Did law enforcement ever find any evidence of latex gloves used that night? Answer: I don't believe there was any evidence developed regarding the use of latex gloves. Now, this is a curious answer here. No evidence was developed. Now, here's a note. Boulder Police Report number 1-1924. A neighbor who lived a few homes away from the Ramseys found a latex glove in her trash can in the alley. She didn't know how it had gotten there. Latex gloves are used by law enforcement officials to avoid contaminating evidence with their fingerprints. The glove, if part of the case, could have been used by an intruder, or it could have been discarded there by a BPD officer. Also, notation here, Boulder Police Department Report number 2-37. That is curious, and there were no fluids, so the latex gloves is item number 59. And yes, no fluids as noted. So make of that what you will. Is it common for law enforcement? I guess if they're sweeping the neighborhood, they wouldn't take the latex gloves off. Do they randomly discard them in neighbors' trash cans? Again, I don't know the protocol for all of this involving police officers scavenging the area with latex gloves. But that's a curiosity nonetheless. Next question. What does Jonbenet Ramsey's autopsy actually say regarding the final cause of death? Was it the blow to the head or asphyxia or some other factor? Answer. The coroner ruled the strangulation asphyxia created by the application of the garrote was the cause of death. One only needs to read the autopsy report to know that's a half-truth. Okay, so that was his answer, but here's the notation here. The autopsy states, quote, cause of death of this 6-year-old female is asphyxia by strangulation associated with craniocerebral trauma. Yeah, that is curious. So if it was a strike to the head and not the garrote. Yeah, that's weird. And also, what's up with the blind faith in the one corner? Because again, obviously, there have been various opinions regarding the autopsy and other so-called professionals. So I don't know. Yeah, it's also, yeah, I mean, that is weird. A lot of people just put blind faith not only in experts, but in single experts while ignoring other experts. Authority worshiping cultists really don't make a lot of sense. Like, let's follow science, not scientism. Question: so it wasn't done to cover up an accident? Answer: don't think so, if I understand your question. Notation here. Of course he understood the question, so what is Kolar's theory? Yeah, he is being really weird in answering these questions, and the way he's answering them. Very, very weird. Question: other than the fact that Patsy could not be excluded from handwriting of the note, does any physical evidence point to Patsy Ramsay that is not explainable by the fact that she was Jonbenet's mother and therefore had close contact with her in the 24 hours before death? Answer: I think the answer to this relates to the fibers found on the sticky side of the duct tape used to cover Jonbenet Ramsey's mouth. Laboratory analysis revealed that these fibers were microscopically and chemically, if I recall the correct language, consistent with the fibers collected from Patsy's jacket worn at the white party and on the morning of the reported kidnapping. Investigators posed the question, what were fibers from Mom's jacket doing on the tape reportedly used by the kidnapper/murderer to silence Jonbenet? By all accounts, Patsy never got near the piece of tape. Tex believed direct contact had to have been made for the transfer to occur between the tape and the jacket. Of further note, it took nearly a year for Patsy to turn over that jacket to Boulder Police Department for analysis. Another illustration of the family's cooperation with authorities. Yeah, this is so okay. None of this makes any sense because if they couldn't get a warrant for that, I mean, none of this really makes any sense. Also, if she wore the jackets at the white party, was the tape placed on Jonbenet's mouth at the white party? And if it's not Patsy, would someone else have the wherewithal to, let's say, take the piece of tape, press it to the jacket, and then put it on Jonbenet's mouth? That way it would fool all the gullible goofs like Kolar. Again, if he's not if he's not intentionally deceiving here. Some notations here. Patsy did not wear the jacket the morning of the 26th. Quote from Thomas: French walked up a curving sidewalk lined with Christmas decorations and large candy canes, small lights glittering in the darkness, and was met at the front door by a distraught dark-haired woman in black pants and a red sweater. That's interesting. So why is Kolar saying Patsy not only wore the jacket at the white party, but also on the morning of the reported kidnapping? And how would he know if she wore that jacket? Further notations here on Reddit. There were 4 red fibers found that were consistent with her red and black jacket. Hardly enough needed for direct contact. From Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, the lab had been sent a red blouse and sweater, black pants, and a red and black checked jacket belonging to Patsy. Now, the CBI reported that the fibers were not consistent with the slacks or the sweater, but were consistent with a jacket Patsy had worn the night Jonbenet had been murdered. The CBI could not say for sure the fibers didn't come from some other piece of clothing made of the same material, but this important evidence would be included in the police presentation. Yeah, this is actually very interesting because, so what type of jacket was it? So would it match any jacket of that color, of that type? Because if it was a unique jacket that nobody else had, okay, then there might be something here, because then the only way they could get on there is either because it was her or because somebody was specifically framing her using the jacket. Or if it belongs to any jacket of that type and it's a popular type jacket, what does this really mean? Further notations here from the Bonita papers. Cellmark Laboratories, who conducted the testing on the tape, found red, blue, pink, purple, and brown cloth fibers and animal fur, probably beaver. That's interesting. So there were a whole bunch of different types of fibers, and only the red ones, the 4 red ones, were consistent with the jacket, which may or may not have been Patsy's. And then there were also a whole bunch of other fibers. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, further notations. It took nearly a year for the police to receive the clothes the Ramseys wore that day because the police didn't ask for them until December 97. Oh man, Kolar is so intentionally deceptive. Wow, that's weird. Okay. So, sources here Boulder Police Report number 1-1429. According to correspondence between the Boulder Police Department and a Ramsey defense investigator, clothing John and Patsy were wearing on the evening of December 25th, 96 wasn't requested by investigators until 1 year later in December 97. On March 3rd, 98, Detective Trulio of the Boulder Police Department met with a Ramsey PI, during which time Trulio collected clothing purported to belong to the Ramseys. A letter from the investigation commander on the case at that time supports the request for the clothing 1 year after the murder. Okay, we also have Boulder Police Department report number 1-1430 here. Another police report indicates some pieces of clothing belonging to Patsy and John were turned over to the police January 28th, 97, approximately 4 weeks after their daughter's murder. From John, 2 black shirts. From Patsy, black pants and a red and black sweater. There is no indication if one or both of these reports may be correct if there's a mistake related to the date discrepancy. Well, I guess they could both be correct because that doesn't pertain to the jacket. So 4 weeks after the murder, they turned over a bunch of clothing, and then supposedly a year later they turned over more clothing, as requested. Interesting. From Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, more than a year after the Jonbenet Ramsey was murdered, her parents have turned over to Boulder Police the clothing they were wearing the night before their 6-year-old daughter was found in their home. 2 months after police finally made the request, they received 2 shirts, a pair of pants, and a sweater this week from John and Patsy Ramsay, according to sources. Authorities sought the clothing to compare the fibers found in the case, sources said. Yeah, that's weird. So either one report is wrong or they're both correct, and they were just different pieces of clothing handed over at different times. So it says here, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. So not police reports is stating that they took 2 months. So there was a request, and then it took 2 months. So were they not living in Boulder? If they were out of town, I mean, that could make sense, because then it has to go through a bunch of channels. I don't know. But in any case, wow, Kolar framed that so intentionally deceptively. Wow. I mean, this is really quite the expose into Kolar. Question, were the golf clubs Mr. Ramsey had removed from the house ever recovered? And if so, was any testing done on them? And if so, what are the results? Answer, to my knowledge, the clubs were never sought by investigators after the Ramseys moved from their home. And wow, completely wrong. So there's a lab report here. Exhibit 319, golf club, no blood indicated. Hair, fiber, and or fiber controls were collected. Exhibit 308, golf club cover. So this is a CBI report. The document number here, it's no longer available online, but the title of the document was 1996-1230-CBI RPT.PDF, and these are the exhibit numbers. It's no longer online from JonBenetRamsey.pbworks.com, but yeah, so the exhibit, also exhibit 308, golf club cover, no seminal fluid indicated, hair fiber and or fiber controls were collected, and there were also search warrants here, golf clubs 4 GLI, golf club 79 BAH, and golf club cover 50 BAB. So wow, Kolar, to his knowledge, so he's really not that knowledgeable on this case. Question, do you believe the scream came from Patsy Ramsay or Jonbenet Ramsey? Answer, under my theory, Patsy. Jonbenet Ramsey never would have been able to scream after being struck unconscious. Well, this is really weird because who said the scream was from that particular strike? She could have screamed at any time before. She could have screamed as somebody's winding up to strike her. She could have screamed as someone is pulling her into a room. I mean, she could, yeah, Kolar, I don't know what to make of Kolar. Either he's just that dumb, or he's intentionally trying to frame a narrative here. Because who said the scream had to have come from a strike? And if so, maybe it did come from like a light slap earlier, and then that wasn't the death-inducing blow. I mean, this is like Logic 101 here. Like the way, this is so weird. This is so weird. I've never heard a so-called investigator answer questions like this. let's do a quick aside here before we get back to this. So, on his LinkedIn here, A. James Kolar, Telluride Marshal's Department, went to University of California, Santa Barbara, retired chief. About James Kolar began his law enforcement career with Boulder, Colorado Police Department in '76 as a reserve police officer. Over the course of his career, he served as a patrol officer, detective, detective sergeant, supervisor of the department's narcotics and intelligence unit, and as a sergeant in the Uniform Patrol Division. In collateral duties, he served as assistant commander for the SWAT team, the coordinator for the department's gang unit, and as a supervisor for the Recruit Officer Field Training and Evaluation Program. He instructed nationally on the topic of the San Jose-based FTEP program for Kaminsky and Associates for over a decade. Kolar left the Boulder Police Department in '93 to take the chief's position in the mountain resort community of Telluride, Colorado. For nearly 11 years, and in response to community growth, he managed the operations of the department, building and expanding upon the components of administration, patrol investigations, and code enforcement. After retiring after approximately 28 years of law enforcement service, he accepted an investigator's position with the 20th Judicial District Attorney's Office in Boulder, Colorado in June 2004. As chief investigator for the DA's office, he assumed the lead role for the Jonbenet Ramsey cold case homicide investigation. The town of Telluride subsequently recruited Kolar back to the chief's position in March 2006. Since that time, he served 6 years on the executive board of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police as a representative for the southwest region of the state and is currently serving a 2-year term as the chair of Colorado's CCIC Board of Executive Directors. He serves as a vice chair for the San Miguel County Emergency Telephone Service Authority and is a member of Colorado's Western Slope Joint Terrorism Task Force. Okay, so this guy seemingly quite accomplished with so many decades of experience. Not only that, but he's the chief investigator, the lead role in the Jonbenet Ramsey investigation, and he doesn't know about the golf clubs? And he can't answer basic logic 101 questions? He's hallucinating that any scream from Jonbenet Ramsey could have only been made from a strike, not a second before. I mean, this level of goofery, would we expect that from a man as accomplished as Kolar? Or is this definitive, intentional steering? Now let's look at Boulder Police reports 1-1390, 1-174, and 1-175. A Ramsey neighbor, quote, stated that she heard one loud, inaudible scream that was the loudest, most terrifying scream she had ever heard. It was obviously from a child. Let me go over that again. Directly from the Boulder Police report, which no doubt Kolar would have read and known about as the lead chief investigator. It was obviously from a child and lasted from 3 to 5 seconds, at which time it stopped abruptly. So 3 to 5 seconds is definitely long enough to determine possible. I mean, if it was clear enough to whoever's listening, whether it was a child or an older woman or a middle-aged woman. So if it was only like one super brief scream, I mean, yeah, it could be kind of hard to tell, kind of hard to remember. But if it's a sustained 3 to 5 second blood-curdling scream that would haunt your nightmares forever, especially if you know what happened after, I mean, would someone forget such a scream and be that level of mistaken? According to Kolar, yes. According to the Boulder Police report, the department report, and the neighbor stating it was obviously from a child, no. She thought the parents surely would hear that scream. The scream came from across the street south of the Ramsey residence. And it happened between midnight and 2 a.m. Wait, the scream came from across the street? South of the Ramsey residence. Is that a typo? Was that heard from across the street or came from across the street? This is weird. Huh. And supposedly there's a bigger window here. I had thought that it was kind of nailed to around midnight, maybe 12:30ish. It's stating here between midnight and 2 a.m., so that's a bigger range. And it also states came from across the street south of the Ramsey residence. Huh. That's pretty weird. That's pretty weird, unless that's a typo. But what's not, I mean, it states here it was obviously from a child. I don't know how that could be mistaken by anybody other than Kolar, I guess. Next question here. I've heard that your book focuses heavily on Burke as a suspect. Do you have any statistics on the incidence of sibling murder in the U.S.? How common is it for a 9-year-old to sexually abuse and murder his kissed sister? Answer. I have not checked the statistics collected on child offenders since Foreign Faction was published, so thanks for your question. I will gather those updated stats for the upcoming second edition ebook release. In short, yes, there are many documented instances in which 9 and 10-year-olds have committed acts of sexual assault and murder. Notation here, really, question mark, where, question mark, does he include those stats in the second edition ebook release? Serious question. Here's what's weird. So this chief investigator with decades of experience, he didn't even pull the stats that would support his main theory. I mean, what level of goofery is this? I mean, this guy's supposedly a serious chief investigator with decades of experience. I mean, this is weird. I mean, literally in any case where maybe someone is alleging boyfriend, ex-boyfriend of a female that met with foul play, I mean, obviously you're going to bring up the statistics that's the statistical likelihood. And depending on the year, you know, statistics could vary, but it's the overwhelming majority of females met with foul play are met with foul play at the hands of either a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, husband, ex-husband, someone they know, not a stranger. And obviously you'd include those stats, yet this guy, I mean, this is really weird. I mean, this is really kind of exposing Kolar here. Question. I read that the Ramseys had given out no fewer than 15 house keys to random people. Nannies, gardeners, housekeepers, etc. Any insight on whether that's true? Thanks in advance. Answer. I did not waste my time researching the Ramseys' changing story about keys being passed out to the kingdom. They originally told investigators that John Andrew and their housekeeper had keys, and then the number increased exponentially. Kolar apparently didn't waste his time on researching who had keys to the Ramsey home, but still, so that was his answer. Notation. Kolar apparently didn't waste his time on researching who had keys to the Ramsey home, but still made the following statement in his $25 paperback. Quote, no keys had been lost or stolen, and the only other people who had keys to the residence were Patsy's mother, John's oldest son, John Andrew, and the housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh. End quote. However, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town states the following individuals had keys. Patsy Ramsay, John Andrew Ramsey, Nedra and Don Powell, Fleet and Priscilla White, Jay Pettipiece, the painter, Joe Barnhill, the neighbor, the Fernies, Linda Wilcox, housekeeper / former housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh, housekeeper, Suzanne Savage, the babysitter. I mean, this is straight from the Boulder Police Department reports, 1-6505, 1-1264. John and Patsy Ramsay had given several keys to subcontractors. Friends and neighbors, Boulder Police Report 1-1104, most of which were not returned. This comes information also from Woodward. Several police department reports indicate that investigators talked with more than 35 people outside the family about whether they had keys to the home. Boulder Police Reports 5-3920, 5-3921. Patsy Ramsay, while preparing for the tour of homes, openly told a variety of people where a key was hidden outside the home under a statue. The key was not found during a check for it after Jonbenet's murder. I mean, so this is critical information that Kolar, quote, didn't waste time on? I mean, the spare key or whatever that Patsy apparently told a ton of people wasn't even found. And this goof didn't even waste time. I mean, this critical aspect of the case. And how does he not know what's even stated in the Boulder Police Department reports? I mean, this is insane. This is the chief investigator. Like, what is going on with Kolar? I mean, does anybody have respect left for this guy? I mean, this is so weird. And it was the way that he stated that, too. He didn't waste his time researching. I mean, what kind of an honest, competent investigator doesn't pursue that angle? If anything else, just to rule it out. So, again, the spare key was never found. And apparently, I don't know if this is true, but we went over this in previous podcast episodes. Did they not change the house keys when they moved in? Because I read that as well. I don't have the source in front of me right now, but we went over that in the early episodes. So if that's the case, I mean, there's really an unlimited amount of people that could have had the key, and Kolar doesn't consider that, he doesn't consider that pertinent. He doesn't consider that worthy of any investigation time. That's weird. Okay, also Carnes, in Carnes' book here, 86, at least 7 windows and 1 door were found open on the morning of December 26, 96. Okay, next question. Where in Jonbenet's room were the feces-smeared pajama bottoms thought to belong to Burke found? If they were in plain sight, is there a crime scene photograph of them? Were they collected? Was the feces-smeared candy box collected? If not, do you know why not? Answer. It is my recollection that the PJ bottoms were on the floor, but I didn't see that they or the box of candy were collected. It was an odd observation noted by investigators, but I don't think they grasped the significance of those items at the time. Interviews were still being conducted with family employees and friends during and well after the completion of the execution of the warrants. Notes. Kolar certainly made some bold claims regarding these items that, according to him, CSI didn't find significant. How on earth would a box covered in feces not be significant? Below is a portion of Patsy's interview with the police where they discuss the pants that were turned inside out and found on Jonbenet's bedroom floor. This is with Tom Haney. How about 378? Patsy says, this is Jonbenet's floor, her pants. Haney asks, do you recall those particular pants? When she would have worn those last? Patsy responds, not for sure, probably recently because they were dropped in the middle of the floor, but I don't remember exactly. Haney states they're kind of inside out. Patsy responds, right. Haney says 379 is a close-up of it. It appears they are stained. Patsy says, right. Haney says, is that something that Jonbenet had a problem with? Patsy states, well, she was at an age where she was learning to wipe herself, and, sometimes she wouldn't do such a great job. Haney states, did she have accidents, if you will, in the course of the day or the night, as opposed to just bedwetting? Patsy responds, not usually, no. That would probably be from just not wiping real well. Potential search warrant items and questions: gift box with black velvet, 12 JRB, and blue sweatpants, 34 BAH. Question: Chief Kolar, what is your opinion of the fact that Patsy's sister was allowed to go in the house and remove enough property to completely fill the back of a squad car? I understand that none of the things she took were cataloged or inspected. Didn't the fact that John want his golf bag in the middle of winter raise any alarms? Well, it depends. So did he have another golf bag in Atlanta or not? I simply find it mind-boggling that this was allowed to happen, especially when she was going there under the premise of getting clothing for the Ramseys to wear to the funeral. Answer: I didn't see that any of the things that Pam removed from the home had been cataloged in any specific detail, but I could have missed that document. Investigators denied her access to the basement, so she was unable to collect John's golf bag. Steve Thomas raised that very question about his need for his clubs at that time of year, and given the circumstances pressing upon the family with his daughter's death. Well, see, again, that depends on a few different things. Again, I'm not defending John Ramsey in any way, but so let's take him out of the equation before all the goofs get triggered. Now, in a case where there's some kind of family tragedy, if an individual finds golf some kind of solace or relaxing activity, that would be the time they turn to it in times of grief to relax them or calm them. I mean, everybody has these types of activities. Again, I am not saying that John Ramsey is this type of person or that golf was this an activity that he would use in this way. I'm just, again, presenting some food for thought where it wouldn't necessarily be strange. Now, if he also has another golf club set in Atlanta that he would use in Atlanta, then it is strange, because why would he need that one in Boulder? If that's his Boulder set and it's winter, obviously that's weird. But if he only has one set and he takes it back and forth, I mean, again, I don't know. Some rich people have a lucky set that they always play with. Not that they can't afford another one, they simply prefer their one set. So yeah, without knowing whether or not he had another set in Atlanta, where of course you could probably play throughout the winter, depending on the day. But so another interesting note here from investigative journalist Paula Woodward. So, quote here, That same Saturday, Patsy's sister Pam went to the Ramsey home to collect clothing and personal items for the family. Pam said the officer on duty at the front door told her she could go in and get what she wanted. She insisted he accompany her and make a list of what she took. The WHYD Investigative Archive, however, states from a police report that the officer only allowed Pam to stand in the doorway of each room and tell the officer what she wanted to bring back. The officer would then take the item and catalog it before giving it to Pam. Okay, so we have basically three different stories here. We have the general story that's, again, I don't see any sources for it, where she basically went in and took whatever she wanted. Now, in her account, she stated that she insisted that the officer make a list of what she took. Okay, interesting. And then we have a third account, supposedly from Boulder Police reports, which may have been made just to cover this cover-up incompetence. I mean, we don't know, unless, of course, the report is true. In which case, Pam wasn't even allowed to actually take anything herself. She just pointed out and the officer took it. So we have three completely different accounts of what transpired in how she got these items from the home. Make of that what you will. Actually, there might be even more accounts. Let's go to the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. There's a thread here from Standard Neutral. Pam Paugh given police vest during raid on Ramsey house. No matter how much I research this case, I always find new information. Allegedly, when Pam Paugh, Patsy's sister, came to take items out of the house, she was given a police vest so she could work undisturbed and not catch the attention of the media. I'm looking for more info and sources on this, but as I understand it, she made off with a ton of stuff from the house, including Jonbenet's pageant outfits, bed linens, and other household items. Why was she allowed access to the house in this way? She removed items from the scene of a homicide that could have solved the case, or is it not that big of a deal? Of all the mishandling of the crime scene, this is almost never discussed. So, some discussion here from Michael. The fact that they didn't have two officers watch her as she took the items needed for the funeral and kept track of everything she took baffles me. No streetlights responded, they did. Where did you hear that Pam just went rogue, grabbing up stuff randomly and walking out? Steve's book, Steve Thomas wasn't there. Michaela responded, that's how I remembered it. Slightly exaggerated on my part. And yes, Steve Thomas may not have been there, but here is his description of the list that was taken of items taken from the home, page 52. Everett kept only a general inventory of what was removed, and even that abbreviated listing was astonishing. Stuffed animals, tiaras, 3 dresses for Jonbenet, pageant photo portfolios, toys and clothes for Burke, John Ramsey's daytime. What is a daytime? I don't know what that is. The desk, or is that a magazine? The desk Bible and clothing. For Patsy, there were black pants, dress suits, boots, and the contents of the curio cabinet. Bills, credit cards, and a black cashmere trench coat. Jewelry that included her grandmother's ring and an emerald necklace. Bathrobes, a cell phone. How many cell phones did they have? Did John or Patsy have personal phones, and then did John also have an Access Graphics cell phone? Or possibly additional phones? Personal papers, bank records, Christmas stockings, her Nordstrom's credit card, and even their passports. The patrol car was loaded with zipped bags, boxes, sacks, and luggage. The true contents unknown. And here's the other thing, too. Why are there even so many different versions of this? Does anybody find that problematic? Just the fact that there's so many different stories and versions and nothing is nailed down or corroborated? I mean, even law enforcement sources seem to be contradictory on a lot of this stuff, or none of these details can be exactly nailed down. Kenny's Jasmine responded with even more stories here. It's crazy that they would even allow her inside. I read several times that she even had the police car stop through a fast food drive-in to get her some lunch. This is a rumor. From Steve Thomas, Inside the Ramsey Investigation, page 51, quote, Patrol Officer Angie Chromiak told me later that when she showed up to pull a security shift at Tin Cup Circle, she was ordered by police headquarters to ferry Pam Paugh over to 15th Street to collect some clothing that John, Patsy, and Burke Ramsey could wear to the funeral. Even that decision, as kind as it may have been to grieving parents, was questionable, for nothing should be removed from an active crime scene. Page 52, quote, she spent an hour on our first trip to the crime scene and emerged with a big cardboard box filled to the brim, which she plopped, that's an interesting choice of word, plopped, into the trunk, not put, but plopped, into the trunk of the police car. For the next several hours, Pam made about half a dozen trips through the house, often spending an hour or more inside, and hauled out suitcases, boxes, bags, and loose items until the back seat of the police car was stuffed like a steamer trunk. Pam's last trip, so there's several trips in and out of the house. Pam's last trip was into the bedroom of Jonbenet, and she pumped herself up again, quote, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, end quote. She came back carrying an armload of stuffed animals and other items from the first room in the house to have been sealed off by police. Everett kept only a general inventory. Okay, I already read that part. Okay, wow. I mean, the cell phone definitely stands out there, because how many cell phones did the Ramseys have? Gretchen posted that the Ramseys had multiple cell phones. Huh. It would be curious on how many phone logs from how many different cell phones they had. And are these all cell phones on the same plan, or are there different plans, like a business versus personal, with different records? And did police were they actually able to access all the records for all the phones? Other people, even users' profiles since deleted, stated that she disposed of the weapon. I would postulate, did she do that unknowingly? Huh. So yeah, we have quite a few. I mean, there's one more thing here. Pam Paugh was on the Larry King Live show, October 19th, 98. Some reference here, she stated, quote, but I know that on the 28th, when I had to enter the home to get some personal belongings, some clothing, and obviously some things appropriate for Jonbenet's burial, I knew then that the police had made up their mind that Patsy and John had done this hideous thing. Larry King stated, you must have been totally shocked then. Pam said, well, of course I was. Larry, did you speak to any police officer? Did you say to anyone, you people are nuts? Pam responded, of course I did. Larry asked, and what did they say? Pam stated, not much. They just kept asking me a bunch of questions while I was in the home. Okay, so Pam is basically corroborating here that everybody thought that the Ramseys did it at this point. But why are they letting her remove cell phones and all these things then? I mean, does this make sense from any angle? It seems like it doesn't really make sense from any angle. And why are there so many different stories of whether she was escorted, whether she wasn't, how many trips in and out, what she took, how she took it, and even whether or not she had a police vest? Benny Baku posted this in response to this post. I may be misremembering, but I thought Patsy's jacket had red, black, and gray checks in it. I will have to go back in the interviews and read a description of the jacket. Still, the fact that the Ramseys kept the clothes they wore that night is amazing, especially if they were involved in a murder. Here's the other thing, too. Is it possible Patsy had more than one jacket that had similar fabric and colors? Like, when someone likes a particular brand of jacket, they might have different ones, right? Like people with certain shoes, they have different, they might even have more than one of the same exact type. I mean, I've even known non-rich people who liked a particular piece of clothing or jacket or shoes where they had two of the same exact model. Or they just like a particular brand and they have a few, not exact items, but similar items. They could certainly afford it, right? So is it possible there were two different jackets with similar fibers. I mean, they didn't take an interview of every single jacket Patsy Ramsay had, right? They were only interested in the one she wore the night before and the mornings, possibly, if she wore one that morning. Would they have actually gone through her entire wardrobe? I mean, how many jackets did a woman like that have? A former beauty queen married to this rich guy working for a company who just crossed $1 billion. So, yeah, I mean, nobody's really bringing that up. I think that's very relevant here. But continuing Benny Baku's post here, and that's also another good point from him, like, why would they keep the clothes, right? I suspect their lawyers told them to hang on to them because the BPD would want them eventually once they got their shitola together. The problem with fiber evidence, unless the garment is so rare, so unique, especially in this case, consistent as well, almost redundant. Patsy changed her out of the pants to the long johns. She tucked her into bed. If she was wearing the jacket when she did so, they were left on Jonbenet or the blanket. The fibers could have transferred from Jonbenet onto the blanket. Fleet dropped the tape onto the blanket, and there you go. The problem is the fiber evidence has been played loose by the BPD trying to connect Patsy to the crime with no official reports except Woodward. We take Thomas and Kolar's word for it? No thank you. In my opinion, BPD played fast and loose with their investigation, and Kolar was the worst of them. I mean, that would explain a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, regardless of what the real truth is. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anybody's innocent. I'm not claiming anybody's guilty. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just looking at this logically, and there's a lot of goofery here. There's a lot of goofery. It might have been unintentional. I mean, maybe Kolar's really just is a clueless goof. I mean, law enforcement is no exception to the field where a lot of yes men just get promoted. Because, they play well with others or the people that matter up top, and they get promoted, not in relation to their competency. You see this in every single field. Obviously, authority-worshipping cultists and all these clueless goofs that just worship experts and authorities, they're too mentally weak to conceive of the possibility that people get promoted because they're buddy-buddy with certain people. Nepotism, cronyism, all that stuff, connections, favors, just the politics of everything. It's not necessarily related to competency. I would actually even argue, I don't know the percentages, I would say a pretty decent percentage of the time, possibly even majority percentage. In most industries, this is the case. Eggnog Shake posted in We Have Your Daughter, Paula Woodward says the coroner told her that he put the two causes, strangulation and head blow, together because he did not know what came first. If the strangulation came first, which I strongly believe it did, it completely blows Kolar's theory completely out of the water. There is an RDI theory that supports strangulation first proposed by Dr. Cyril Wecht. However, I really think we need to be able to agree on this basic fact to get accurate theories. The autopsy says she had pedophile. She has a horrifying big red neck injury if you have seen the autopsy photos. That means her heart was still beating, trying to get blood to the brain, but was prevented from doing so by the strangulation that was occurring. The lack of blood in the brain is very significant, less than a teaspoon. This was an 8.5-inch crack in her skull. If that head blow came first, there would have been massive bleeding and swelling. There wasn't. Barely any blood, as Dr. Cyril Wecht says. If she had been struck in the head first, there would have been at least enough time for blood to rush to the head, causing swelling and even more bleeding. I don't know who killed Jonbenet, but I do know what happened to Jonbenet. Now, there is actually something we haven't discussed here. This is actually very curious. We have not discussed this yet on Mindshock. Gatsby posted her brain was 1,450 grams, which was huge for a tiny 6-year-old girl. That's closer to being the size of an adult male's brain. It takes time for the brain to swell that much after being struck. May responded, that's not entirely true, and I know we've spoken about this before. At birth, the average baby's brain is about a quarter of the size of the average adult brain. Incredibly, it doubles in size in its first year. It keeps growing by about 80% of adult size by age 3, and 90% nearly fully grown by age 5. By age 2, it is at 75% of its adult weight, at 95% by age 6, and at 100% by age 7. Wow, did not know this. This is pretty crazy. your brain weighs the same at 7 years old as it does as when you're an adult? Huh. There's no source here for this, but at age 20, the average weight of the male brain is approximately 1,400 grams. And by the age of 65, brain weight is approximately 1,300 grams. Brain weight for female follows a similar trend, although the total weight is 100 to 150 grams less than that of males. So Jonbenet was 6, not 7, and her brain was 1,450 grams. That's pretty big. Huh. Yeah, this is actually kind of weird, so perhaps she was struck first. I think this is all critically important, and I guess you would have no way of knowing how much her brain weighed the year before that, etc., etc. Unless, of course, people speculating that that's not her body. There's all sorts of theories out there. I mean, it is kind of curious that nobody really talks about brain size, even though there was supposedly no actual bleeding in them. I mean, yeah, there's so many problems here with this case. Also, supposedly... Also, without knowing the exact manner, after being strangled, the brain actually could swell as well. I mean, this really is a unique case. You don't see this level of just people on completely different pages with so many of these other cases. It's just, yeah, I mean, the brain size and the order of injury, this seems very critical. So Dr. Meyer wasn't aware of any head wound first because the swelling and hemorrhaging was internal from the injury. That's also kind of curious. I mean, you're going to hit somebody that hard, and there's going to be barely a mark on the exterior. I mean, none of this really makes any sense, does it? I mean, it really, really doesn't. So, yeah, just a short one today. I will be following up with more theories. We do have some very, very dark and sinister theories that we still haven't gone over, believe it or not. I mean, this is already the most comprehensive podcast series on the Jonbenet case, but we're not even done. So that's it for now. Hope everybody found another edition interesting and informative and comprehensive. As usual, in typical Mindshock fashion, attempting not to fall for any silly logical fallacies. You can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking podcasts out there, and keep up awareness in unsolved and cold cases, wrongful convictions, missing person cases, and more. Awareness is what gets cases solved. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, just hit like and share. If you're on Mindshock right now, make sure you're also subscribed to the Bruce McGuire channel. I post a lot of stuff on there that I do not post on the Mindshock, the main Mindshock channel. You could also become a member. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Jonbenet Ramsey series. Episode 19. This is episode 19, Mysterious Vehicles. Now, this is one of the least talked about aspects of the case. A mysterious vehicle that was supposedly of quite some interest early on in the investigation, and then we don't hear about it anymore. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and we'll be examining this topic in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies, unlike all these other true crime podcasts out there, and of course, anything in the mainstream on the idiot box. We will be doing a deep dive into this vehicle and everything, all of the information known about it, and what it could all mean if it's related. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, so I don't know if we've ever even mentioned this Black Jaguar. So apparently there was a Black Jaguar on the 25th supposedly circling the White's house during their Christmas party. Now, this actually intersects with a theory that Jonbenet Ramsey was actually killed at the Fleet White home. Now, whether some people believe this was just some kind of an accident, other people believe it was some kind of satanic Illuminati abuse ritual. There's all sorts of theories out there, but regardless, it is kind of curious how supposedly there was quite some interest with the Black Jaguar, and I've actually found information on the Jaguar that supposedly it was around not just that night, but a previous night as well, possibly the night of the other 911 call on the 23rd. And this, of course, was attributed to Fleet White, but we went over all the funny business surrounding that call. And, yeah, that's obviously very weird. And the Black Jaguar was actually not the only suspicious vehicle, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let's go to the Jonbenet Reddit subreddit. This was posted by Justice for JR 4 years ago. Suspicious Jaguar vehicle. While the Ramseys were having Christmas dinner at the White's home, a suspicious Jaguar vehicle was seen driving back and forth by the residents on numerous occasions. I don't know who reported it. Does anyone have any more info about the report? A Jaguar is a luxury car. Not many people own these vehicles. If the Jaguar was indeed involved in the crime, it could narrow down the background of the intruder or intruders. Someone from a wealthy background, perhaps. So Gen C posted the response here. There's also a Jaguar mentioned as being parked in front of the house in the Boulder Police report. I don't know about the reports of one driving by the Whites on Christmas night. So again, I don't know how verified any of this is. Of course, on Mindshock, we go over every single theory and possibility in exhaustive fashion. So there might have been up to 3 separate reports. Ramsey home on the 23rd, the night of the suspicious 911 call. The night of the 25th at the Fleets and also at the Ramsey home. So potentially there could have been 3 reports of a Black Jaguar. So what's curious about Black Jaguars, I've also seen reports that it could have been dark gray or black. So I guess it's possible there could have been a mistake, and these could be 2 or 3 different vehicles even. And it doesn't state the exact nature, the exact model here. But these are not the most popular vehicles. I mean, you can go out and not see a single Jaguar in the U.S. Now, I don't know about Boulder. People living in Boulder, I mean, are there more Jags? I mean, Jags, I think, were more popular probably in the 90s, but I don't know. They really weren't that popular. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not like other vehicles like Mercedes, BMW. I mean, there's a lot of these other type of luxury vehicles that are way more popular than Jaguars. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a curiosity. Heather posted this response: Christmas Day isn't really an odd time to see an unknown vehicle driving around a neighborhood looking for the home of a friend or relative who's hosting Christmas dinner. See, it depends what time, though, because if this was earlier in the evening, correct. But if this is closer to midnight when everybody's already home, like, why would it be circling? I mean, if someone's lost, I mean, if they're already going home, I mean, I don't know. She also posted, my aunt and uncle owned a brand new Jag in the mid-90s. They lived comfortably, but they weren't millionaires. It would be helpful to know the exact model because, like most vehicle manufacturers, even among the luxury lines, I mean, there could be a substantial difference in price. So Lou Smith was the one who said the vehicle was suspicious. According to the 98 Boulder Police Department interview, John Ramsey stated, so Lou Smith asked him, so apparently there was one or more witnesses at the White's house regarding this black Jaguar circling their house. Other sources state that John Ramsey himself was the witness. Lou Smith asked him about the Jaguar in the 98 interview. He asked, do you know anyone that owns a black Jaguar? John Ramsey asked late model like XJ6 or a later model. Lou Smith responded, right. John Ramsey responded, no. I think they're talking about the fleets here. They had a white one. It was kind of an unusual color. Gold, it wasn't green, you know. But do they have a Jaguar convertible? Yeah, they do. And then also, Patsy Ramsay has a white Jaguar. I mean, there's a lot of Jaguars here. Because earlier in the interview, again, this is the 1998 Boulder PD interview with John Ramsey. Anybody can look this up. His interview with Lou Smith. So he states later in the evening, so when did you go up to the Whites? At what time it was that you left your house? 4:30 to 5. It was an early dinner. Then Lou Smith asked, later on in the evening, you dropped off some presents at different places. Now, Smith asked him about who loaded them into the car. John Ramsey says he doesn't remember loading anything. Lou Smith asked, which car did you take? John Ramsey responded, we took Patsy's white Jaguar. So hold on a second. Let me try to get this straight here. You can't make this stuff up. So they took Patsy's white Jaguar to the Whites, who also own some kind of Jaguar, white or gold, like a non-regular white or gold Jaguar convertible, and witnesses at the White's home said that there was a suspicious black Jaguar circling the house. So there's 3 Jaguars in close vicinity of each other at the same time. I mean, how popular of a vehicle were I don't remember Jaguars being that popular. Okay, so I found some production numbers. CarolinaJaguarClub.com published some production numbers, various years. The Jaguar XJS, only 115,000 produced during a 21-year production life. I mean, obviously there's different models here. That's the XJS. But even modern sales, like XJ sales, U.S. annual sales 2016, 3,834. In 2019, 1,072. Is that accurate? That's goodcarbadcar.net. Might not be accurate, I don't know. But production numbers do not look like they're a lot. So anywhere between thousands and hundreds of thousands. I mean, this isn't... For the regular XJ... I mean, yeah, we're looking at tens of thousands per year. For example, the XJ Series 1, between 1968 and 73, there were only 82,000 produced. Over 5 years. 91,000 produced between 73 and 79. XJ Coupe, between 75 and 78, only 10,000 produced. The XJ Series 3 sedan, between 79 and 92, only 132,952 produced. Now that's how many produced, so how many were exported to the States? I mean, I don't know if it makes a distinction here. So 79 to 92, the Series 3 XJ12, only 10,500. Oh, wow. On productioncars.com, I mean, they're saying supposedly total Jaguar USA sales figures. In 96, only 17,878. In 95, 18,085. In 94, 15,000. So this is not a lot of vehicles. So to have 3 Jaguars, I mean, right around the same house? I mean, does anybody find that weird? That's kind of weird. Wow. So the Ramseys are driving around in a Jag. The Whites have a Jag. And there's also another mysterious Jag circling the house with 2 other Jags there at that time. With only, somewhere around 10 to 15,000 even being exported to the U.S. year after year. The whole U.S. So this is Boulder, not the most populated city, and this is Colorado, not the most populated state. So when Lou Smith asks him, do you know anyone else that owns the Jaguar? John Ramsey says, hold on, yes I do. There's a guy that had an apartment in Barbara Fernie's mother's complex that we looked at renting. This was after this happened for a place to live, and he had a black Jaguar, I believe. So this random guy at an apartment so Barbara Fernie's mother. So the Fernies are one of the least talked about so-called friends of the Ramseys. We went over them on previous episodes. So Barbara Fernie's mother, how well off is she? She's in a random apartment complex where some guy has a black Jag? I mean, I don't know. So that's 4 black Jags? Well, it doesn't say that Fernie's in Boulder, but I would like to know how many Jags were in Boulder versus every other city. Obviously, I don't think there's stats on that, but because across the whole U.S., I mean, there's really not that many sales. Across the entire U.S., there's only 18,085 sales of Jaguars. These are all models, so not just convertibles. These are total Jaguar USA sales figures according to productioncars.com. 18,085 and 95. So I don't know if these are 95 model or 95 sales. Because the 96 model, for example, that would have came out in 95. But either way, it's the same thing. Anywhere between 15 and 18,000 per year. And they went down a lot. So, for example, in 92, there were only 8,681 Jags sold. And then, so 96, 17,878, 97, 19,503. It wasn't until 98 where it was 22,503, 99, 35,000, 2000, 43,000, 2001, 44,000, 2002, 61,000. So, but back in 92, it goes 8,000, 93, 12,000, 94, 15,000, 95, 18,000, 96, 17,878. So not a lot of Jags being sold. And we have 4 right here that John Ramsey himself, or at least 3, they have a Jag, the Whites have a Jag, and this random guy. Would you even remember that? Like, this is kind of weird. If you're John Ramsey, not your friends, your friend's mother is at a random apartment complex, and there's a guy there that has a Jag. So this was after this happened. I'm assuming this happened. He's talking about Jonbenet's death. They were looking for a place to live. He had a Black Jaguar, I believe. Lou Smith said there was one scene in the neighborhood, the Whites on that morning or that evening. What does that mean? How does Lou Smith not know whether it was the morning or the evening? John Ramsey says, that's the only Black Jaguar I have seen in Boulder. This guy's got to be a short guy. He was in real estate. He was inaudible, but just peculiar. Huh. So it does multiple speakers, something inaudible, and Ramsey responds, the Fernies might, I guess they're asking if he knows his name. No, but the Fernies might, because I think they put, I can't think of the name of the apartment complex, but it's where Barbara's mother had an apartment in Boulder. He had to leave. I think he had left it there where he had a sublease, perhaps. Then Lou Smith states, how about anybody that owns an Astro-type van? Do you have any friends that own that or people from Access? There was an Astro-type van seen in the area in the report. What color? There was no color. John Ramsey says Access had a van that was a white Chrysler minivan. He also states that Fleet had a gray Caravan. So the Fleets have a white or gold Jag convertible and also some kind of Caravan minivan. That's interesting. Some Mark Candy posted, you'd think it'd be easy to find the owner of such a car, even if they came from as far away as Aspen. I wish the Whites had been questioned about friends or relatives of theirs who owned Black Jags. Samar Candy also posted, when you think of the leads that BPD did follow, like sending Thomas and Gosage on a 5-week hunt through 4 states, locating friends of John's dead daughter to see if she had confided with them anything about John having molested her, and this is even after his living daughter and son and ex-wife had said John had never behaved this way, and allowing Thomas and Gosage to set up microphones in a Georgia graveyard in the hopes of capturing a confession Patsy might make when visiting Jonbenet's grave. You would think that checking on car ownership would be a far more cost-effective way of finding the true killer of Jonbenet. Of course, this all assumes that the police force wouldn't have had the mindset that the Ramseys were guilty. Wow, that is mind-shocking. I don't remember reading about that anywhere. That's crazy. So they mic'd up Jonbenet's grave. That's really weird. Has that been done in any other case? If that's true, that's really weird. And they also... So apparently they went to a bunch of different states tracking down Elizabeth Ramsey, who died with her boyfriend Matthew Darrington January 8th, 92 in a car accident. Some people think the accident is suspicious, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a weird case. That's kind of weird. Here's an interesting post from Stupid Eyes Me. Who saw the suspicious Jaguar and who decided the Jaguar was suspicious? By one account mentioned above it was somebody at the Fleet's house, which is utterly ambiguous because the Ramseys were at the Fleet house too. A Candy Rose gives the source of the suspicious Jaguar as John Ramsey himself. I find it utterly ludicrous to imagine that a small foreign faction of terrorist kidnappers was carpooling around Boulder in a Jaguar. If they could afford to drive a Jaguar, why did they ask only $118,000 for a ransom? Well, maybe it was a rental Jaguar. You'd need a big chunk of that cash just to keep the Jaguar running. Ask somebody who owns one. Good point there. But again, maybe it was a rental. Nor do I believe desperately depraved pedophile intruders looking for a way to secretly enter the Ramsey home would scout the neighborhood in a Jaguar. A Jaguar in the U.S. would have to rank as one of the stupidest getaway vehicles of all time. Jaguars stand out like sore thumbs even in wealthy neighborhoods because they're British luxury automobiles. Jaguars have very distinctive body styles and hood ornaments, making them utterly unsuitable to any clandestine activity in the U.S. I think the suspicious Jaguar story is just another Ramsey red herring. Well, maybe it's a complete red herring, but on the other hand, if it's a rental or this is some kind of Illuminati in the club people, they're not concerned about getting caught because they're not going to be prosecuted. I mean, just look at all of the craziness and the Franklin scandal and even the Epstein case nowadays. I mean, this is just crazy. So, I mean, I wouldn't jump to any conclusions there fallaciously. Other people asking why would someone drive, even if they are scoping the place out, why would they drive by several times conspicuously instead of just parking down the street somewhere? That's a good point. Some searching girl responded to get a better, closer look at the star, ? Stupid Eyes Me responded, that's a good possibility. When I was a kid, we loved to drive around to look at Christmas lights. Christmas time is also when people have friends, relatives, and out-of-town guests over, and maybe they aren't familiar with the local streets and addresses. It was practically a national sport to drive around lost in the olden days before satellite navigation. And everybody knew someone who refused to stop and ask for directions, no matter how hopelessly lost they were. So, yeah, did they have some kind of really cool decorations? Because that would definitely explain it, unless it was the same Jaguar at the Fleets and the Ramsey home, and the same one 3 nights prior during the call, the other 911 call. I mean, obviously, I don't know how anybody would corroborate that was all the same Jaguar, but since Jaguars are relatively rare vehicles in those years, or any years, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's kind of hard to completely write it off just because it's a Jaguar, just mathematically. Searchin' Girl posted, I remember reading in the camera when he died that the Vermeer boy's father was known for his elaborate house Christmas lights and display. The boys lived in the house to the south of the Ramseys with their mother, and their father lived only about a block away. So that alone might have attracted looky-loos. CU was on break, meaning there wasn't much traffic, so the distinctive car would have stood out, especially to John Ramsey, who owns one. That's another good point, too, because if the Whites and the Ramseys own Jaguars, they would recognize another Jaguar. Or maybe it could have been someone looking for a drug dealer. There are quite a few of them on the hill, and Christmas is a special occasion. That's another good point. I mean, who are the Whites' neighbors? But, I mean, so there was notable Christmas decorations near the Ramsey home a block away, but not necessarily near the Whites' home, because this is about the Whites' home, huh? Oh, regarding the Boulder Star, Searchin' Girl posted, when my first thought of this when I read this is that the location of Cleveland Ave is directly underneath the Boulder Star, and it might have caused more people driving in the neighborhood to get a better look. However, there probably weren't many registered Jaguar owners in the state at the time. And perhaps cross-referenced in the license plate database to any phrase or wording in the ransom note might lead to a suspect. Seems too late now. Yeah, I mean, if there's like a Boulder Star landmark, Christmas decoration, whatever, in the general area, then I guess there would be a lot of people driving around. That could be explained away unless they can somehow prove it was the same Jag at the Ramsey home the morning of and 3 nights prior. May asked if this was talking about the dark blue Astro van, where there were multiple police reports reference this Astro van. Justice for JR responded, no, this is different to the blue Astro, a suspicious Jaguar driving back and forth. I don't know the color who reported it. Lou Smith considered this Jaguar to be suspicious, and I agree with him. I think someone was watching the White House to make sure that the Ramseys had not left. When the Ramseys left, They may have called the person who was in the home. Remember what the note said about the family being under surveillance? This is curious, actually. I didn't even think of this. I was thinking maybe they followed the Ramseys home. But if they had people in the Ramsey home, like setting up or whatever, while they were at the White home, did they have someone keeping tabs on the Ramseys to know when they were getting home? Huh. That's curious. That's curious. And if anybody stopped, let's say they stopped the Black Jag and they were like, oh yeah, we're just looking for the Boulder Star, that's kind of a good excuse. But why would they need to drive back and forth? Did they think it'd be too suspicious if they parked like down the street? I don't know. Because if the Ramseys have a white Jag, that should be pretty easy to spot even from a decent distance. Even at night, I mean, it's white. And with all the Christmas lights out and about. May also posted that it wasn't exactly a wealthy neighborhood. There are large homes in the area, but there are also complete dumps sprinkled throughout. That's curious. Huh. That's curious because if it was a mixed neighborhood of rich and not rich people, like literal dumps next to giant houses, that would make, yeah, I mean, that's a little weird. That's definitely weird. And like the supposed drug party going on that JT Colfax supposedly found out about in jail. If you haven't checked out the Colfax episode on the Mindshock series, check that out. May posted, one of the things that bothered me so much about the media coverage, I too had the impression until I drove down their street in 97. I was expecting to see sprawling mansions in an ultra-posh neighborhood, just like I had heard about time and time again. What I saw was vastly different. On their block in the 90s, there was a mix of large homes, dilapidated expletive holes, and fraternity houses. Huh. Jameson posted here, I don't know if this is the Jameson, especially if you put the Ramsey house in the center and have a circle around it for perhaps a quarter-mile radius. There were some very nice houses, most a bit smaller but very nice, and then there were the others. After my 22-year involvement, my husband recently traveled with me to Boulder for the first time. He has clearly seen photos of the house, seen all the documentaries. He was not prepared for the reality. The houses are pretty close together, not a rural setting at all, lots of cover for anyone wanting to hide, study, or stalk. Now from a June 98 interview, all right, let's look at, this is Jonbenet Ramsey murder.discussion.community forum. Unidentified, possibly suspicious vehicles seen around the Ramsey house and also around the White's house around the time of the murder. So Samar Candy posted this September 20th, 2020, blue Astrovan, observed parked directly across the street from the Ramsey house by a neighbor December 24th. This is from the Lou Smith deposition, January 2002. On December 24th, 96, in the morning hours, a neighbor who was also a personal friend of Boulder detective Linda Arndt, quote, observed a dark blue Astrovan parked across the street from the Ramsey home. This is BPD report 1-98. Wait, this neighbor just so happened to be a personal friend of first on-scene detective Linda Arndt? Oh, man. How high is this coincidence stack? This is weird. I mean, how often is one of the neighbors where a death of a child occurred the close, some kind of personal friend of the detective? This is so weird. I'm assuming this Linda thought this was legitimate since this was her friend that she personally knew. So that's the 24th, 96. So December 25th, 10 a.m., the same neighbor, wow. So the next morning, the same neighbor, quote, observed a dark blue Astrovan traveling northbound on 15th Street in the 700 block and stopped in front of the Ramsey home. Also from BPD report 1-98. December 26th, 96. So for the third day in a row, the same neighbor, quote, may have seen a dark blue Astro van parked in the same general location near the front of the Ramsey home from that same report 1-98. That's actually kind of weird because, so she's not sure if it was the same one. So for 3 mornings in a row, it doesn't say what time on the 96th though, but it was parked all in the same location. Now, keep in mind what we just learned about the neighborhood. Apparently, it's not this rich, posh neighborhood. It's a mix of somewhat, there's rundown homes, and there's also really posh homes. This is all very weird. So, Jean Fortier reported a dark blue Astro van parked across from 755 15th Street on both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. As far as is known, no one knows whose vehicle it was or who they may have been visiting or watching. Lou Smith questioned John about the blue Astro van in his June 98 interview, asking John if he knew any friends of theirs who owned one. But John didn't know of anyone. Incidentally, there was another blue van seen parked across the street from the Ramsey house the morning of December 26th, but that was investigated by Detective Steve Ainsworth and was found to have belonged to a friend of the Ramseys. So no, it said it was an Astro van because Fleet apparently has a Caravan, not an Astro van. So if they're that adamant that this was an Astro van, then this is not White's. So was it another family friend? Okay, more specifics here. The Black Jaguar. On the 25th, there was a Christmas party at the White's house just before the murder, just before the Ramseys came home. And there was a suspicious Jaguar vehicle reported in the police reports driving back and forth by the White's residence on numerous occasions. So this is from the Lou Smith deposition, January 2002. On Christmas Day 96, someone inside a Ramsey family friend's home noticed that a Jaguar convertible drove by that home at least 5 times. That's a lot of times. If they're just going to see the star and they got lost, at least 5. So 5 or more. So 5, 6, 7, 8 times. That's crazy. The Ramseys joined close friends for dinner inside that home on Christmas Day night. This is from Boulder Police Report 26-125. Wow. At least 5 times? So, someone inside the Ramsey friend. So, this could have theoretically been John Ramsey who gave this report. Other sources say that there was more than one witness to the Jaguar. So, we don't really know. And then I can't track down. I don't know if it was just a rumor that a Black Jaguar was also seen outside the Ramsey home on the 23rd during their Christmas party during the other 911 call. Okay, also another suspicious vehicle we have is the pickup truck. From John Ramsey's 98 interview, there was a truck that was parked in the alley across the road that I had never noticed before, and I was watching the truck to see if possibly somebody who was ... This is John Ramsey said that. Lou Smith said, let's talk about the truck that you say you see. Which window were you at when you saw it? Ramsey says, I think I was in Burke's room because the window is here. Lou Smith asked, where was the truck parked? John Ramsey responded, well, it was kind of behind the barn hills. There's an alley behind the barn hills and then almost like a house behind the barn hills. And I watched it for a while and there wasn't any activity. I specifically do remember the truck. Did Glenn Meyer have a vehicle? And if so, what kind of vehicle did he have? Because he was the boarder at the Ramseys, at the Barnhills. Also came over to the Ramseys during their Christmas party. There's also a white hatchback from the June 98 interview. I also saw a little white car that seemed to drive by inaudible, and I think it was early morning the day after Christmas. There wasn't much going on. I remember seeing the white Ford Fiesta or something like that. It was a small white Lou Smith's ass. And where was that at? It drove by. You get the picture of your house? Ramsey says, yeah, it drove on Cascade, drove down the street. Updated interview with Keenan and Schuler. Ramsey stated, I thought I saw him drive by twice on Cascade on the 26th, and there was hardly any traffic. What time? Early 7-ish, probably. It was early in the process. So you noticed a small white car? Hatchback type. It could have been, but it's possible. I don't remember it specifically, but it was a small white car. Several times, I want to say twice. Twice in one direction or down and back. Possibly twice in the same direction. I mean, it was a little suspicious to me at the time, but it wasn't enough to really lock in on it. So, Samar Candy also posted this. Biz's information she dug up relating to the blue van, B-I-Z. I don't know this user, but this was, I guess, copy-pasted from somewhere May 14th, 2012. Missouri in January 97. What is strange is that this blue van is mentioned as being seen before and around the murder time near the Ramsey house. It would have been a rickety thing. She only paid $200 for it, but it ran. And perhaps that's why it stuck out so much. I think it is very odd that someone drove that van to her in Missouri. Did someone want it out of Boulder because it was used in the crime? John Kennedy has called me 3 times, but I was too busy with family to call him back. And if you haven't checked out the John Kennedy podcast and his connection to quite a bit of strangeness with Helgoth and others, check that out. We went over that in previous episodes. It is kind of weird. Would you drive some kind of rickety $200 van to some kind of high risk to do a high risk kidnapping or something? That's kind of weird. Like, wouldn't you be afraid it would stall out on you? I guess if you're a totally non-intelligent, desperate criminal, who knows? But May 15th, 2012, the blue van was very interesting to Lou Smith. It was there for 2 days in a row, or 2 different days close to the murder. Possibly 3, according to what we just read. Unless there was a mistake there. For those, and the person reporting the van is supposedly a personal friend of Linda Arndt, the first detective on scene. Anybody find that weird? I mean, this is all really weird. For those of you just entering the conversation, I just spoke to Karen Gygax. And she told me she left an old $200 rusty Dodge van at Valmont Auto with the keys in it when she left with Gygax for Indiana. Again, if you haven't checked out the Kennedy Gygax Helgoth podcast on Mindshock, check it out. These are very strange individuals, to say the least. They never made it to Indiana because he tried to kill her, and she ran out of the rental truck with the clothes on her back, and she stayed in Paris, Missouri ever since. You can't make this stuff up. This is crazy. However, in January 90, so some guy involved with blowing the whistle in the Jonbenet Ramsey case with his own associates supposedly tries to kill his wife. Is Karen his wife? It doesn't say here. He tries to kill her while they're taking this. Well, it says this is a $200 rusty Dodge van. Is this the Caravan? But the neighbor said Astro. So does the neighbor not know her vans? But you would think someone could show her a photo of the difference between a Dodge Caravan and an Astro van. Unless, I don't know. How old is she? Does she can't see clearly? Maybe it was the same van, maybe it wasn't. And is it coincidentally the same model that Fleet White has? You would think Fleet White would have a model that wasn't breaking down, though. $200 rusty. I mean, who knows? However, in January 97, someone drove that van out to her in Paris, Missouri. I wonder who drove it out and why didn't they just scrap a $200 van for parts? Did someone want it out of Boulder? Is this why the perp did these things in the home and Jonbenet Ramsey was not taken as planned because the van broke down? ? Gygax, Helgoth, and Kennedy are all expert mechanics. So wait a second. If they're all expert mechanics, does it just look rickety, but they somehow... The other thing that's kind of weird is, this is a weird thing. A lot of people say this. Mechanics, even not completely dead broke mechanics, like some non-quite broke mechanics, all drive like broken down cars that always break down. Isn't that kind of weird? I've heard this from many people, by the way. I had a mechanic once, a friend of mine. He had a rickety, it looked like a complete piece of crap, but as far as I know, it always ran perfectly. So I don't know. I mean, did the van not break down and it just looked like rusty crap, but they actually replaced all the parts very well so that they knew it would be reliable? Karen is the one who noticed info about the blue van from the paperwork I sent her about the case. She doesn't do internet. And brought it to my attention. What a perfect vehicle to use for a crime of the century, just a thought. May 20th, 2012, just found out from Kennedy that Karen's van was light blue. Just like the description, I think this could be important. Plus, there was a suggestion that Gygax put it somewhere else and brought it to Valmont Auto right about the time of the murder. Kennedy mentioned 2 other possible accomplices, Rick Greathouse and Rich Hill. I am looking for info. Found a Ricky Greathouse who is a child sex offender, but need to clarify whether or not he's the same one. Still trying to find out who drove the van back to Missouri in 1997. Yeah, I mean, this is all really weird. Anybody else find this weird? So Unsolved Mystery on their YouTube channel actually found a crime scene photo where it looks like there could be a van. It's hard to tell the color. It could be blue, could be green. In the crime scene photos. Is this the van being discussed? So if it's in the crime scene photo, I mean, it's there the night after. So are people speculating it broke down so they left it there? That's way too obvious. Could the cops be that incompetent they would have never checked this van? The other thing I can't get over is that Gygax or Kennedy have this blue van. They have the exact van spotted. And I guess that's not that rare of a van, but it's still kind of weird. Still kind of weird. Unsolved Mystery also reported here that the detectives drove around the neighborhood filming video of all the cars parked on the street. So again, this is after the fact. So unless they left the vehicle there if it broke down. I mean, how crazy would this be? If the case was solved because the perpetrator's vehicle broke down and they had to leave it right near the home on the same street. I mean, this is very close to the house. Supposedly the Fernie van was parked in the back of that, so it wasn't parked in the spot of where the crime scene photo is, unless, I mean, could they have moved the vehicle? And Unsolved Mystery also, in their video, suspicious blue Astro type van captured at the crime scene, goes over the different body types of Chevy Astro versus Dodge Caravan. I mean, from a distance, I mean, yeah, I guess you could mistake. So what does everybody make of all of these suspicious vehicles in the area? I mean, it's kind of a lot. I mean, we have potentially 3 black Jags at three different times. Possibly twice at the Ramsey home, and once supposedly verified by police reports, going around back and forth 5 times minimum. That's kind of a lot of times, though, even if you're lost. I mean, 5 times back and forth? I don't know. And then, of course, the blue van situation, coincidentally, this personal friend of Arndt making this ID at least 2 mornings in a row, and possibly even the morning of. For 3, and possibly 2 other, between the Fernies and then Fleet supposedly also having a blue van. Is it verified that Fleet drove the van over to the Ramsey home, though? Or did he drive something else, in which case he can be ruled out? It's very difficult to find details on any of this. And is it all by design? Is this all by design? I don't know. Plenty more to come. Believe it or not, there's even more we haven't gone over. But some mind-shocking revelations here about the neighborhood as well, and how it's really not as posh as reported. Supposedly a lot of slummy homes in the area, possibly a lot of drug activity going on Christmas night. So who knows what really went down? We'll be continuing to investigate in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. Hope everybody found another edition of the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, not suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. Are we audible? I think the audio is good. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the long-awaited Bob Enyart podcast in the Jonbenet Ramsey True Crime series, part 20. This is obviously the most comprehensive, exhaustive, logical analysis of one of the most infamous cases in modern history. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes or you've been living under a rock on Mars, which may not even be a planet, but whatever it is, wherever you are, if you have not heard of this case, I don't know what to tell you, because we're not going to be summarizing it all over again. We are only going to be examining the Bob Enyart connections, coincidences, and anomalies in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you are with us here live, you could drop any thoughts, theories, or comments, questions of any kind in the live chat. I'll try to get to each and every one of them. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct as evidenced by any kind of Jonbenet Ramsey or other true crime case discussion in the mainstream, or anywhere else for that matter, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notification here. This is the Bruce McGuire channel, the home of Mindshock. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So, without further ado, let's take a look at Pastor Bob Enyart. So, before we get to the, we have Glomar Explorer in the chat bringing up Bob Enyart in connection to Columbine. And if you haven't checked out the Columbine series here on Mindshock, make sure you check that out. The most comprehensive, exhaustive analysis of that tragedy, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And we're not even sure about that, because the official narrative seems to be the only thing we can be moderately sure is bonk. That doesn't mean we know exactly what happened, though. So, yeah, Bob Enyart live, as we went over in the latest Columbine episode on withheld FBI files that were withheld from FOIA that actually exposed that there were people discussing the Columbine shooting the night before Columbine on Bob Enyart Live's chat room. Now, this guy obviously connects with quite a few cases. We're going to try to keep it on track and discuss the connections only with the Jonbenet Ramsey case, but if the Jonbenet Ramsey case also spiderwebs into many other cases with some kind of satanic ritual abuse, Illuminati cabal happenings, as Nancy Krebs blew the whistle on, yes, Pinto Sack, Bob is no longer alive. Welcome, Beacon of Truth. Pinto Sack here, Glomar Explorer. Yeah, so, wow, what? Glomar Explorer mentions Eric Harris referenced Jonbenet in his writings once also. That's curious. Although perhaps not that curious. I mean, they are local, relatively local to the area. In Colorado, a very, very strange place. So, I will be doing, it's been a while since we did the Jonbenet Ramsey episode. Apologies for that. I do have a few more episodes I wanted to do touching theories that nobody else has covered yet, and there's quite a few. I mean, just the amount of oddities in this case, it's just one of those cases. There's not too many of them. Maura Murray, another one of those. But, yeah, there's a couple cases in true crime where just the oddities just never stop. So I'm going to let the chat decide. Do you guys want to do a video presentation? We could watch a couple videos on Bob Enyart and then go over the nitty-gritty details. Or we could just start straight from the files and websites referencing all of this information. I mean, there's a lot here, and Bob Enyart has injected himself into the case very strangely as well. It's tough. It's tough. So what does the chat want to do? You want to start with videos? Yeah, everybody wants videos. Supersonic Devin, welcome. All right, so let's start with a compilation here. Quite a few people have been investigating Bob Enyart in connection with the Jonbenet Ramsey case. And they've dug up quite a few things, so let's systematically, logically analyze all of this. There's also compilations from various documentaries with clues and how they may or may not connect to Bob Enyart. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a quick synopsis on Bob Enyart himself before we get into the video. Yeah, let's just do the wiki here. It's pretty short. Bob Enyart, born January 10th, 59, died September 12th, 2021. That's interesting. Died 12/20/21. That's a lot of 1-2s. Was an American conservative talk show radio host and pastor of Denver Bible Church in Denver, Colorado. He was an anti-abortion advocate and political commentator. Enyart opposed mandated vaccinations and mask mandates for COVID-19. He died of COVID-19 in September 2021, allegedly. Early life and education. Born and raised Paterson, New Jersey. Interesting. This guy's from Jersey. He attended a Catholic grammar school for 8 years before attending a public high school. Well, that's curious. Enyart studied at Arizona State, where he specialized in computer science. Huh. Career. Before graduating from college, Enyart began working in the tech industry, including positions at McDonnell Douglas and U.S. West in Denver. See, that's curious. McDonnell Douglas Corporation, major American aerospace manufacturing. Huh. It eventually merged with Boeing in '97. U.S. West in Denver, a regional Bell operating company created in '83. a case related to the antitrust breakup of AT&T. Huh. He designed computer software for military helicopters. I wonder if he's got any connections to John Ramsey. Served as a computer analyst for Microsoft. I mean, wow. This guy did a lot of stuff. Wow. I mean, this guy's kind of dialed into aerospace, communications, tech, and military, and Microsoft. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, what are the chances this guy's not some kind of Illuminati shill? If you guys recall, on the previous episodes, I went over a whistleblower who said her husband was somehow connected to FBI or CIA, and there's a lot of upper-level people involved if there was some kind of satanic ritual, and this kind of matches what Nancy Krebs was talking about. Welcome lured ape south to west. I mean, this is crazy stuff here. I actually was not aware of how... I really thought this guy was just a pastor. I mean, this guy's background smells of shill. I mean, this guy works for McDonald's. So some random guy from Jersey ends up in Arizona State, Arizona, and then he just starts working for McDonnell Douglas, Aerospace Manufacturing Corp, and defense contractor, U.S. West Communications, one of 7 regional Bell operating companies created after the antitrust breakup of AT&T, and also designed computer software for military helicopters, also a computer analyst for Microsoft. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this must be the most accomplished pastor ever. Can anybody think of any other pastor who has this kind of background? I mean, that's anomaly. That's one of the biggest anomalies right off the bat there. I mean, to think that this guy's not some kind of spook shill. I mean, what are the chances? Pinto Sang says military industrial connections just like John Ramsey. Yeah, and well and beyond. I mean, this guy's dialed in at Microsoft. I mean, this is crazy. Glomar Explorer says AT&T, Bell, endless rabbit holes to dive into there alone. Yeah, I mean, that's 5 hours if we go down that rabbit hole. All right. Opposed to legal abortion, Enyart began working for Operation Rescue in '89. Operation Rescue, or Operation Save America, fundamentalist Christian conservative organization based in Concord, North Carolina, suburbs of Charlotte. Opposes human-induced abortion and its legality, Islam, and homosexuality. Interesting. So, multiple arrests for trespassing, assault, and obstruction at women's clinics led to conviction. Enyart spent time in jail. In '91, Enyart began broadcasting about conservative issues at KQXI. With his audience growing, he began broadcasting on Christian television station KWHD-TV, owned by Lucia Broadcasting of South Bend, Indiana. Huh. In 2000, Enyart became a pastor at Denver Bible Church. Enyart hosted Bob Enyart Live, a daily show at Denver-based Christian radio station KLTT, and was a host for Cornerstone Television, the Christian broadcast satellite TV network. In '91, Enyart created a radio show to support creationism and attack evolution. Enyart changed the name of the show in 2006 to Real Science Friday as a challenge to National Public Radio's show Science Friday. That's actually kind of funny. On December 28th, 2012, Enyart settled a trademark infringing and cyber squatting lawsuit brought against him by NPR and renamed his show Real Science Radio. Wait, why would there... How could that be trademark infringement? Real Science Friday as opposed to Science Friday? I mean, that's... What? That's weird. I mean, that's crazy petty. I mean, what is going on there? That's a lot to unpack there. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Enyart served as a spokesperson for the anti-abortion group American Right to Life. He picketed the homes of doctors who performed abortions, causing one Colorado town to ban such protests in residential neighborhoods. Enyart criticized presidential candidates who did not share his view on abortion and advocated for the death penalty for women who had abortions. Oh, that's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up. Some would say. others would say it doesn't really matter whether you murder prior to exit from the womb or after. AIDS. In 95, Enyart angered families of people with AIDS when he read a man's obituary on his television show Bob Enyart Live, calling the deceased a sodomite. A regular feature of the show. This guy is definitely controversial. I mean, is he some kind of shill plant made to make conservatives look bad? A shill plant gone crazy, MK Ultra. Now, whether or not he's directly connected to the Jonbenet Ramsey case, that's what we're going to be examining here. Corporal punishment. Enyart was a proponent of corporal punishment of children. He served a 60-day jail sentence in Jefferson County Correctional after being convicted of child abuse for hitting a 7-year-old with a belt so violently he raised welts and broke the skin of the child. In 94, Enyart agreed to stop making late-night telephone calls to residents of Kenosha, Wisconsin, who were upset with the content of his program on a Kenosha. See, Kenosha, Wisconsin's a very interesting place, is it not? It gets on the map in 1994. That's pretty curious, isn't it? That's pretty curious. And this is, of course, where the Rittenhouse situation occurred. And a lot of people only even know of Kenosha because of that. But, I mean, Bob Enyart. So Bob Enyart has nothing better to do than to make random late-night telephone calls to the residents of Kenosha, Wisconsin. You can't make this stuff up, people. I mean, this guy's weird. Pinto Sack says he's hardcore. Glomar Explorer says provocateur. I mean, this guy's a weirdo. No matter how you slice it. I mean, is this all part of some kind of? Was he MK Ultra? Is his MK Ultra glitching? Even Alex Jones doesn't do that, does he? Does Alex Jones just randomly start calling up residents of some random town? Okay, no, get this. You can't make this stuff up in the Bob Enyart saga. So because Bob Enyart is randomly calling residents of Kenosha, the senator, Russ Feingold, a Democrat, a Wisconsin senator, calls for FCC to investigate if the talk show host had broken laws. So, because he's randomly calling residents, so prank phone calls are illegal? I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is not even necessarily a prank, but I mean, I have no idea what's going on here. Enyart was sentenced to 11 days in jail June 2009 after he refused to pay a fine for his conviction of criminal trespass at the Focus on the Family headquarters. I mean, this guy gets around. All right, so here we go. Check this out. The O.J. Simpson connection. In 1999, Enyart bought about $16,000 worth of O.J. Simpson memorabilia, which he burned on the steps of the L.A. courthouse where Simpson was acquitted to protest the verdict in the Simpson murder case. I mean, this guy's kind of like a dark version of Alex Jones. Let's see if we get a close-up of Enyart's eyes. Open theism. Enyart was a proponent of the doctrine open theism, which rejects several aspects of the classical theism of traditional Christianity. In 2014, he publicly debated the issue with Reformed Baptist apologist James R. White. COVID-19, Enyart sued regarding... So, following a lawsuit brought by Enyart, a U.S. District Court judge ruled in October 2020 the state could not impose mask-wearing mandates or limit the size of gatherings at Denver Bible Church. Personal life and death. Enyart married Krista Johnson in 1982. The couple has 2 children. Before divorcing as a result of his extramarital affairs. This is kind of a weird, it's almost like a hit piece Wikipedia article, isn't it? Like just I mean, this is just weird. After a second brief marriage, Enyart married Cheryl Maines in 94. Wait, Maines? Hold on a second. Maines? No, that's spelled differently than Mark Maines. One of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold's friends who sold him guns. Or at least it's spelled different here. In 94, he served in 99, he served a 60-day jail sentence of hitting the 7-year-old child. All right, so that's the brief rundown on Bob Enyart. Pinto Sack says this guy's whacked out. That would be crazy if he did marry a relative of the guy that sold the guns, and that's possibly if there was a connection on how he knew about what was being planned. But anyway, let's get to the videos in connection with the Jonbenet Ramsey case.
Earlier today, the Ramseys broke their silence and shared their grief with CNN's Brian Cabell in this exclusive interview.
You believe it's someone outside your home?
There is a killer on the loose.
Absolutely.
I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's a he or a she. But if I were a resident of Boulder, I would tell my friends to keep your baby close to you. There's someone out there.
Boulder's mayor, Leslie Durgin, rejected Patsy Ramsay's claim.
People in Boulder have no need to fear that there is someone wandering the streets of Boulder, has been portrayed by some people, looking for young children to attack.
You know what's kind of weird, though? You have the other attack of the girl that went to the same dance studio. You know, just people on the prowl. You have random murders. I mean, it's kind of weird for the cops to just... I mean, it's just weird, because how do they know... Unless they knew the parents did it right from the beginning, but how would they know that? I mean, there's so many oddities here. I mean, the Fleet White oddities. I mean, just non-stop oddities. So, that's kind of weird. Who else thinks Patsy Ramsay's genuine? I don't know if we went over that specific interview before. She seems kind of genuine to me. I mean, or is she just that great of an actress? Because she looks like she's on like a lot of drugs to obviously, you know, cope with this tragedy. I don't know. I mean, I can't. I mean, we can go back through that. Yeah, she's obviously drugged up, but I mean, there's a lot of pain there. Is it somehow channeled or misdirected there? Or directed away from... I mean, it just... She also says... I don't know if it's a he or she. That's kind of a weird thing to say. Have any other cases somebody said something like that? Because normally it's like some kind of big, bad, scary man. Like, what would cause her to say it's a female? Or it could be a female. Unless she had suspicions about the babysitter. It's kind of tough. Anybody have any thoughts on this? Micro expressions give away nothing. I mean, it seems like genuine pain. Now, that doesn't mean, obviously, you know, if this was some kind of accidental death, she could still be in genuine pain about it, but... Beacon of Truth says she's not talking about her pain, she goes directly to fear-mongering. I mean, is it justified fear-mongering? Lured Ape says, this is dodgy, why even mention the options? Well, the police maintained that there was no threat for forever, right? I mean, they never connected the Jonbenet Ramsey case to any other case officially. What's weird is the cops always say that early on. I mean, the investigation's still open. How would they know what's... I mean, it's just kind of weird. The cops always do that. Like, just the incompetency. Lured Ape says, like, when a child says, I never took the cookies when no one accused them. Wait, are you saying that about the cops? Like, the cops are saying there's no ongoing threats, which means there is an ongoing threat? Supersonic Devon says, I think she seems nice, not cruel. Well, if you haven't listened to the previous episodes, apparently she was connected to, like, Freemasonry through her parents, and, I mean, there was a lot of crazy stuff going on in both the lives of Patsy and John Ramsey pre-marriage and all, like, in their early lives as well, and their families. Lured Ape says, no, I'm saying it is odd that Patsy said it could be a man or a woman. Did someone ask if it could be a woman? Well, regardless if someone asked or not, that is a weird... I'm not sure I've heard anybody say something like that before. Because it's usually just assumed, especially in the 90s back then, before, like, the stats were out. I mean, I could throw the stats on the screen right now. For the wokies... So this is child abuse, male versus female. But back in the day, everybody just kind of assumed it's like, you know, men are the vast perpetrators of all types of abuse. So, yeah. A lot of goofs don't actually know the stats of anything. Females are definitely more likely, maybe not by a landslide, but more likely to harm children than men. But anyway... Obviously, this is an unlikely scenario, regardless of what did or didn't happen. Exactly, you know, how many individuals were involved. So, the only thing I could say is if Patsy suspects it was the babysitter. So, maybe that's why she made that reference.
Close to you, there's someone out there.
Boulder's Mayor Leslie Durgin rejected Patsy Ramsay's claim.
People in Boulder have no need to fear that there is someone wandering the streets of Boulder, has been portrayed by some people, looking for young children to attack. Boulder is safe. It's always been a safe community. It continues to be a safe community.
You know, I don't know why she said that. To this day, I don't know why she said that. But boy, I think that's what touched it off, and it seemed like after that all the dominoes started
Well, for us it
falling.
was so bizarre because we knew there was a killer out there.
How calm and methodical John is strange, though, isn't it? Like, look how calm, cool, and collected John is here. Here's the other thing, too. There were, we're talking about several murders in Boulder here. Because not only the attack on the other child that went to the same dance school as Jonbenet Ramsey, but the former housekeeper ended up dead. If you haven't checked that out before. Not only that, but then you also had Helgoth ends up dead under suspicious circumstances, almost made to look like a suicide. I mean, you have a lot of deaths and murders going on here within a relatively short span of time in Boulder. And they all apparently, I mean, I don't know if it was definitively proven that Helgoth was somehow connected to the Ramseys, but obviously the former housekeeper was. That was the former housekeeper. So, that's curiosity. And then, of course, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with John Ramsey, though. I mean, was he MK Ultra? Patsy still looks like she's on something. Amy P., welcome. Yeah, I only have a couple thousand podcasts, Amy P. You should be able to get to them rather quickly. But yeah, sleep is important for most people. Supersonic Devon says, after seeing all the cases over the years, women have really shocked me. Being a mom, I might have bias because I cannot comprehend. Beacon of Truth Tower says, Patsy's not acting right. Both parents' words are too scripted. Well, if she's drugged up, and I mean, she had various health issues throughout the years, so I don't know. She never really struck me as suspicious. John Ramsey's definitely odd, but he seemed very odd before Jonbenet Ramsey's death. So I don't, I'm not sure how much that means. But he's an odd duck for sure. For sure. I mean, all of these people seem kind of odd. The Fleets, the Steins, I mean, they all seem pretty odd. Pinto Sack says he's always calm and like a robot. I mean, I suppose it's also possible, he's on some other types of medications as well. Pinto Sack says, Bruce, in the first CNN interview, you can find a part where John mouths the words Patsy is speaking, very suspicious. Well, their lawyers probably coached them on what to say in all the interviews, right? So, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much to read into that either. But, yeah. Let's continue here.
After that, all the dominoes started.
Well, for us, it was so bizarre because we knew there was a killer out there. And how could she say there wasn't? It made no sense.
What I would recommend is that somebody contact Bob Enyart and ask him. What you can do is have your investigators simply Google his name, Bob Enyart, and you can see what we've done. We've put all of his personal information on the internet, shows up hundreds of thousands of times, and he's a public figure here in Colorado, and he's ignoring it. And so his pre-Miranda silence is more than an admission of guilt. And so you guys should have more than enough, because the investigators have taken our DNA on false allegations. They've taken our children on false allegations, trying to silence us. And so we've been threatened with arrest, but no police has yet to even go question him or take his DNA, and that's a concern for me as a citizen.
And I think you were going to give me an FBI
Yeah, I will do that. And the reason why this is so disturbing is because the police, like I said, and the FBI have been receiving the same information for at least 16 months. We tried to get a restraining order against him 2 years ago and were denied. And then we received death threats, and then it just began getting worse from there. But nobody has even so much have even done a little old-fashioned knock and talk and asked him the questions. We have websites put against him. We have all of his personal information all over the internet. I mean, I can give you the websites and you can find everything you need. And he won't even tell us to stop. He won't sue us. He just keeps threatening us. Okay? And so this is extremely serious, and they won't test his DNA. He left it on Jonbenet. They won't go test it. They test our DNA. They've been harassing us and threatening arrest, taking our kids, all kinds of stuff. So we need Homeland Security to really take this seriously. And so his FBI number is 678532LA7.
Welcome to part 2 and the conclusion of our Clue That Breaks the Case 2013 on the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. The Denver Post cannot be trusted. You'll think, well, the DNA evidence proved it's not the Ramseys. It's got to be somebody else. Well, the Denver Post, and like the Daily Camera in Boulder, they tend to find ways to ignore or downplay outright crimes or incompetence by leading governing officials and by Colorado's elite, like the Denver mayor for using prostitutes, right? They do a good job reporting on that. Or the Jefferson County Sheriff denying the existence of the search warrant application for Eric Harris prior to Columbine. Did they do a good job exposing that? Or how about the Arapahoe County Sheriff re-addicting boys, young men, to crack cocaine in order to use them sexually? How'd they do on that case?
That's what he's doing.
So the Denver Post is an apologist for the Colorado elite, and so they can't be trusted.
From the very start of their investigation into the death of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey, Boulder, Colorado police were suspicious of her parents, John and Patsy. The day after the murder, DNA samples were collected from Jonbenet.
There's DNA in 2 places, under her fingernails and in her underwear, none of it belonging to the Ramseys.
New technology helped exonerate the Ramsey family. Touch DNA analysis found the DNA of an unidentified male on Jonbenet's long johns. It matched DNA that was found earlier on her clothing.
By the way, we're going through the clue that breaks the case. Jonbenet, undoubtedly being a spoiled brat, how she's being raised by her parents. So an intruder breaks in, right? There's no evidence of a break-in. It snowed that night, no footprints. Intruder breaks in and kills Jonbenet and uses duct tape and a cord, but removes that stuff but leaves the body. So like the intruder's going to try to cover up the evidence, removes the duct tape but leaves the body. As a 6-year-old beauty queen, Jonbenet Ramsey was publicly sexualized by her parents, dressed provocatively, and coached to saunter like a seductress. That's wrong. You teach your daughter to dress like that and to behave like that? So Patsy Ramsay living her life through her little girl?
The American public has been led to believe that while we went to bed that night after Wonderful Christmas, brutally beat Jonbenet, sexually molested her, strangled her, went to sleep, got up the next morning, wrote a 3-page ransom note, called the police, sat around the house for 4 hours, then I went downstairs and discovered her body. And was able to act distraught. Patsy was able, wrote a 3-page ransom note, Called the police, sat around the house for 4 hours, and I went downstairs and
Did everybody catch that? He said he went downstairs. Not downstairs. Downstairs. Huh. He's thinking about scares? I mean, I'm not sure it's that simple as he was scared something had happened to his child, as did someone threaten him? Is he scared? Is the entire Illuminati satanic ritual cabal story true? And that's why, you know, everything from, somebody else mentioned Judge Long in the chat as well. I went over Judge Long, even connecting to Moscow, Idaho, of all places, as some kind of satanic ritual abuse corridor. And, you know, keep in mind, I mean, this is back in the day. I never heard of Moscow, Idaho until the Idaho students case. This is tough. But, so if he's been threatened, so the theory that we've been going over on the last few episodes, if there is some kind of satanic ritual abuse, and she was never meant to die, but there was some kind of an accident, like, do people expect John Ramsey to tell the truth and out his fellow Satanists and occult ritualists? I mean, they'd obviously kill him, and his wife, and his son, and his other family. I mean, what is he supposed to do? So he actually seems a lot more agitated and less robotic in this interview than others. And this Freudian slip of downstairs, maybe it's that simple that, you know, there were scares. He didn't know where his child was. Maybe it's that simple, or maybe there's something else going on with scares and scaring. Perhaps even if he's scared that his role in the satanic ritual abuse will be discovered. Again, for people who think this is all unfounded, check out the previous episodes. Check out his father, North Fox Island, etc., etc. I'm not going to go over all of that again today, but this is not nothing. This isn't just made up by crazy people online. I mean, there's countless hours of documented evidence and connections here that simply cannot be ignored.
discovered her body and was able to act distraught. Patsy was able to throw up that morning because of gut-wrenching anxiety. She faked it. Help me understand that. Where is our common sense as a society, as a race of people?
What do you think happened?
Well, I think what happened, and it's, I guess, supported by evidence and seasoned people that have looked at it, is that this person came into our home when we were out for dinner on Christmas night, and then waited until we went to bed and took Jonbenet from her room. And
did you guys also catch how he looked down? I mean, that's a sign of shame. Let's watch it again without the volume here. I mean, that's kind of a random place to just suddenly look down. He's not looked down any other time during the rest of that. It was just a sudden look down. Like, what is he ashamed of? What, some kind of satanic ritual abuse party?
out for dinner. Well,
who she was?
You know, I've told people I don't think I know anybody that could be. Waited until we went to bed and took Jonbenet from her room. And
think this person knew
Well,
who she was?
You know, I've told people I don't think I know anybody that could be this evil. But we were it was a small town. We had a rather large company in that town. We'd gotten publicity from time to time, which probably raised our visibility. John Douglas, who's a very well-known crime profiler, said he believes it's someone that was either angry at me or jealous of me. And well, I can't imagine I've made anybody angry at me.
You know, there's a book author and FBI criminal profiler, John Douglas. He wrote the book Mindhunter, which reads in part like the Jonbenet case in the use of duct tape, ligatures, and similar phrases in the ransom note. And John Douglas's book was found by the detectives in the Ramseys' bedroom. If the Ramseys murdered their daughter, possible motives include parents blaming the daughter for their own sexual abuse of her, jealousy of the mother toward the daughter, sexual incident getting further out of hand than even planned, outburst of wrath after sexual assault unintentionally harms the child lethally. The actual murder then and the kidnap scheme came about to cover up the initial crimes.
If I told you right now that we have trace evidence that appears to link you to the death of Jonbenet, what would you tell me?
That is totally impossible. Go retest.
I'm talking about scientific evidence.
I don't give a flying flip how scientific it is. Go back to the damn drawing board. I didn't do it. John Ramsey didn't do it, and we didn't have a clue of anybody who did do it.
Even after 3 days of grueling interrogation, Patsy staunchly maintained her innocence.
You know, quit screwing around. Let's find the person that did this.
We have had everything in our lives scoured. I mean, they have talked with my fourth grade teacher, my, friends from elementary school.
The other thing that's kind of interesting, I mean, look at all the people that corrupt cops, like all the innocent people that corrupt cops break. And occasionally they might get a real guilty person as well. Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of tough. I'll throw another teaser here. I'm still working on my deception software. It's AI software that can supposedly tell whether or not someone's being deceptive or not based on micro expressions. And yeah, it's a bit glitchy, but I will be unveiling that soon, because then we could just overlay it over any video of anybody speaking and see what it can give us in terms of percentages. So yeah, I was hoping to already have it done by now, but as with everything always takes forever. All right, so yeah, but right off the bat here, I mean, it's kind of, I know some people think that Patsy did it, but a woman who's this ill, she's been physically ill on and off for a while. I mean, she's on drugs. Like, nobody thinks she would have slipped up more than she had. I mean, John Ramsey's slipping up more than her. I mean, I just don't know. I think if I had to guess, I mean, obviously the motto on Mindshock is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If I had to guess, I would guess if she were truly guilty, she would have slipped up. I mean, there's just too much media time. There's too much drugs. There's too many hours of interview. I mean, there would have had to be some kind of slips. I mean, look at John Ramsey. If anything, John Ramsey seems to know more. I mean, I don't know what that would be, but John Ramsey seems to know more.
There is no history of any kind of activity like this. We did not, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Again, if I just had to guess here, look at John's face when she says there's no history of activity like this. Again, he's like glancing down. If there were history of... So here's another theory. Would Patsy have known or allowed her daughter to be abused? I mean, look at John Ramsey here. I mean, he looks more guilty than Patsy when she's talking about there not being a history of any kind of abuse. Again, I'm not saying he is. But just looks-wise.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
These are family members, but what they say is supported by Boulder Social Services. After the murder, they videotaped a long interview with Jonbenet's 9-year-old brother, Burke. The police watched from behind a two-way mirror. Social Services later reported there was no indication of either physical or sexual abuse. The police declined to take part in this program, but even their inquiry supports the family. Many months of investigation into possible sexual abuse, according to one law enforcement official, had yielded zero. Frigging zero. It means the case constructed by the media against the Ramseys is baseless. There are other suspects for the murder who the police have been slow to pursue. It is perfectly possible the killer was hiding in the house when the Ramseys returned and may have been there for some time.
But the clue that breaks the case is the phrase, "I advise you to be rested." No theory of an intruder can explain that phrase, nor much of the above evidence against the Ramseys. But that key phrase explains the evidence, both the damning and the exculpatory evidence both.
The reality is that an intruder could easily have got in, and once in, moved around undetected and unheard. From her parents' bed on the top floor, it is no less than 55 feet and 1 floor below to where Jonbenet was sleeping. There are thick carpets, sounds do not carry. And there is no hidden room. A carpeted spiral staircase a few feet from her room leads to the kitchen. From the kitchen, it is only a few steps to the door to the basement stairs. At the bottom of these stairs, at the end of a short corridor, is the room where her body was found.
He is an extreme manipulator. He's a cult leader. He has a radio show in Denver. He's being sued by NPR right now because he's a thief. But he has a radio show at 6:70 a.m. every day, Monday through Friday. And he's a Christian pastor, a pro-life pastor. And so he's been using his pro-life status as a cover to kill children. And I can give you his FBI number, his birthday number, his social security. We purchased all of his court documents. We've been doing a full year's investigation, figuring out why he's trying to take our kids. And it led us into discovering that he murdered Jonbenet Ramsey, and that is a fact. His DNA is on there, and he's scared to death. He is absolutely freaking out, and so it's the last hurrah. He'll kill as many kids as he can, and until further notice, basically. Okay. Bob Enyart's DNA is on Jonbenet. and he's very scared of that.
And how do you know that?
Well, put it this way. We've been blasting Bob Enyart directly for 3 months now, and he has not said anything. He's only come in anonymously and tried to deny it and discredit us. Yeah. And so the fact that he's a public figure, I've been telling him directly, sending all 12 of his emails and all 100 of his followers directly. And so it's no secret that he knows. I called his show directly and told him the FBI's coming for you.
So, I mean, that's an interesting strategy, but she didn't answer the question. So they suspect that it's his DNA, and their strategy is, if it's not, he's going to sue them for defamation. And the fact that, and he's not suing, so that means it's his DNA. Like, that's a weird strategy. I mean, I'm not saying it might not work, but I mean, that's a weird strategy, right? Because, I mean, they're making a definitive positive claim. So that opens them up to defamation. She's not saying, oh, maybe it's him, maybe it's not. Let's do an interview. She's saying definitively it's him. So she's basically begging to be sued for defamation. And like libel, slander, defamation, she's begging to be sued. And the fact that he's not responding or suing, that's her only evidence that it's his DNA? I mean, if he doesn't trust the Popo, and he thinks, I mean, I guess they have his DNA anyway. I mean, he's in the FBI database, right? So, I mean, has his DNA actually, let me actually nail that down. Has the FBI, let's see if we can find that. So, okay, apparently there's no definitive source that his DNA has been tested. So obviously it's been reported to the FBI, you know, through various people that he might have done it, but there's nothing here. Also, what's curious is the police have refused independent DNA testing as well. So, okay. So they won't test it, they won't allow anybody else to test it. And there is no actual reference that they tested it against Bob Enyart. So like everything else, question mark remains. That's a bold strategy, though, by these people.
And he hung up on me. Okay, so he knows. He's scared. He's scared. Go talk to him. Here's the thing. Go talk to him. I could be lying, but go talk to him.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm lying, go find out from him, because he wrote all about Jonbenet on his ShadowGov website. His ShadowGov is the small foreign faction spoken of. He wrote all about it in great detail, how John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsay did it. And now he's saying Burke did it, the 9-year-old at the time. And so he's going into great detail on how John Ramsey went and got the DNA from an adult bookstore or striptease club back there in 1996, and how that DNA is impossible from an intruder's perspective. It has to be from some striptease club that John went out and gathered in the middle of the night and put tissue under her fingernails too. I mean, read it. It's on shadowgov.com. You can read his account of what happened to the Ramseys.
Okay. Didn't get his or any of theirs?
Yeah, and the thing about it is we've been telling the cops, Westminster, and everything about them, and they went out and took 700 DNA swabs, people in the cell phone towers and people falsely accused like me. They haven't taken the Bowmans, and they haven't taken Enyarts. And I don't really know how a sting goes, but I assume that when you're a number one suspect, you're just being watched. And this is the type of criminal that he's in charge of hundreds, if not thousands, of missing children, rapes and murders, and hookers in the 80s that showed up missing. Any kind of dead body cold case that you guys can't figure out, you can look at Bob Enyart, and you'll probably be able to get some answers, and I'll promise you that.
That phrase, "I advise you to be arrested," shouts that the parents murdered their daughter, and then worked to throw the police off the trail. On that Christmas night, after Patsy put her son to bed, John began to sexually abuse his daughter. One form of destructive behavior led to another, and at midnight, in a burst of anger and emotion, Patsy struck her daughter in the head and cracked her skull. They realized the severity of the wound and that Jonbenet was near dead. Neither wanted to be caught, so they began to conceal their crimes. First, they strangled Jonbenet, which both gets rid of her and makes what would have been an accidental death appear to be deliberate. Makes it appear like somebody wanted to kill her. Then they planned to dispose of any damning evidence, but realized that without evidence pointing to someone else, they would be the only suspects. So if they were to survive, the resourceful Ramseys would have to rework the crime scene to point to an intruder. So they decide to write a ransom note, and what an absurd ransom note it is.
Wow.
6 weeks after the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey, Boulder, Colorado police were still hammering away at their only theory, that her parents killed her. They had no solid evidence yet, but they were pretty sure they knew where she died and how. In a cold, dark basement outside the Ramseys' wine cellar, the 6-year-old was brutally attacked.
This little girl went through a living hell. She was sexually assaulted. She was stun-gunned. There was a blow to her head after she was dead. She's strangled using a garrote made from a broken piece of a paintbrush.
Could John or Patsy Ramsay have been capable of such a vicious murder?
Have you ever seen a parent went to this extreme to kill their daughter? You know, what do we see? We see the, I'm mad at him, so I bang their head up against the wall. I'm mad at him, so I punch him. I'm mad at him, so I shake him. That's what we see in law enforcement.
Those are crimes of passion.
Exactly.
This is not a crime of passion.
Exactly.
So with that pretext, they went to work. John found a pair of unused shoes somewhere in the garage and made a footprint next to the body. He then took those shoes, the oversized underwear, the other damning evidence with him, like the duct tape, and he left the house around 1:30 in the morning. He went out to find a public restroom, at a gas station, a diner, wherever. Somewhere along his journey, he dropped the damning evidence in the trash. At the restroom, he used the underwear that Patsy had recently purchased to pick up a pubic hair, one pubic hair from a public toilet. He picked up one.
How'd you know that?
And he rubbed a stain onto the underpants. Later, Mr. Ramsey returned to the house, planted the lone pubic hair on the blanket, put the stained underwear on her body, and broke the basement window, even though there's no evidence of anybody coming in from outside.
Who else thinks this is all weird? You have this lady accusing him of not only Jonbenet Ramsey's death, but all of these random hookers turning up, you know, all the bodies that turned up in the 80s. Then you have Bob Enyart here somehow stating all of this as fact, as what John Ramsey did to cover all this up. I mean, they both kind of sound like loons, because they're not theorizing, they're stating all of this as some definitive fact. Like, based on what? Like, what is the basis for any of this? I mean, this is pretty wild.
And disturbed the windowsill under it, which he later pointed out to his neighbor, Fleet White. The unidentifiable DNA material under the fingernails was likely collected by John.
Likely.
Or even by a few days of normal child's play.
Or that too.
That material did not come from an intruder,
Right.
which would have suggested that JonBenet fought and struggled getting the attention of her neighbors, but not her brother or her parents.
To clear their name and find their daughter's killer, John and Patsy Ramsay hired their own investigative task force. Lou Smith, a renowned Colorado homicide detective, headed the team.
If the Ramsays were guilty, they better look out, because Smith would nail them. On the other hand, if they were innocent, go ahead and cooperate.
Yeah, a lot of people have differing opinions on Lou Smith. I went over him extensively in the first few episodes. I think it's possible he was honestly and genuinely doing his job, but I think there's so much going on behind the scenes, possibly even with the police department, that it was just kind of made impossible for him to actually get to the bottom of anything. And if he's got blinders on in terms of satanic ritual abuse and people in positions of power, or he's a shell and working for them to cover all that up while trying to find some kind of patsy. I'm not saying either one of those is more or less likely, but yeah, just the Lou Smith situation is definitely curious. But yeah, I mean, just like anything in this case, there's just so many unanswered questions. It's kind of impossible to truly make heads or tails of any of this. All we can do is logically examine what's been put out.
Smith pored over reams of evidence he believed police had ignored. From the beginning, the Ramsays insisted that JonBenet must have been killed by an intruder, but police said the basement window was too small for a man to crawl through. So Lou Smith did something surprisingly simple. He tried it himself.
It really wasn't that difficult coming in that window. And often, yeah.
I mean, how anyone has any kind of trust or faith in the Popo when they're so dumb, they didn't even try to climb through it. They just didn't. I mean, was it these like super fat donut cops or like, yeah, nobody's fitting through there? I mean, they didn't have a single non-overweight donut cop to just try, or they could have just asked somebody else. I mean, they didn't have anybody on the department who wasn't overweight to just easily slide through there like Lou Smith did. I mean, really? Really? I mean, this is like, I mean, is this just a humiliation ritual for the Boulder Police Department as well? I mean, what is going on here?
A burglar or an intruder, if they find a safe way in, they also figure it'll be a safe way out. And if you remember, there was a suitcase that was right underneath this window. And if he figures that he has to go out this window, he may think that it would be much easier if there was something to stand on. This crime can be solved. Our killer in this case left a lot of evidence behind. JonBenet, under her fingernails, had her blood, no doubt about it. JonBenet, under her fingernails, also had foreign DNA. In her panties is foreign DNA. It does not belong to anybody in this family. I think JonBenet got a piece of her killer. There was also hair left at the scene. It was right on the blanket that was covering JonBenet. This is a Caucasian hair, and it's not John, and it's not Patsy Ramsay's hair. Is it our killer's hair? Whoever left it there better have a very good reason for leaving it there.
I also don't really know how they know that that hair isn't from the blanket that was wherever previously. So if that's just a blanket that was in the basement or wherever and it was thrown over by... I mean, it's... Yeah, it's kind of hard to definitively state that that was from that exact time. But, yeah. Pinto Sack says Steve Thomas wasn't a fatty. I don't know if he was skinny enough. I mean, he wasn't super skinny either, though, was he?
There are so many clues left behind on this scene. Many murders are solved with less clues than this, but in order to find a killer, we have to look for him.
I don't even know if you guys are doing anything to protect us, frankly. We don't know who is doing what, if anything's being done at all, because Enyart is running rampant on the internet, doing his old shenanigans, and he's, you know, for all we know, he's plotting our murder.
Cutting out. Are you in a place that, are you traveling or?
No, I'm not. It might just be a bad connection. I could maybe try calling you back.
No, this seems better.
Okay.
I know this is stuff we've talked about before, but in 2011, Enyart made a claim to Northland Police about you guys, you and your husband, right? And some sort of child neglect allegations, correct?
Not exactly. He what he did is he basically organized a church-wide conspiracy and made multiple false reports against us, saying we were going to murder our children. He would have framed us for the murdering our kids if he could have gotten away with it. We happen to homeschool, so we don't let our kids walk to school. But this individual is very dangerous, and I'm wondering if you guys if they can come and get a court order to take my children away off of some lies, saying that I'm going to murder my kids in the basement of my house. How much more do you guys need to go get a DNA test from Enyart when he is a #1 suspect in this case?
The #1 suspect in what case?
Well, the Jonbenet Ramsey case, and then he's also the one who organized Jessica Ridgway.
Okay.
About Jonbenet.
Well, what about Jonbenet? I mean, his name probably wouldn't come up since he runs in the shadows, and he's a Charles Manson, and so he can organize hits, and he can have little gamers go out and do work. But what about he runs the small foreign faction from that he wrote about in the ransom note.
The only time his name has ever come up is when you guys call.
Okay, so can you follow up on a lead and perhaps go talk to him? Because he knows that he's caught and he's guilty of murder. Did you guys read the Jonbenet ransom note, the breakdown, or the 42-page timeline that we submitted?
The problem with all this now is it's almost like a tit for tat. You make a report about him, he makes a report to the police about you.
No, that's not it.
No.
Well, it sort of feels like that's what you're doing. It feels like you're trying to use us to kind of do your bidding for you because you don't care for this guy because he's made reports to North Glen about you.
No.
That is not it at all. Detective Foster, it's done the same exact thing to us that he has done to the Ramseys. He has falsely accused us. This is not a revenge type of thing. We have a large amount of circumstantial evidence that would nail him to the ground.
Let me talk.
Hold on.
Detective Foster, my name is Curtis Kikal. You and I we talked originally last October. Do you remember me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I know you can't tell us much about it, but what you just said, tit for tat, was quite insulting. Did you get the 42-page timeline from me that I sent?
So.
Okay.
I believe so.
Has anybody reviewed that? Have you reviewed it?
I have not. No.
You haven't reviewed it?
No. But I know that it's gone to my bosses. I have not spoken to them about it, so I don't know if it's
okay.
They have or
You're
not.
Calling back today. Is it because your bosses told you to call us back?
Yeah, I got a message to give you guys a call.
Okay. All right. So you don't know what's going on with this case, correct?
Go ahead and enlighten me.
Well, no. I'm asking you. It's just a question.
I I'm not going to talk to you about that open case. So if you have something you want me to know, this is your opportunity to tell me. But I'm not going to talk to you about what's going on with the case.
So why would you say it's tit for tat? We've been talking to the police, including you, for since at least October about this.
Every conversation that begins is, you know, you're accusing him of a murder that's been cleared by somebody who's not him. Every conversation starts with, "This is what he did to us."
What are you talking about? This is only the second time we've had a conversation with you. That's it.
Well, and then I'll put it this way: different piece conversations start the same way, and that's really how it seems.
Well, I mean,
if there's something, sir, if there's something you have for me and you want me to know, this is an opportunity to tell me.
Okay, are you just
back and forth with you about motivation or anything like that? So, is there something you would like me to know?
Is there something I would like you to know? Yeah, I'd like you to know that Bob Enyart should be a suspect in that murder, Jonbenet, and that you should probably
take it seriously.
Yeah, take it very seriously. It's not a tit for tat, sir. It's not.
Okay.
We.
Well, do you understand that when you present it the way that you guys present it, that's really how it sounds?
Look, Detective Foster. Detective Foster, no.
Hear me for a second, okay?
No. Detective Foster, I haven't been able to present it. The last time you and I talked, you were going to call me back. You never did. I figured you guys were on it. And a lot has happened since then. Okay? Can I talk to somebody, Detective Foster, that may know a little bit more? I mean, at least, when we send you stuff, it says Boulder's Most Wanted at bouldercolorado.gov. I want to make sure that you guys are getting this. This is kind of important.
Yeah.
You know? We place him right there. There's a ton of circumstantial evidence, and I don't want to put you in any weird position.
Well,
That's not. Stop. I don't want to put you in any weird position, Detective Foster. But don't turn this around on us. Don't. We're just doing our due diligence here. We got a guy who's a murderer, and we're just trying to protect all of us because he's running rampant here in Arvada and Denver, and he was up there in Boulder in 1996 when this little girl was murdered. And for some reason, the police still haven't gotten his DNA yet. That's what I'd like you to know. Do you see my concern? Yeah. Because you and I had a pretty good, delightful conversation last time, so I don't know why you're turning it around on us. I'd rather you not do that, because we haven't done anything wrong. We're just trying to do everything right in this sense. Did you kind of see where we're at? Do you kind of see what kind of position that we're in?
Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything new?
We might. Can you think of anything? Here. Detective Foster wants to know if there's anything new. Go ahead and tell him.
The only thing new, Detective Foster, we don't even know what you guys know. And so we have a complete breakdown of the Jonbenet ransom note that explains who the group of individuals are. I'm just a mother with 6 kids, and I'm not here tit for tat, but what I do feel is I feel for Patsy Ramsay, who was falsely accused by not only your department, but by a whole group of individuals.
Do you have anything new?
Yes. She's talking to you and telling you.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You can check out 1,000 pieces of evidence that put out a nice post-murder behavior pattern of how this man likes to slander innocent families and falsely accuse people of murder when he's responsible for the crime. Okay, I uploaded them all to Google Docs so everybody can see the kind of stuff he's done to us, because it paints a pattern of what he's done to the Ramseys. And
you forwarded that to us, or is there a way we can look at that?
I can forward it to you.
You gonna look at it?
Are you going to look at it? There's 1,000 pieces that prove a nice post-murder behavior of someone who's guilty and who has this pattern of falsely accusing. He accused me of the same exact stuff he accused Patsy Ramsay of. Okay? There's a pattern here. And we have 20 years almost in between, and it doesn't seem like this guy gets away with murder, and nobody seems to care. We get falsely accused of murder. Our DNA gets sampled, and our kids get taken away off of lies. So I'd like to know if you guys can go get something off of the truth.
Yeah, like DNA.
Like a DNA test, because he's scared to death of that.
Can you forward that?
Yes, I can.
Email address that you were sent stuff to before?
Yes, I can. I will do that.
Denver District Attorney Mary Keenan took over the case a while ago, and you believe as a result of her input that both John and Patsy Ramsay were exonerated. Some legal experts don't necessarily agree. What causes you to say that they have been exonerated?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about it, Katie. Mary Keenan issued in April of 2003 a public statement in which she agreed with a federal judge ruling in Atlanta that stated that the weight of the evidence in this case established that an intruder murdered Jonbenet. For a district attorney to issue that statement, a district attorney who is familiar with all of the evidence in the case, I think that is a very clear statement that this investigation has moved beyond John and Patsy Ramsay, and Mary Keenan is focusing on the intruder evidence to try to find the killer of this child.
Okay. Okay, so what does everybody make of these? What does everybody make of these two people? Beacon of Truth Tarot says they have determined his guilt based on nothing. Well, I don't know. Maybe they have something. They just didn't present it. It super sounds like they're trying to frame the guy. Okay, maybe, but you know what's kind of weird though? Why didn't he sue them? I mean, it looked like they went after him hard, unless he did. I just can't find a record of it. I mean, it's just kind of weird. He's suing a bunch of other people for a bunch of things. So they're going around doxing him and doing all these things, and he has no, like, why? Unless they're both on it, if they're both kind of shills, executing some kind of an agenda, and this was the plan. I mean, it's very weird. Like, this whole thing is very weird. Does he have an alibi, though? Did he ever state it? So it seems like he never actually addressed any of this officially. I mean, it would be kind of curious. I mean, what was he doing in those hours? And can it be verified? If it can, case closed. I mean, you would think that, I mean, did the cops not look into him at all? I mean, I'm sure people called in with all sorts of things, so maybe they didn't. Maybe they never even questioned him or verified his alibi. From everything I see here, they never officially tested his DNA. So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. So, the other thing that's kind of curious is, of course, and I talk about this all the time, like, if it's degraded DNA, like, everybody has all this blind religious faith in DNA. I mean, you have both sides of the coin. You have people convicted on DNA that are innocent. And then you have people ruled out by DNA, but it could have still been them because of the bad sample. Like, a lot of goofs, like, they don't understand. This is not a perfect sample. And even if it were, I mean, you know, every new generation of DNA testing exposes how faulty the previous was. And every single one is touted as like 99.9% or whatever. And then they just get utterly exposed as inaccurate. So the goofery with the DNA doesn't stop. But this whole thing is just very strange, obviously.
And let's talk about the DNA evidence that was found in Jonbenet's underwear. I know it took a while to isolate it. Tell me what the latest is on that, and do you believe that that would lead investigators to her killer?
I do think that the DNA evidence will solve this case, Katie. The DNA was found in 1997, but it was not fully tested until 1999. The results of that testing were ignored by the Boulder Police Department for years. In December of 2002, when Mary Keenan took this case away from the Boulder Police Department, she established as her #1 priority to get that DNA certified into the FBI national database. That was finally done in 2003, late in the year, And I believe that one day, hopefully in the near future, there's going to be a hit, a match, and I believe that will identify the killer of this child. Tell those folks that think that John and Patsy were involved to take a look at the evidence, and they'll learn that they're wrong.
All right, Lynn Wood and John Ramsey. Gentlemen, thanks so much.
We do not have sufficient evidence to warrant the filing of charges against anyone who has been investigated at this time.
I mean, that's the problem. You really don't know what this grand jury was thinking, and you don't know what evidence, if any, actually supported the charges. What we do know is that, as you pointed out at the beginning of the segment, Alex Hunter did not pursue charges based on this grand jury true bill.
Right.
And he was right, because what this grand jury did not know, that was learned 9 years later, is that there was conclusive DNA evidence found on the clothes of JonBenet in 3 different locations, which unequivocally exonerated the Ramsey family, which the Boulder District Attorney did in public in 2008.
Let me ask you about that DNA, though, because obviously, as you point out, Lynn, DNA of another person was found on JonBenet's underwear. That DNA used to exonerate the Ramseys. But it would seem, until there's an actual suspect identified and linked to that DNA, how can it prove that the murder was committed by somebody else? It just means somebody else was there at some point. It doesn't mean fully that they didn't do it, right?
Look, it does, because look at the findings. This grand jury knew that there was DNA found in JonBenet's underwear in the crotch area. What was learned 9 years later is that there was DNA on both sides of her pajama bottoms. That DNA matched the DNA found in her underwear. As the district attorney, Mary Lacey, at the time stated, there is no innocent explanation to find foreign male DNA in 3 different locations on the clothing of a murder victim. That DNA is the DNA of the perpetrator.
In the JonBenet Ramsey case, what we used is what's called touch DNA. Historically, most of the DNA samples that are taken from stains or fluid, semen, saliva, hair. Touch DNA is taken from a spot that you can't see. There's no stain, there's no visible liquid, and basically it's not that it's a new method of science, it's a new method of collection. And what we did in the JonBenet case was we took the long johns that she was wearing and concluded that the perpetrator had held it at certain spots, and we scraped those particular spots on her long johns with a sharp instrument, and were able to get enough cells to get a DNA profile of a male unknown, because he's not in any database. Well, what it shows is that someone, not any of the Ramseys, DNA appeared in 3 places. In a blood stain on JonBenet's panties that was taken in 1997, and then this most recent in 2 other spots, the same male profile was found on the long johns, where we believe the perpetrator pulled them down from JonBenet's body.
When people get to see how many potential suspects are out there that were never followed up on, I think they're going to be angry about the justice system in America, and I think rightfully so.
But new techniques of DNA analysis have produced one significant breakthrough. On July 9, 2008, prosecutors officially cleared the Ramseys of any involvement in the murder of their daughter. Patsy never lived to see the Ramsey name cleared.
In almost every story I've ever investigated, I've always come away with a sense that truth will win out and that justice will prevail. It's just a matter of time. And when I think of Jonbenet Ramsey, I don't want to let go of that hope.
But the Denver Post will tell you that the DNA showed that it did not belong to anyone in the Ramsey family.
It's true. Mm-hmm.
So that is reasonable doubt that anybody in that house killed that little girl. And that's simply false. It reminds me of the Denver Post somehow not being able to concentrate on the current Denver mayor having been a John of prostitutes.
That's you, dude.
How is it that they can't quite concentrate on that long enough to make it a significant story?
That's you.
Or the Jefferson County Sheriff, denying the existence of the ignored search warrant application for Eric Harris's home prior to Columbine, and the sheriff lies and says there never was such a thing, and then lo and behold, it's released to the public. What, 2 years later? And the Denver Post never quite finding it in their heart to make these points stand because they cover up for the elite.
You're tuned to AM 670 KLTT Commerce City, Denver, KLTT HD, and streaming worldwide at 670kltt.com.
A friend of mine told me several years ago, I said, we've been praying that God would reveal the killer for so long, and I wonder why he hasn't done that. And my friend said, well, maybe he knows you're not ready to know that yet. And that made sense.
That resonated with you?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
And do you still think you're not ready?
No, I'm ready now. Yeah, no, it's that. Yeah, I mean, I obviously would like to know, what did we do wrong? What caused this person to focus on our family? But so the bottom line, it's not going to bring Jonbenet back.
That's the clue that breaks the case.
Okay, let's get to some documentation here. So the point, so the main point here, what some people find curious. So we're gonna go through this. What some people find curious about this guy is he only came out with the theory about the John Ramsey going out to some public toilet and planting hairs and stuff. That was only after he was named as a suspect. So, let's just go through, let's just do a mental exercise here. If he's guilty, and I'm not claiming he is, would he use his platform to try to plant theories on how a supposedly innocent person's hair could be found at the crime scene? I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of dumb. Because let's say it was tested and it came out to be his, and it'd be public information that he was the one that pushed that theory. I mean, it's just kind of weird. Okay. Let's go directly to their website for a lot of these, So these people, this is Curtis and Danielle Kekoa. These are the people making the allegations against Bob Enyart. Now, there's actually formal written complaints and many other things. What the heck is this? So Curtis and Danielle Kakoa are former members of the Denver Bible Church. Now, the Denver Bible Church itself did come under FBI investigation in 2015. So here's where it gets crazy, people. You're not gonna... Okay, so for the people saying that the Kakoas are just Karens. Okay, so November 24th, 2015... Danielle Kakoa warned the FBI to expect a violent event because Enyart had been exposed. 3 days later, the Planned Parenthood in Colorado Springs was attacked by gunman Robert Louis Deere. The Kakoas discussed their time in Enyart's and what went on before they realized they were caught up. Quote, "We would protest with Denver Bible Church, the homes of Planned Parenthood employees on Christmas Day, and hold signs of dismembered babies that Bob Enyart murdered in hopes that Planned Parenthood would stop killing kids, all in the name of the Lord." Okay, so again, they're not stating here how they knew that Bob Enyart was the one who supposedly murdered these babies. But this is... And they're public, by the way. So these aren't anonymous people. They made all their complaints and reports to the FBI. And we're going really into Mindshock land here now. This is wild. I mean, this is absolutely mind-shocking here. So this is Danielle Kakoa. This is the woman on the audio that we just heard. I'm assuming Curtis is her husband, but... So they were part of this church. And so they're stating that somehow they know that Enyart murdered babies or whatever. So they all have they do have the recordings with the police, which we just listened to some of them. So there's some verification of the claims. So they were part of Enyart's group for 10 years. They eventually began to realize there was something very wrong with Enyart and other members of the cult. If you lived in Colorado, we'd have you over for shrimp cocktail, ham dinner, coffee, and dessert, and discuss our next moves, Curtis Kakoa said. The Kakoas say Enyart is a serial killer, cloaking his true identity through Christian anti-abortion pro-life activism and pretending that all he cares about is babies, which the Kakoas say is a front for a serial killer. The Kakoas say they began to realize how the radical and fanatical practice of completely dedicating every waking moment of one's life to protesting abortion and murder with violent imagery of dead babies is abnormal, even if you are pro-life. There were multiple divorces in the church. Nobody had good relationships with their kids, if they had any kids at all. There are multiple people in the church that have no children. And we're like, what the hell kind of pro-lifers have no children, right? And they look like pedophiles. Okay, they have the look, Danielle Kakoa said during an FBI interview. Danielle Kakoa suggested the FBI bring criminal profiler John Douglas onto their team as a consultant. The Kakoas believe Enyart is involved in the 96 murder of Jonbenet Ramsey and countless others, including Jessica Ridgway and Dylan Redwine. Okay, so are they just crazies, or did they go crazy because of being in Enyart's group And even if they're crazy, does that mean what they're saying is not true? So let's continue here. Let's go on their website, Bob Enyart murdered JonBenetRamsey.com. And again, why wouldn't he sue them for defamation? It's just kind of, they have an actual website that is still online today. Bob Enyart murdered JonBenetRamsey.com. So supposedly they're talking about a 2016 documentary. I'm assuming it never happened. The true story of how the FBI was forewarned to expect it 3 days before the Planned Parenthood shooting in Colorado Springs. Because Pastor Bob Enyart, the domestic terrorist who murdered Jonbenet Ramsey, has been found out. Explosive new documentary details U.S. Department of Justice secret investigation of Colorado satanic cult, narrated by award-winning journalist Timothy Charles Holmseth. Actually, this did happen. Wait a second, the Cacoas are connected to this? Hold on a second. Is this all actually going to come together? How mind-shocking is that? Just give me a second here. Oh, wow. Okay. So... Oh, wow. Yeah, this documentary was made. It's called Expect It. It's on Odyssey. Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole documentary. It's an hour long. But apparently there's basis here. Wow. Okay, so maybe they're not just crazies. Okay. I might have to do a part 2 on this. I'm trying to wrap this up here, but it just keeps the plot thickens. So this is straight from their website, the sale of baby body parts scandal that shocked... You know what's crazy? Like, yeah, a lot has come out about Planned Parenthood and them selling harvested baby organ... I mean, this is... Alex Jones covered this as well. Apparently the Cacoas have been talking about this before that? Are they vindicated? What is going on here? They also have a website, policerecordingscacoas.com. So they recorded all their calls with the police and FBI so they could release it later in a documentary to prove that all they said was true. This is mind-shocking stuff, people. I mean, this is absolutely mind-shocking. So the FBI knows more, far more. Now for the first time, the world will see the Department of Justice has been investigating. Expect It, a reference to the miraculous prediction made by FBI informant Danielle Cacoa to the Denver FBI task force during an interview 3 days before the mass shooting attack at Planned Parenthood in Colorado Springs by Robert Louis Deere, showcases, in 2 simple words, the depth of knowledge held by producers about Denver Bible Church and Reverend Bob Enyart. The epic documentary features exclusive recorded FBI interviews between Danielle Cacoa, who, along with her husband and 6 children, Curtis Cacoa, defected from the Colorado church, which the Cacoas describe as a satanic cult. In the documentary, Years in the Planning provides a seamless stream of jaw-dropping facts that are certain to shock and disturb viewers. In one bombshell segment of the video, the public will hear recordings of Bob Enyart, the bizarre pro-life activist, shock jock, and convicted child abuser that interjected himself into the Jonbenet Ramsey murder investigation, being questioned in a court of law about his DNA being at the Jonbenet Ramsey murder scene. So apparently he was questioned? Okay, now we're gonna get even more into Mindshock land. Man, this stuff is... Wow, I did not think we'd be going down this many rabbit holes here. This is really wild stuff here. So in yet another Columbine connection... I mean, wow. In yet another Columbine connection... Recordings of Columbine massacre parent Brian Raubauer feature the former U.S. vice president candidate discussing his former pastor, Reverend Bob Enyart, who he describes as an evil guy and the most dishonest and deceptive man, obsessed with getting people to worship him. In the face of regular death threats, harassment, and retribution, the Colorado producers have assembled gigabytes of exclusive recordings, FBI records, documents, and never-before-seen information in a riveting audiovisual journey through astonishing evidence that's been kept from the public. Oh, wow. It's actually uploaded on YouTube as well. It's called Expect It. I'm actually looking through the documentary right now. Wow, there's actually a lot here. We're gonna have to do a part 2 on this, but let me just finish up these claims. So in 2015, Denver FBI suddenly contacted Danielle Kakoa for an interview seeking info about Denver Bible Church, Enyart, and attacks on Planned Parenthood. The FBI having suddenly realized the Kakoas were credible. That's interesting. So after blowing them off for so long... Alright, let's do another... I'm gonna go through... Here's an interesting quote from Enyart's co-host from Real Science radio show. Bob Enyart was one of the smartest and without question the wisest person I've known. Wow, that's weird. Okay. So apparently the Kakoas have quite a lot of information and reason to believe that now, even if they're wrong about Jonbenet Ramsey, it seems like they've been right about a bunch of stuff regarding Enyart and plans and all this stuff. There's a write-up here. Now, here's another curiosity on Bob Enyart. E-N-Y-A-R-T. Art. There's a lot of art connections in the Jonbenet Ramsey case, including the paintbrush, etc. That's kind of weird. Also, in Enyart's manifesto, he talks about victory a lot. Again, could be nothing. Just other coincidences and anomalies. Some people believe the foreign faction is the ShadowGov website and Enyart was trying to overthrow the government, etc., all this crazy stuff. So here's an interesting comment here on the Bob Enyart murder Jonbenet Ramsey website here. So this is posted by Unknown. I interviewed author Kathy O'Brien. Kathy O'Brien said she's a survivor of Project Monarch, which is a covert CIA op that utilizes trauma-based mind control. Kathy O'Brien has brought to light a video that is said to have been found in the home of John and Patsy Ramsay. The video was called How to Create a Mind Control Slave Using a Stun Gun. As you know, Jonbenet had stun gun burns on her. In addition to the professional Garrett used to systematically choke her out. Trauma-based mind control. Kathy O'Brien said she was the girl used in the instructional video. The video is said to have been seized on grounds of national security. Kathy asked the most poignant question: how can the murder of a 6-year-old girl in her own home fall under national security? The Kakoas continued to demand Bob Enyart's DNA be tested and compared to the DNA of an unidentified male found at the Ramsey murder scene. For some reason, law enforcement in Colorado goes house to house gathering DNA from everyone when a child is kidnapped and murdered, Jessica Ridgway, but they skip past Bob Enyart. They don't collect his. Interesting. I'm inclined to pose 2 questions. One, has Robert Adolph Enyart, and I still don't see, I haven't been able to verify that his middle name actually is Adolph, but it is being repeated in many places that it is Adolph, has ever been a contract employee of the CIA, which based on his employment history is possible. 2, has Robert Adolph Enyart ever participated in Project Monarch? So definitely a lot of questions here. This was posted August 27, 2016 by Timothy Charles Holmseth. The actual truth about the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey will never see the light of day on Dr. Phil in a People magazine feature or any docuseries revisiting the decades-old crime. This is unless they discuss the CIA program MKUltra and Project Monarch. According to a Washington, D.C. insider, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Colorado law enforcement have long since known exactly what happened to Jonbenet Ramsey. But moreover, so do the recipients of document dumps containing classified info about the case. The documents allegedly show John and Patsy Ramsay were CIA assets participating in a behavioral engineering program called Project Monarch on the night their 6-year-old daughter, Jonbenet, was tortured to death. However, the child's death may have been accidental per se. Wow, this is mind-shocking stuff. This is a Mindshock exclusive here. I have not gone over this article before. So, buckle up, people. Buckle up. This might be the big one. The Ramseys allowed their daughter to be accidentally killed during a trauma-based mind control session being visited upon the child by a CIA controller who was in the Ramsey home December 25th, 96. Such torture sessions are done to fragment the mind into segments much like a computer program is programmed. In typical cases, a child between the ages of 2 and 4 who is subjected to severe abuse will disassociate and create new personalities to escape into. Each case of abuse can create more personalities known as alters. Each of these personalities can then be programmed using mind control techniques. The well-known movie The Manchurian Candidate provides a good idea how the mind control works. The name that keeps coming up as the CIA controller is a man named Robert Adolph Enyart. According to the insider, the U.S. intelligence community is imploding under the weight of email scandals, international hacking, and federal investigations as the era of WikiLeaks and Edward Snowden dominates news cycles and are unveiling truths never meant to be known beyond an elite cabal. One day, The Jonbenet secrets and documents will just pop up on the web with no warning. The insider told right into action. And it makes sense. In 98, a 12-person grand jury convened to look into the Jonbenet's unsolved death. The grand jury subsequently prepared a true bill that probable cause existed that the Ramseys engaged in child abuse resulting in death, but the prosecutor, Alex Hunter, subsequently refused to move ahead with the case. However, the death of Jonbenet by an unindicted third party during a trauma-based mind control session can be imagined through a close reading of the criminal counts that were drafted against the Ramseys. John Ramsey permitted the acts of child abuse that killed Jonbenet Ramsey. Quote, this is from the criminal court, the documents here. The John and Patsy Ramsay indictment. On or between December 25th and 2696 in Boulder County, Colorado, Jonbenet Ramsey did unlawfully, knowingly, recklessly, and feloniously permit a child to be unreasonably placed in a situation which posed a threat of injury that posed a threat to the child's life and health, which resulted in the death of Jonbenet Ramsey, a child under the age of 16. John Ramsey then covered up for that person that committed the acts of abuse. Quote, on or between December 25th and 2696 in Boulder County, Colorado, Jonbenet Ramsey did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously render assistance to a person with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the discovery, detention, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, and punishment of such a person for commission of a crime, knowing the person being assisted has committed and was suspected of the crime in the murder in the first degree and child abuse resulting in death, end quote. The same counts are then repeated against Patricia Paugh Ramsay. The charges appear to point to a third party being involved. According to Monarch, okay, so I already referenced the Kathy O'Brien. Okay. And the Kakoas. So Enyart authored his manifesto showing his elaborate plan to begin his own shadow government within the U.S. Supposedly, Enyart once even suggested during a live radio program that he possesses video of John Ramsey killing his daughter. Now, the author received death threats after publishing this article, so that's curious. Timothy Charles, so this is August 30th, 2016. Timothy Charles Homesouth, author and journalist from East Grand Forks, Minnesota, received a threatening telephone message today from an unidentified caller after publishing a story that links the Jonbenet Ramsey murder to a CIA behavioral engineering program called Project Monarch. The caller, using a voice changer, warned Homesouth to remove the photo of Jonbenet that shows how the child appeared when found dead in 96. The photo shows stun gun burns on the 6-year-old, and the article discusses how a video called How to Create a Mind Control Slave Using a Stun Gun was found in the Ramsey home by law enforcement and seized on the grounds of national security. Homesouth recently narrated a film entitled Expect It, which reveals the FBI was investigating Robert Enyart and his cult-like church shortly before the Planned Parenthood shooting in Colorado Springs. Homesouth has received countless telephone calls threatening him, his children, and grandchild. He's received death threats. He's been told his home is being watched and told his home has been outfitted with secret cameras. He is repeatedly told that the police will never help him. Is everybody still with us here? I mean, this might be the most mind-shocking episode to date. Sihan in the chat says, search for Kevin Annett. He revealed these dark circles. Atwood recently posted an interview series with him. His latest is with an expert researcher on MKUltra. The case is very much like a cover-up. Yeah, I mean, if this is all true, then obviously this case would have to be covered up and never solved, right? Because how could they ever let this out? But I find Enyart's employment history highly suspect, to say the least. Yeah, we're going to have to do a part 2 on this. We can go over the expected documentary. I do have to go over one more article here. So this was posted February 15th, 1999, KGNU Boulder. This is a transcript of a public affair. What Professor Donald Freed said about the events of the first morning, during which time Lockheed Martin seemed not the least bit concerned that the daughter of an employee of theirs had been kidnapped by a foreign faction that hated the country he served. McFarland, this is Bob McFarland with a public affair. My guest this morning is Donald Freed, who is an author, screenwriter, among other things. Donald Freed has written Killing Time, a book about O.J. Simpson trial and the screenplay Executive Action, which was about the JFK assassination. What other things would the listener be interested in knowing what you've done? Freed said, I'm a visiting professor at Loyola Marymount University. I'm teaching at USC, and I'm working on a film about the murder of Martin Luther King. I've been working for about 1.5 years on the Ramsey murder for a 2-part series for ABC, one of which is completed, the other which will be completed if ABC wishes to complete it. At the moment, they have frozen the project. Okay. I finally presented some info to the police and the FBI during several meetings in Boulder. I haven't talked about it publicly until now, but I think I've waited more than what used to be called a decent interval. So I'll talk about this a little bit. If you take your mind back to the morning of the crime, I say the morning of the crime because I think it is clear what I mean, that the day after Christmas, the call came into the Boulder Police at 5:52 a.m., and thus began the timeline. The kind of work I do is forensic work on timelines. That's what I did in the Simpson case in my book, Killing Time. That's what I would like you to follow me on. After the call comes in, a uniformed policeman comes to the house by 6 a.m. and then more personnel arrive. The morning goes by. In the early afternoon, the body is found, and sometime in the evening, the coroner arrives. That's the rough timeline of the day. For several hours during the morning, a Boulder police detective was alone in the house with the family and friends, walked about, and generally completely co-opted the crime scene. Since that first day until this hour, the lawyers and pundits and experts and media commentators have never ceased to state that the Boulder Police did not maintain the crime scene. In fact, they destroyed the crime scene, and they went so far as to create the most awkward move, perhaps in the history of a homicide investigation, in asking John Ramsey to search the house, whereupon he found his daughter, carried her upstairs, and laid her out in front of the Christmas tree. All this has been rehearsed and repeated endlessly in the media, and it's been stated by the most serious experts that the case probably will never ever go to trial because of the police mishandling of that day. What is more, if it is perceived that the police didn't take the expert advice that such an amateur police department from such a little town would have needed, and there was the FBI offering to help every step of the way and finally trying to salvage the case by inviting everyone to Quantico, Virginia, then helping with the presentation. And that is the general idea or storyline of the case. McFarland says, yes, one of the detectives, Linda Arndt, filed a lawsuit over her dismissal. Freed says, how did it come to pass, in your opinion, that the Boulder police were in charge of the crime scene in general for about 8 hours with a lone detective there? How is it that the detective and the police force has never held themselves out as experts on terrorism or kidnapping? Remember, we're talking about a note that announces it's from a foreign faction that hates your country and has other bigwigs in their gun sights. How do you understand it that the Boulder Police, the much blamed Boulder Police, are in charge of the crime scene? McFarland says, well, I think they didn't feel the need for another unit because they really didn't believe the ransom note. Freed says, oh, I quite agree with you, but let me say to you this. You're aware, I'm sure, that the historic and famous jurisdiction in the case of kidnapping belongs to the FBI. McFarland says the Lindbergh Law. Freed says, yes. It's not only their jealousy guarded turf, but they base their budget on few traditional areas such as grand theft auto, interstate offense of all kinds, and kidnapping. And in kidnapping, they have written a book. They have special training. They are defined by their handling of kidnapping, and they operate in what is called rebuttable presumption. That means if someone disappears and the FBI considers it an interesting, challenging, or worthwhile case, they intervene on the theory of rebuttable presumption, that it could be presumed that federal laws have been broken and the FBI, until instructed otherwise, will take control. In the case where there's a ransom note, that triggers the FBI jurisdiction. And this well-oiled machine of many decades standing, when it goes into action, the local police are pushed into the periphery. When it is a wealthy corporate executive, and when the note announces that these are foreign terrorists, now every bell in the national security system begins to ring. Then the interfacing with the CIA, the NSA, the Pentagon, all of this unfolds within a matter of minutes. The Attorney General stands by. The President is awakened, ready to go on television, because it is a written and unwritten law that foreign terrorists on the soil of the U.S., should they dare commit a crime, should they dare to contemplate a kidnapping and murder of an innocent child or American citizen or any visitor to the U.S., that unleashes the full might and power of the United States of America, no matter what it takes or how long it takes. So this was a child of a Lockheed Martin executive of an $18 billion a year firm with the Pentagon and top secret clearances across the world. This guy's making a lot of points. We haven't specifically looked at the case from this angle, but this is actually making me look at this completely differently. So this is really interesting. I mean, so Lockheed Martin, yeah, I mean, this is totally an international incident at this point, going into the upper levels of government. So this huge multi-million-dollar security apparatus that exists for the day that any member of a family of a corporate executive, any member, wife, child of a corporate executive's family should be kidnapped, they go into overdrive. That's when they earn their money. It's when they face the CEOs in Denver. That's when they say, here's where Lockheed Martin stands. Your children can or cannot go to school. Your wives can or cannot go to the market. An entire protocol unfolds. The interface between the head of Lockheed Martin Security and the FBI is elaborate, and it's interlocking, and it's complete. So the two units, the Boulder area, are trained to react to an act of terrorism like kidnapping, are Lockheed Martin Security on one hand, FBI on the other. Now, nobody from either of these two units came near the crime scene. And the question is, as in the case of Sherlock Holmes' dog that didn't bark, what you're looking at here is something that is so irregular, so impossible, because remember, the seat of government operates in this regard. Every year, the director of the FBI must go before Congress. It is conceivable to you, doctor, that the head of the FBI could go before a congressional committee and be asked why the FBI had not involved itself in terrorists who announced themselves. If you say that the note was a hoax and it doesn't ring true, you'd be quite right. You could have said it a day later or a week later, and everybody has said it. But no one could have said it that morning Minutes count. The FBI's entire profile is based on quick, rapid, decisive action. They take over public relations. Then have the Boulder Police direct traffic at the periphery. No one gets in or out of the house. No one touches the crime scene. Every home in the area of Boulder is secured. In the case of Access Graphics, 3 years before... Whoa. What? 3 years prior on... Oh, Adobe, not Access. In the case of Adobe Graphics, 3 years before, there was an executive kidnapped and hundreds of FBI agents poured into the landscape. When in Michigan, where another industrial kidnapping took place, where a wife was suspected, actually, hundreds of FBI agents poured in. What I'm telling you now is a composite of my interviews with FBI executives in this country and elsewhere, former agents and Lockheed Martin agents. When a note announces terrorism, it is the magic word in the United States for both law enforcement and budgetary considerations. So the FBI never came to the crime scene, so they couldn't determine whether the note was a hoax or not. I mean, this is pretty crazy. I mean, I'm not going to go through the entire article here, but wow. So the chief of police is on record notifying that the FBI, that they notified the FBI. The FBI never sleeps. So Freed said, here the FBI and Lockheed Martin have to go before the grand jury to say what they knew and when they knew it. Because there is a chain of information that goes from the House to Lockheed Martin to the FBI in Washington, D.C., back to the field, and the order is to stand down. Don't go in the house. Let the Boulder Police handle it. So there was a stand-down order from both Lockheed Martin and the FBI? What does that mean? So they all knew about it? So, this guy interviewed Norm Early. He's been the DA of Denver. He was the vice president of Lockheed Martin Security at the time of the murder of Jonbenet. I interviewed him at the time. He's a fascinating man, extremely intelligent. He said to me finally, quote, you know, I had a 6-year-old son and we have a security protocol, and the letter threatened other executives. Where was the security? Where were the bodyguards? Where was the protocol? Where was the alert, the drill, the routine, the regimen that we so carefully shared and worked on at Lockheed Martin? Not a word, not a sound, not a telephone call. So he began to call executives and lawyers and others. He said, why wasn't my family alerted? What happened? They said to him there was no threat. He said, how do you know that? They said, quote, well, I don't know. We just knew. He said, well, think about it and I want an answer. The next day, he talked to some of these people and reported to me what they said. Quote, you know, we stayed awake all night wrestling with the question, agonizing with it. And you know, you're right. How did we know that the ransom note was a hoax immediately? We might have known it in a day or two, a week or two. How did we know until this day? To this day, there's been no arrest. To this day, we know that there was a murder and that there was a note left stating that foreign agents were involved. Okay, this is crazy stuff. This is really crazy stuff. There supposedly, so this guy also says that there was another phone call that tipped off the FBI. All right, I hope everybody's sitting down. This is the most mind-shocking stuff we've gone over in the Jonbenet Ramsey case thus far. I did not see this coming. So, Lockheed Martin and the FBI had supposedly been tipped off prior to Patsy's 911 call. Joe Calhoun, in his article, The Book and the Jonbenet Ramsey Case, The Sins of Perfect Omission, Monte Libre Monthly, March 99, wrote, Donald Freed reports that someone in a lofty position assured the FBI and Lockheed Martin security prior to the 911 call that any report coming from Boulder would not affect national security and directed let the police handle it. This is really curious stuff. So, okay, but all the Bob Enyart stuff aside, how do any of the coincidence theorists explain the stand-down order for the FBI prior to Patsy Ramsay's call? That's curious. That's really curious. So, Linda Arndt asked for FBI specifically and other backup before she arrived at the house, and several times after she was refused. Another rumor is that John Ramsey phoned a friend about money who worked at the same building as the Boulder FBI. And so this kind of connects to the ex-wife of an... So this was... We went over this whistleblower. The wife of the VP of Corporate Compliance, who spent 3 weeks preceding the murder at Access Graphics facility. Part of the Lockheed and Martin Marietta merger. Huh. So there you have it. A lot of mind shocks here. May or may not include Bob Enyart, but the stand down, an official stand down order given FBI and upper agencies. All right, I'm going to close this out here. We're going to have to do a part 2 on Bob Enyart going over the documentary. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us. This was definitely a mind-shocking one. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way so that these comprehensive and exhaustive analyses in every single true crime case that we cover can continue. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.